The story begins in a world where beasts and humans coexist, a world filled with wonder and mystery. In this world, having a powerful and rare beast means everything. They are the symbols of power, capable of controlling the elements and reshaping the world itself. And at the very apex of this world stands a young man named Su Liang. He is revered because his companion beast is the legendary lunar butterfly. The lunar butterfly is a creature of myth, a rare beast that only exists in legends. It is said to possess the divine power to turn back time, reverse karma, and grant eternal life. With such a magnificent beast, Su Liang is known as the Lunar King. He is sought after and admired by countless people, a crescent moon symbol shimmering in his eyes, signifying the lunar god's favor. The scene shifts to a majestic city under a clear blue sky, where a dragon soars freely. A voice exclaims, "This is really amazing." We meet a young man sitting at his computer. He's admiring the legendary figure he's just read about, a man who stands at the top of the world with millions of believers. But as he thinks about it, a cold sweat runs down his back. Something about this amazing story is deeply unsettling to him. He scrolls, a sense of dread growing. "No, let me think about this," he says to himself. "There's something even more amazing, and that's..." The shocking truth is revealed. He points to himself in disbelief. He is actually Su Liang, the Lunar King he was just admiring. This young man is indeed Su Liang. A few hours ago, he transmigrated from 21st century Earth, inheriting the body and fragmented memories of the original owner. And the reason for his transmigration: the so-called invincible Lunar King had the most absurd death imaginable. He accidentally rolled out of bed while sleeping and died. It would have been a great starting point if the legend was true, but Su Liang knows better. With a grimace, he decides to face the music and summons his status window. The system screen flickers to life, displaying his pathetic reality. Beast Tamer, Su Liang 1 star. Companion Beast, Flicker Butterfly low rank. Contract Beast, none. He screams in frustration. The Lunar King's beast isn't a legendary lunar butterfly at all. The great legend was a complete and utter lie. The weight of the original owner's exaggerated history crashes down on him. All these grand achievements, from becoming the Lunar King at 15 to challenging an emperor, were built on nothing. Are you kidding me? "Isn't this too much?" he cries. However, the original owner wasn't just joking around. Surrounded by adoring fans, he genuinely believed he was incredibly strong. He was utterly convinced that his lowly flicker butterfly was the incarnation of a divine beast, and that it would reveal its true, powerful form when he faced a desperate situation. Standing on stage, he preached to his followers, "As long as you believe, it will come." His charisma and handsome looks were enough to make the crowd go wild. Fueled by his own delusion, he was not afraid at all, even when facing the mighty 8-star beast tamer, Emperor Kangyu. "What a powerful and dominating force," Su Liang says, cringing at the memory. "Enough. If I hadn't seen the illustration of the beast myself, I would have really believed it." After wallowing in despair over the ridiculous legacy he inherited, he sighs. "Forget it," he resolves. "Let me take a look at my beast first." He calls out its name, summoning his one and only companion beast, Flicker Butterfly. His eyes, shimmering with a crescent light, widen as he beholds the creature for the first time. A tiny, glittering butterfly appears before him. For a brief moment, all his complaining and despair vanish, replaced by a simple, unexpected thought: "So cute." The little butterfly flutters over and lands on his head. His brief moment of finding it cute is over, replaced by a deadpan acceptance of his pathetic situation. The reality of his uselessness crashes down on him. "What do I do?" he panics. "Forget the battle in 3 years. I can't even defeat the elites from the academy right now." Tears stream down his face as he sobs, realizing the impossible task ahead. "If I don't have any cheats, it's going to be impossible for me to surpass Emperor Kangyu in 3 years. But then a thought strikes him, cutting through his despair. "Wait, speaking of cheats, I think I might have something." He remembers a mysterious item from the original owner's memories. It's something the original Su Liang seemed to fear and reject, but for the new Su Liang, it could be his only hope. With a surge of newfound hope, he summons it. A book made of pure golden light materializes in his hand. Lunar Book. He holds the radiant book in his hands, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazes upon its contents. These are illustrations. The pages are filled with illustrations of various low-rank creatures: a juvenile moon fox, a spirit moonbird, a shadow moon mouse, and a fluorescent flower. His eyes light up as he understands the book's mechanism. "So that's how it is. As long as I touch the beast in reality, the icon will be activated. Once I've collected enough beasts, I get to roll for another beast, just like a game card." He eagerly flips through the pages, his finger landing on a tab that reads Supreme Rank Creatures. This could be his ticket to real power. And there it is, a blank entry for the lunar butterfly, marked with a huge question mark. Su Liang finally understands. The reason why the original owner rejected the book so much is because it denied his belief that he had the lunar butterfly. He lets out a weary, exasperated sigh. Haha, no wonder. The sheer delusion of his predecessor was almost impressive. But despair quickly turns into cunning determination. But, he thinks, a grin spreading across his face, this is the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. Moonlight-type beasts are everywhere. I'll save up enough to roll 10 times, and who knows, I might be able to get the real lunar butterfly. Putting on his grand Lunar King robes, he sets his priority. The battle is 3 years away. For now, the most important thing is to hide from everyone's eyes and secretly become stronger. The scene shifts to the grounds of the advanced dormitory of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy, where a beautiful fountain glistens in the sun. A young woman is gently feeding a blade of grass to a small, adorable creature. Little rabbit, be good, eat some grass. Her friend Su Jing scolds her. Bai Yuer, you always feed these low-rank creatures. What are you going to do if they really stick to you? Bai Yuer just smiles and says it's for fun. Su Jing isn't amused. How can it be nothing? You are an elite of the academy. If you get tainted with the smell of useless creatures, you won't be able to attract powerful beasts. With stars in her eyes, Su Jing goes on about her idol. The Lunar King never touches ordinary beasts. He won't even look at middle or high-rank beasts, let alone supreme-rank ones. The little moonlight rabbit looks up, its cute face a picture of innocence, unaware of the debate it's causing. Su Jing declares with certainty, it must be because the lunar butterfly hates the smell of lowly creatures. The little rabbit continues to listen, blissfully unaware. Suddenly, a footstep lands nearby, and the poor rabbit is so startled that it tumbles over backwards. The two girls look up, confused. What could have startled the little creature so badly? Their confusion turns to wide-eyed shock as they recognize the regal figure who has just arrived, his presence immediately commanding their full attention. It's none other than the Lunar King himself, Su Liang, standing before them with an imposing aura. Both girls are instantly starstruck, their hearts pounding in the presence of their idol. The girls are completely captivated by his gaze. Those crescent-shaped eyes, a mark of the lunar god, are filled with an oppressive power that commands respect. Just one look from him fills them with an overwhelming need to submit. They can't help but feel flustered and blush in his presence. While he maintains a cool and intimidating exterior, Su Liang is internally panicking. What the F***, a cat girl, don't tell me she's a human and beast. He quickly decides to make his exit. The Lunar King's persona requires him to remain aloof and avoid contact with beasts. He turns and walks away, leaving the two starstruck girls behind. Following his plan, he arrives at a magnificent building with a giant, glowing moon above it, the Moon Pavilion. He looks up at the grand structure, a place he only knew from the original owner's memories. So this is the Moon Pavilion. He walks toward the entrance, surrounded by lush gardens under the magical glow of the artificial night sky. He enters the pavilion, his eyes gleaming with determination. With the number of low-rank beasts in the pavilion, if all of them are unlocked, I should be able to draw 10 times. As he walks through the corridor, he notices countless little wisps of light, the spirits of the beasts housed within, floating all around him. He stops, looking around at the beautiful spectacle in slight confusion. Curiously, he reaches out his finger and touches one of the glowing orbs. The moment his finger makes contact, a surge of energy erupts and a notification appears. He doesn't even need to find the actual beasts. Just touching their ambient energy is enough to unlock their illustrations in the lunar book. In an instant, his book is filled with a whole host of new beasts. The moon element, juvenile moon fox, fluorescent flower, moon spirit bird, shadow moon mouse, and the shining moon fish. He's shocked to discover another amazing feature. The lunar book can also reveal specific information and battle skills. A confident smile spreads across his face as he walks forward, surrounded by the ghostly images of the beasts he has just collected. As expected of my cheat skill, the ethereal forms of the low-rank beasts, like the juvenile moon fox, seem to fly alongside him. He continues deeper into the pavilion, watching as the spirits of different beasts float past, each one adding to his growing collection. He suddenly stops, noticing that the spirits of the low-rank beasts have disappeared. He looks ahead towards a large door, sensing a change in the atmosphere. This place is so cold, and the low-rank beasts are staying away from it. Looks like this is the territory of some mid-rank beast. He enters a vast, circular chamber. The air is cool and still, and magnificent crystals hang from the high ceiling like chandeliers. His eyes widen in astonishment as he sees what lies in the center of the room. Resting peacefully on a raised dais is a magnificent white deer. Its antlers are a beautiful, crystalline purple, and it sleeps serenely before a window showing a starry sky and a large crescent moon. He approaches slowly, captivated by the creature's beauty and powerful presence. That's a deer. He can't help but be stunned. He's never seen such a majestic and beautiful creature before. He turns his attention to a nearby information panel, which identifies the beast. It is a white flower deer, a moonlight-type mid-rank beast, known for its extreme beauty and rarity. Su Liang reads the description with a strained smile, while two other students complain in the background about the extravagance. They can't believe the academy, which is open to the public, would spend so much to support a single mid-rank beast. He overhears their conversation and silently agrees. The treatment this deer receives is unlike anything he's ever seen for other beasts, raising his suspicion. The students continue to scheme, with one suggesting they should try to get it because of how pretty it is. His friend is shocked by the bold idea. Though it appears to be sleeping, the deer's eye twitches, its sharp hearing picking up on their malicious conversation. The first student continues, suggesting that rich people would want such a beautiful beast just for show. He leans in to whisper his plan, unaware he has been overheard. Suddenly, a torrent of water crashes down from above, completely drenching the student who is plotting to capture the deer. His friend watches in stunned silence. The two are left soaked and bewildered, with no idea what just happened. They look up to see the white flower deer, now sitting upright with a smug and intimidating gaze, clearly the one responsible for the sudden shower. Terrified, they scramble to escape. "No way, don't tell me it understands our words," one exclaims. His friend urges him to hurry, remembering that some intelligent beasts exist. Su Liang watches the scene unfold. He notes that the deer is indeed stunning, and its intelligent reaction is understandable. It seems he's also figured out the origin of some mixed-blood beasts. The deer then turns its attention to Su Liang, tilting its head with a look of curiosity, as if questioning why he isn't scared or running away like the others. A close-up of the deer's eye reveals a deep intelligence, a knowing gaze that proves it is far more than a simple animal. The deer's gaze meets his. Su Liang remains calm, his own crescent-shaped eyes observing the creature with a steady, calculating look. The deer gracefully gets up and walks closer to Su Liang, intrigued by the strange human who shows no fear. They stand face to face, locked in a silent stare-down. An unspoken challenge passes between the mysterious beast and the boy with a hidden identity. Su Liang decides this is his chance. He subtly reaches out his hand, ready to use his cheat skill, the lunar book, on this magnificent creature. He summons the book. As it materializes with a brilliant flash of light, the deer is startled and leaps back in surprise. The book opens and a notification appears. A new beast has been unlocked. Su Liang stares at the page, utterly shocked by what it reveals. How is this possible? He thinks in disbelief. The lunar book reveals the deer's true identity. It is not a mid-rank beast, but a kingdom-destroying supreme beast. His mind races with the definition of a supreme beast, the highest ranking of all, a master that rules over other animals. The sheer pressure they emit can kill weaker creatures, and if they were to go berserk, they could raze entire regions to the ground. An image of chaos and destruction flashes through his mind. Why did this terrifying walking nuclear bomb appear in the academy? He panics. Sweat drips down his face as the gravity of the situation sinks in. With a creature this powerful nearby, the whole school might crumble down at any time. He tries to calm his racing heart. Looking at the deer, which appears perfectly peaceful, he reasons, wait, calm down. Since a supreme rank beast can peacefully stay here, maybe it's docile and the school knows it won't hurt others. He thinks back to the two students. A chibi version of the deer breathes fire at them in his imagination. He concludes that if the deer were truly hostile, it wouldn't have just spit on them. But he remains skeptical. He glances at the falsified information panel. But I still can't rule out the possibility that it's only pretending to be gentle. Just like a protagonist in an action novel, even though he's overpowered, he has to hide it to get things. He lets out a self-pitying sigh. Unlike me, who really got the short end of the stick, so weak and helpless, and can only rely on my image to scare away people. The deer seems to sense his thoughts, and it glances over at the incorrect information panel with a questioning look. It then turns its gaze back to Su Liang, its intelligent eyes seeming to confirm that it knows the sign is a lie. Su Liang realizes the incredible truth. The deer is fully aware of its own deception, so you also know that your information card is wrong. The implication of a beast this intelligent sends a jolt of fear through him. Wait. The moment its cover is blown, the deer's gentle demeanor vanishes. It lowers its head and takes an aggressive stance, its eyes glowing with menace. Su Liang feels the crushing pressure of a supreme beast about to strike. He panics, thinking, it looks like it's going to attack me. Is it because I stayed too long and now it thinks that its identity might have been exposed? He immediately switches into acting mode, trying to play dumb. Tilde, this mid-rank white flower deer is really too pretty. I got so stunned by it I couldn't move. He laughs, while internally screaming that the most important thing is to not become its enemy. He continues the charade, pretending to admire the surroundings to buy himself a moment to escape. With a strained, pleasant smile on his face, he finds his opening. And then he bolts, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Make a run for it. The deer is left alone, watching the empty doorway. It seems thoughtful, not angry, as it contemplates the strange boy who just fled. The perspective shifts and we hear the deer's inner monologue, that person just now. From the white flower deer's perspective, it recalls Su Liang's unique, crescent-shaped eyes and the powerful image it saw reflected within them. Who exactly is he? The deer calmly walks back to its large, comfortable-looking pillow. It begins searching under its pillow, as if looking for a hidden treasure. And in a shocking twist, it pulls out a smartphone, with the picture of an anime girl as its wallpaper. It opens a search engine and types in human with crescent eyes. Its recent search history reveals a taste for dramatic romance novels, with titles like My Wife is the Supreme Master and The Domineering Beast Emperor Loves Me. Lying down comfortably, it uses its hoof to tap the screen, beginning its research on the mysterious boy. As it reads the search results, its eyes widen in utter shock. He's. It seems to have discovered the legendary identity of Su Liang, the Lunar King. The scene opens on the Beast Taming Academy dormitories under the full moon. Su Liang, having just survived a tense encounter, lets out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, that was close. As Su Liang walks, he reflects on the powerful moon chaser beast he just saw. He scoffs at the Academy's methods, comparing their handling of such a creature to unethically putting a T-Rex in a zoo. He vividly recalls the majestic white flower deer, also known as the moon chaser. He's certain that despite its graceful appearance, it possesses enough power to obliterate a T-Rex with a single kick. A shiver runs down his spine as he admits to himself that if he'd met that supreme rank beast in the wild, he would have been killed instantly. Only another beast of the same supreme rank could ever hope to challenge it. He clutches his chest in frustration, lamenting that his own beast is the lowest of the low. He knows that without his special cheats, he would be utterly powerless. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Speaking of cheats, he remembers the moon pavilion and an icon that appeared. It's a shadow moon mouse, complete with its rank and battle skill. He wonders if this cheat can show him the skills of any beast he possesses. The implications hit him all at once. A wide, excited grin spreads across his face as he realizes this means he'll be able to know the skills of every single beast he has ever touched. Su Liang strikes a dramatic pose, overcome with joy. Everything is in the palm of my hands, he declares. This means I can finally afford to act stupid now. Eager to test his newfound ability, he hurries off with his book in hand, deciding to find a beast within the academy grounds to confirm his theory. His search doesn't take long. By a fountain, he spots a small, rabbit-like creature with long, floppy ears. Isn't that? He thinks to himself. He recognizes it instantly. It's the same moonlight rabbit he had seen earlier that morning. It sits there quietly, looking timid. Su Liang finds it strange. He knows that according to this world's logic, moonlight-type beasts should become aggressive and powerful under the moonlight. Yet this rabbit shows no reaction at all. A close-up shows the moonlight rabbit's innocent face, its large, pink eyes staring blankly, giving it an appearance of utter harmlessness. Suddenly, a shocking possibility dawns on Su Liang. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stammers, Don't tell me it's. Hiding its true form, his imagination runs wild, picturing the tiny rabbit transforming into a massive, muscular behemoth. He panics, thinking he might have met a boss-level beast even more powerful than a supreme rank 1. He quickly snaps out of his daydream, trying to appear nonchalant. He starts whistling and talking to the rabbit, commenting on how cute it is while subtly preparing to use his ability. Just in time, he thinks, reaching his hand towards the creature. I'll use the Lunar Book's encyclopedia function to unveil your face and see what you really are. He gently crouches down and touches the small rabbit's head, activating the power of his book. A brilliant light emanates from the Lunar Book, projecting the rabbit's status into the air. Moonlight rabbit missing lunar physique. The book explains the condition. A genetic defect means it can't be strengthened by normal moonlight and only has combat power during a full moon. Su Liang is aghast. What? Then isn't it even worse than the lowest ranked beast? Utterly dejected, Su Liang buries his face in his hand. All his hopes of discovering a hidden powerhouse are dashed. He sighs, guessing that lucky encounters like that would never happen twice. Just then, a sound makes him look up. A person has dropped their smartphone and a bag of Beast Happy Biscuits nearby. A close-up of the phone's screen shows someone was in the middle of typing a search query, the Lunar King. Just as he's lost in his disappointment, the clatter of a falling object breaks the silence. Su Liang's head snaps up, his curiosity piqued as he looks toward the source of the noise. Standing near a tree is a mysterious woman with long white hair and a distinctive cat-eared veil, her dropped phone and biscuits at her feet. She stares in his direction, creating a tense and intriguing atmosphere under the full moon. From behind a pillar, Bai Yuer watches in shock. She can't believe her eyes. The great Lunar King is gently petting a common, low-rank moonlight rabbit. She immediately panics, thinking she's accidentally stumbled upon his greatest secret. The scene transitions, showing the exterior of the student dormitories at night as Bai Yuer heads back to her room, her mind still reeling. As Bai Yuer enters her room, her roommate, wearing a pajama set and a beauty face mask, turns to her and says, "You're finally back." Bai Yuer remains silent, lost in thought. Her roommate notices her strange behavior and asks, "Hey, what's with you?" With a serious and hesitant look, Bai Yuer finally speaks, asking her roommate if there's any small chance that the mighty and fearsome Lunar King actually has a secret fondness for small animals. Her roommate stares back at her, her eyes wide and blank through the holes in her face mask, trying to process the ridiculous question. Giving a look of complete disbelief, the roommate asks, "Ha, did you lose your brain in class?" Flustered by the reaction, Bai Yuer quickly waves her hands dismissively and laughs nervously, claiming she was just joking to cover up her strange theory. As she walks away, the scene shifts into her imagination. She's completely engrossed in what she saw. In her mind, she pictures the undefeatable Lunar King, but her image of him is no longer just of a powerful ruler. Her fantasy shows Su Liang tenderly holding the weak moonlight rabbit, a gentle smile on his face, surrounded by an aura of blooming lilies. Bai Yuer blushes furiously at the thought. Don't tell me that facade of his is only known to me, she wonders, completely misinterpreting the situation and feeling a special connection. Meanwhile, the real Su Liang is walking back to his room, acknowledging to himself that he was seen doing something out of character. He remains completely unbothered as he approaches his door. He thinks to himself that the rabbit was pretty cute, and maybe some girls would appreciate that sort of thing. He pushes his door open, ready to finally get some rest. Whatever, he thinks, I'm tired after tossing all night. Now I just want to get some good sleep. But the moment he looks inside, his eyes snap wide open in shock. A single bead of sweat drips down his face as he sees who is waiting for him. Standing silently in the middle of his room is a tall, imposing humanoid beast. With red skin, horns, and a menacing tail, she is clearly not a student. Frozen in the doorway, Su Liang's eyes are wide with terror as he shouts, "Who's that?" His mind races. He knows that's an appearance no human could possibly have. Don't tell me it's a humanoid beast, he thinks, horrified. But more important than her appearance is the immense, oppressive feeling that washes over him, causing shadows to fall over his face. The intimidating aura radiating from the strange woman is overwhelming. Su Liang realizes with dawning horror that she feels much stronger than the supreme rank moon chaser. Her terrifying aura is beyond anything he can comprehend. Su Liang is so scared that he's completely frozen, unable to move a muscle. As Su Liang stands there, paralyzed by fear, the impossibly strong humanoid beast suddenly and gracefully drops to one knee. With her head bowed in a show of absolute reverence, she addresses him, her voice steady. "I give my greetings to the Lunar King and the Lunar God." A close-up shows the subordinate's face, a distinct star-shaped mark under her eye. She remains in her kneeling position, dutifully awaiting a response, completely unaware that her king is not only terrified but also desperately trying to place her familiar face. As Su Liang stares at the kneeling subordinate, a glimmer of recognition sparks. He thinks, wait, it looks like I know her. He recalls from the original owner's memories that she should be one of the 4 powerful moons in his dual moon order. However, the memory is incomplete. A diagram of the 4 moons appears in his mind, but 3 of them are blank question marks. He's panicking internally, wondering, but who exactly? An awkward, intense silence fills the room. Su Liang stands there, completely at a loss for what to do or say, while his powerful subordinate waits patiently on the floor. However, his silence is completely misinterpreted. The subordinate looks up with awe, thinking, as expected of the Lunar King, the world's strongest beast tamer, a living legend. Even his silence is so sacred and dignified. Meanwhile, Su Liang is screaming internally for help because he really can't remember a thing. Trying to play the part, Su Liang clears his throat, puts on a thoughtful expression, and finally asks, "What do you want?" She begins her report, stating that their investigation shows remnants of the Black Moon Order have been active again and have made contact with the Lunar God Palace. Su Liang is completely clueless, thinking, Black Moon Order. What the heck is that? Why doesn't it ring any bells? Noticing his lack of response, his subordinate looks up and asks, My lord, Su Liang, with his back turned, is having a full-blown panic attack. He throws out his hand dramatically to stop her from saying anything more that might expose his ignorance. Wait, don't say anything. You better not say anything. I'm recalling it now, he bluffs desperately. The subordinate looks confused and taken aback by his sudden outburst, muttering, that. While pretending to be deep in thought, Su Liang secretly uses his cheat, the lunar book, to search for information. He quickly types Black Moon Order into its search function. The book provides the answer instantly. The Black Moon Order was a rival faction destroyed by his dual moon order 3 years ago during a full moon. Having secretly read the briefing, Su Liang turns back with a calm, all-knowing smile. He holds up his book as if it were a prop and confidently says, All right, I've recalled. He sweats nervously, realizing the truth. It wasn't that he had forgotten. It was that the original Lunar King considered the Black Moon Order so weak and insignificant that he couldn't be bothered to even remember them. The subordinate clarifies that the Black Moon Order itself is not a cause for concern. But, she continues, if the Lunar God Palace is also involved in this, then the nature of the matter will change. The name Lunar God Palace catches Su Liang's attention, and his expression turns serious. He recalls that unlike other factions, the Lunar God Palace is the true overlord of the central continent, having ruled for thousands of years with legendary beasts. However, this thousand-year dominance has recently been shaken. The upstart Dual Moon Order, his own faction, has challenged their position in just 3 short years. The subordinate explains their dilemma. The 4 moons intend to take action, but if they do, no one will be left to protect him. Thus, she has been sent to ask for his opinion on the matter. Su Liang's face is unreadable, his eyes hidden by shadow as he processes the heavy responsibility that has just been dropped on him. Putting on a display of utter confidence, he dismisses her worries with a wave of his hand. Go ahead, he says coolly, it doesn't matter to me. He leans back in his chair and delivers the final, dramatic line, as long as I am under the moonlight. His subordinate looks on, utterly shocked and mesmerized. Yes, my lord, she exclaims, her face lit up with pure adoration and excitement. She can't believe she had the chance to personally hear that famous, legendary quote from her king. In her mind, the image of the Lunar King is one of absolute power. As long as he is favored by the lunar butterfly, no one in the world can touch him. He is the most dazzling moonlight. Having received her orders, the subordinate vanishes in a flash of light, leaving Su Liang alone in his room once more. The second she's gone, Su Liang's cool facade completely shatters. Yua, I can't take it anymore. So cringy, he screams, grabbing his head in agony. I barely stopped my hand from slapping myself. Su Liang reflects that the original owner of his body would often say cringy lines for no reason at all. And every time, his believers would misinterpret the meaningless nonsense as profound wisdom. For example, he'd stand before a crowd and simply declare, the moon favors me. Other examples of his so-called wisdom included looking thoughtfully into the distance and saying, I can feel the presence of the lunar god. Or he would strike a pose with his arms wide open and begin the phrase, as long as I am under the moonlight. Sometimes he'd make a dramatic pose covering half his face and ominously declare, the moon will rise, followed by the equally profound statement, the moon will fall. He would even say things as mundane as the moon is really round and the moon is really bright, all of which his followers treated as sacred words. Su Liang slumps back into reality, overwhelmed. And now, the Lunar God Palace. I only just transmigrated here and there's already so many troublesome things, he laments. He looks up, a thought occurring to him. Although for the Lunar King, the Lunar God Palace is no longer a worry. It's only if he had the lunar butterfly, but Su Liang doesn't. He panics, realizing, I acted cool for the fun of it just now, but now, I don't have bodyguards anymore. The grim reality sets in. If I run into danger, he thinks with a face of despair, the world's strongest Lunar King is going to die pitifully. But just as he's about to give up hope, a sudden realization hits him. Wait a minute. He remembers his other cheat. I still have the cheat that allows me to roll for rewards. He figures that after making contact with so many beasts in the Moon Pavilion, he should have enough energy to draw once. A system interface appears before him, the begin exchange button glowing, ready to be pressed. His despair instantly turns into excitement. Yes, I can draw now, he exclaims, his face lit up with renewed hope. The system screen explains the gacha system. It gives him a chance to draw moonlight-type beasts of any quality. If he's not satisfied, he can return the beast for a compensation of beast strength value. Su Liang understands the mechanics. So that means if I don't like the beast I get, I can cancel the contract and get some experience points. That's pretty good. Let's not think about these things first, he decides, his expression turning serious. The most important thing now is to secure my life. If I somehow manage to get a supreme rank beast, then there's nothing to fear anymore. He begins to pray fervently. All the metaphysical gods, please. It's not easy for an ordinary boy to survive. Please save this child. Filled with determination and hope, he points at the book and declares, Supreme Beast, here I come. He presses his finger onto the glowing exchange button, initiating the gacha pull. A brilliant golden light erupts from the lunar book, blasting outwards with immense energy. Su Liang shields his eyes from the blinding light, unable to see what's happening. The pages of the lunar book flip open rapidly, as a new entry is magically drawn onto a blank page. A system notification pops up. A new beast has been unlocked, and the number of illuminated illustrations have increased. Su Liang looks on, half covering his face, full of anticipation. The beast that you've received is, the notification hangs, as Su Liang's wide, hopeful eyes stare at the result, waiting for the reveal. A system notification announces that a new beast has been unlocked, and the lunar book glows on the floor as the summoning completes. The result of the gacha is revealed, a translucent moonshadow. It's a high-rank, moonlight-type beast with 2 battle skills, Moon Scale and Conceal. Su Liang analyzes the result. It's a support-type high-rank beast with 2 battle skills that are pretty hard to get. Looks like my luck is pretty good, he thinks to himself, somewhat surprised. He admits that if he were a normal beast tamer, getting such a rare high-rank beast would have felt like a miracle. But, to Su Liang, the person currently posing as the leader of the Dual Moon Order and the invincible Lunar King, a mere translucent moonshadow can't change anything at all. His hopeful expression fades into one of disappointment. He knows that the crisis he is currently facing can't be solved by the strength of a simple high-rank beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he cancels the contract. The translucent moonshadow dissolves into particles of light as the system announces it has been returned, and beast strength value will be given as compensation. A surge of blue energy flows from the dissolving beast and into Su Liang. His status screen appears, showing his EXP bar filling up significantly, pushing him from a 1-star tamer towards the 2-star rank. He looks at his glowing book and notes, wow, it's quite generous with the compensation. I'm going to become a 2-star beast tamer soon. But even so, I'm not happy at all, he sighs, watching the last wisps of energy dissipate. He may have leveled up, but he's still defenseless. He takes off his cloak and reflects on the original owner's foolishness. The former Lunar King had many chances to sign contracts with supreme beasts in the Dual Moon Order, but because he thought he had the mythical lunar butterfly, he completely ignored the rest. He flops down on his bed, lamenting, how did you fall into this situation all of a sudden? Then a thought strikes him with the force of a lightning bolt. Wait a minute. He sits up, realizing his mistake. Even if a high-rank beast can't solve the root of the issue, it's still better than the flicker butterfly that has no fighting power. If he really gets into trouble, the high-rank beast could at least handle the situation. He stares at his empty hands in horror, screaming at his own foolishness. Why did I immediately return it? A chilling possibility enters his mind. Don't tell me my personality is being influenced by the original owner. He pictures the arrogant face of the former king. No way, he shouts, shaking his head furiously. There's still a difference. At least I'm not blindly believing that the lunar butterfly is real. With a long sigh, Su Liang collapses onto his bed, completely drained. He makes a new resolution. Next time I get a high-rank beast, I'll make sure to sign a contract with it. Lying on his back, he starts making plans. I'll head to the Moon Pavilion again tomorrow to farm some experience points. There's still a lot of beasts that I haven't collected. Then his thoughts turn to a much grander prize. And that white flower deer, no, it should be Moon Chaser. If I bring some nice treats for her, I wonder if I can lure her away. He muses, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he hatches a new plan. At that very moment elsewhere, the Moon Chaser's eyes snap open in shock. What? She exclaims, sensing something is wrong. She looks around her now empty enclosure in a panic. What's going on? Where are my things? Why did they get demolished? All her personal comforts and treasures are gone. A female caretaker appears, calling out to the confused deer. Aya, sweetie, you're awake. The Moon Chaser turns, still bewildered. The caretaker gently brushes the Moon Chaser's coat, trying to soothe her. Sweetie, when you arrive at the Lunar God Palace, you will live a better life than here, she explains. With a sad smile, the caretaker says her goodbyes. Messengers of the Lunar God Palace will come to pick you up soon. Don't be naughty in the future and listen to your new caretaker. The reality of the situation hits the moon chaser like a ton of bricks. What, she thinks, her eyes wide with shock and betrayal. I was sold to the Lunar God Palace. The scene shifts to the academy entrance, where two mysterious figures in white cloaks have arrived. The students whisper in awe, recognizing them as beast tamers from the central continent's dominant force, and wondering if their arrival has something to do with the Lunar King. The two messengers reveal themselves. The one with reddish-brown hair looks around with disdain. HMPH, I heard the Lunar King was training here and thought this was some sort of treasure land. But turns out there's only a bunch of kids here. How hilarious, she scoffs. Her blue-haired companion calmly cautions her. Little sister, don't make trouble. We only came for the white flower deer this time. You must never go overboard, especially when it comes to the Lunar King and the Dual Moon Order. The red-haired messenger huffs but concedes. HMPH, I know. I don't want to cause problems either. We only need to take the white flower deer, right? She says, glancing towards their destination. The chapter concludes with a final, ominous shot. A mysterious man with green hair and glasses watches from afar with a smug, knowing smile, hinting that he is the mastermind behind the moon chaser's sudden transfer. A woman with green hair and glasses, named Ching-hee, stands at a doorway, welcoming two guests. She introduces herself as the owner of the Moon Pavilion. Two mysterious figures in white hoods and masks stand before her. The one with purple hair speaks cryptically, "The moon will not fall as the night is eternal." Ching-hee smiles to herself, thinking that these messengers from the Lunar God Palace still have their typical arrogant attitude, even though their era of dominance is long over. Trying to be a gracious host, Ching-hee suggests they go see the white flower deer. However, one of the messengers dismisses the idea, stating they've already seen its appearance online. Dropping all pretense, the lead messenger with purple hair gets straight to the point. She demands that Ching-hee bring the deer to them immediately, offering to pay 10 times the asking price. Ching-hee is visibly taken aback, her eyes widening in shock at the sudden and incredibly high offer of 10 times the price. Ching-hee quickly analyzes the situation. The white flower deer is nearly extinct, making it as valuable as a high-rank beast. Seeing their desperation, she realizes this is a golden opportunity to make a huge profit. She pushes back, explaining that this isn't just any beast. It's a direct descendant of the one owned by the pavilion's founder, which is why it receives the luxury treatment of a supreme-rank beast. Ching-hee thinks to herself, considering the vast resources her pavilion has poured into caring for the deer over many years. She concludes that even 10 times the price isn't enough to cover their investment. The younger, pink-haired messenger lets out a dismissive scoff, clearly unimpressed by Ching-hee's explanation. She laughs mockingly, questioning the value of a mid-rank beast, regardless of its ancestry, and scoffing at the idea of a shabby place providing luxury treatment. Her superior sharply cuts her off, yelling, "Be quiet." Startled by the sharp rebuke, the pink-haired messenger flinches and looks at her leader in fear, questioning, "Big sister." The lead messenger, the big sister, ignores her subordinate's outburst. With a cold and determined gaze, she raises the stakes even higher, asking, 20 times, is that enough? The new offer sends a shockwave through the room. The younger messenger is horrified, and even the usually composed Ching-hee is utterly stunned by the outrageous amount. The younger messenger turns to her big sister in protest, exclaiming that 20 times the price is an outrageous sum and far beyond the budget they were given. The lead messenger reveals why she's so desperate. She explains that her own beast, Moon's Voice, is an extremely rare high-rank species with the special ability to predict and avoid danger. She continues, revealing that Moon's Voice has been in a state of extreme mania recently, which is a sure sign that something terrible is about to happen. Realizing the grave danger they might be in, she decides it's better to pay the doubled price and leave with the white flower deer as quickly as possible, especially since they are not in their own territory. Just as she makes her decision, she freezes. Her eyes widen in alarm as her danger-sensing ability is suddenly triggered by an unseen threat. A shot of the back of a mysterious hooded figure appears, emanating an aura of immense power. The lead messenger trembles, sweat beading on her face as she's overwhelmed by a terrifying pressure that feels like it could crush a person. Her eyes dart around in panic as the immense, crushing pressure bears down on her, confirming her worst fears. Her eyes widen in absolute terror. Her premonition was right. She realizes someone is here, a being of unimaginable power. The source of the terrifying pressure is revealed. A young man with silver hair and a commanding presence appears, and the messengers immediately recognize him, the Lunar King. A wide shot shows the Lunar King standing opposite the two messengers from the Lunar God Palace. The vast space between them, along with the crowd gathered behind him, highlights the immense power gap and his superior authority. The lead messenger's legs tremble uncontrollably. Her eyes are wide with panic as she wonders what they should do in the face of such overwhelming power. Both messengers are drenched in a cold sweat, completely terrified and paralyzed by the oppressive aura radiating from the Lunar King. The lead messenger realizes with horror that her younger sister's sanity has been completely suppressed by the Lunar King's presence. She desperately tries to call out to her, asking if she can hear her. The younger messenger stares blankly, her eyes glowing with a mesmerized red light. Panicked, her older sister screams at her to lower her head quickly and not look directly into the Lunar King's eyes. The lead messenger shakes her sister, desperately trying to snap her out of the trance, yelling, "Little sister, get a hold of yourself." Despite her sister's frantic warnings to lower her head and not look, the younger messenger is completely captivated, her wide, glowing eyes fixed on the Lunar King. Finally breaking free from the stupor, the younger messenger pants heavily, leaning on her sister for support, her face flushed. Instead of being terrified, the younger messenger seems dazed and infatuated, dreamily telling her sister that she just saw the Lunar King's eyes. The Lunar King continues to stare down at them, his shadow looming over them. The lead messenger is terrified, while the younger one still seems lost in a daze from looking at him. A close-up of the Lunar King's eye reveals an intimidating, cold gaze that seems to pierce right through them. The sheer pressure from the Lunar King's presence becomes too much to bear, forcing both messengers to their knees. As the Lunar King, Su Liang, stands over the kneeling messengers, his aura is so immense and overpowering that it feels like the very air is rumbling. The lead messenger trembles, thinking to herself that his indifferent attitude and world-disregarding dominance make it impossible for her to even lift her head. She's utterly convinced that this isn't just a man standing before them. His aura is so powerful that it's like a real god is dwelling inside his body. However, inside his head, Su Liang is just a confused boy. He wonders why two people from the enemy lunar god palace are here. Because of the opposition between their factions, he knows he can't be the one to speak first. His silence is misinterpreted by the messengers. They're terrified, thinking that the only reason he's staring is because he's in a bad mood and is about to kill them on a whim. Meanwhile, Su Liang is screaming internally for someone, anyone, to come and say something to break the awkward and painful silence. Just as the tension reaches its peak, Qing He, the pavilion owner, dramatically rushes forward, shouting "Lunar King," and shattering the silence. She approaches Su Liang with a fawning expression, reintroducing herself and declaring it the greatest honor to see him in person. Su Liang remains silent, maintaining his stoic facade. Seizing the moment, Qing He proudly declares that she joined the Dual Moon Order 3 months ago, revealing a tattoo on her arm as proof. Internally, Su Liang breathes a sigh of relief that someone finally broke the tension. Qing He quickly explains the situation, informing the Lunar King that the kneeling women are messengers from the Lunar God Palace who are here to buy the white flower deer he saw the previous day. She adds that the deer's appearance is so perfect that even the rival Lunar God Palace couldn't resist trying to buy it at a sky-high price. This information makes Su Liang's eyes widen slightly in realization. Suddenly, it all clicks into place for Su Liang. The white flower deer they're talking about is none other than the Moon Chaser, the magnificent beast he had encountered before. He now understands. The reason for the supposedly luxurious treatment wasn't just because of some ancient bloodline as Qing He had claimed. Looking at the beautiful Moon Chaser, Su Liang smirks to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction that he is the only one who knows this beast's real identity as a supreme-rank creature. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Su Liang turns his back on the deal and the messengers, leaving Qing He to watch the scene unfold. The lead messenger lets out a breath she didn't realize she was holding, thinking to herself, he finally left. Are we spared? But Su Liang stops and speaks without turning around, his voice cold and final. Go back, this is not a place for people like you. As he walks away, he delivers a cryptic and ominous parting shot. The moon is about to fall. Qing He is initially confused by his strange proclamation, wondering to herself, it's broad daylight, where's the moon? But then the true meaning of his words dawns on her, and her face fills with shock and understanding. The messengers are equally stunned, processing his words. Wait, what did he just say? One asks. The other repeats in horror, the moon is about to fall. The crowd of onlookers understands the gravity of the situation. If an ordinary person had said that, it would have been a meaningless utterance. But the person who said this was no ordinary man. It was the world's strongest being, the Lunar King himself. A proclamation from him was as good as prophecy. The lead messenger immediately understands the terrifying implication. the moon is the symbol of their lunar god palace. This statement wasn't a prophecy, it was a declaration of war, portending an unprecedented disaster. Still kneeling, the younger messenger tries to defiantly retort with their faction's slogan, stammering, "The moon will not fall," But the words die in her throat, her terror too great to even finish the sentence. A nearby student is aghast at her foolish bravery, thinking, holy shit, she actually dared to talk back to the Lunar King. The younger messenger instantly realizes her grave mistake, her eyes widening in pure terror. Su Liang stops. He doesn't turn around fully, but gives a silent, chilling side-eye glance that freezes her to the core. The younger messenger trembles violently under his gaze, clutching her chest as waves of fear wash over her. Without another word, Su Liang walks away, leaving her to collapse onto the floor from the sheer force of his silent intimidation. The lead messenger rushes to her younger sister's side, calling out her name in concern. She tells her sobbing sister to forget about the white flower deer, realizing that this matter has escalated far beyond their control. The lead messenger pulls her sister to her feet, determined. They must return to the lunar god palace at once and report the Lunar King's words directly to the princess. As they hurry away, the lead messenger is filled with a sense of dread. She knows that a great calamity is about to descend upon her home. Qinghe watches them flee, a smug smirk on her face. She mockingly repeats their proud motto, "The moon will not fall as the night is eternal, my ass." Qinghe watches Su Liang's retreating figure with a satisfied smirk. To her, the dull moon of the lunar god palace was already fading, and its time to fall was long overdue. She gazes at his stoic profile, utterly convinced of his power. In her eyes, the true moon slumbers eternally within Su Liang, the one and only Lunar King. Once out of sight, Su Liang finally lets his facade drop, clutching his chest in relief. Phew, that was close, he thinks, grateful that the younger messenger's stutter gave him an opening to escape the conversation. Still, he worries, sweating slightly. After saying all those grandiose and threatening things, he wonders if his bluff was convincing enough, or if they saw through his act. As he walks away, he consoles himself. After the intense confrontation, he's fairly certain the lunar god palace won't be coming back for the white flower deer anytime soon. Suddenly, a commotion is heard from another room. Staff members are carrying out boxes while panicked deer noises echo, translated as "no, don't." The source of the noise is the white flower deer herself, who is frantically pulling on a caretaker's shirt, crying out, "Don't take away my things." The staff are confused, noting that she's usually very obedient. One of the caretakers comes to a heartwarming, but completely incorrect conclusion. The deer must be acting out because she doesn't want to leave her beloved caretaker. She pulls the deer into a tight hug, promising to visit often. The deer, however, is panicking internally, desperately thinking, "Please don't." Ignoring the deer's struggles, the caretaker continues to soothe her while trying to pack up her bedding. As she lifts the covers, the caretaker suddenly stops, confused by what she sees hidden underneath. Revealed is the deer's secret stash: snacks, a small mirror, a pink smartphone, and a romance novel titled "The Domineering Beast Emperor Loves Me." The caretaker is completely baffled, her mind struggling to process the scene as she wonders aloud, do beasts like these kinds of stuff? She picks up the pink smartphone, examining the unfamiliar object with curiosity. The deer watches in horror as the caretaker holds her phone, panicking that her secret stash has been discovered. The caretaker unwittingly unlocks the phone, revealing the deer's web browser. In a moment of pure dread, the deer realizes, "No, my search history is going to get exposed." A steely look of determination appears in the deer's eyes. In order to protect her embarrassing search history, she declares to herself, "I'd rather become a demon," and launches herself at the unsuspecting caretaker. The caretaker yelps in surprise as the deer collides with her, sending the precious pink phone flying into the air. The phone tumbles through the air in slow motion, its secrets momentarily suspended for all to see. But before it can hit the ground, a hand smoothly plucks it from the air. The deer looks on in stunned silence. Her eyes widen in absolute horror as she recognizes the person who caught her phone. The Lunar King, Su Liang, had been drawn over by the noise. The deer lets out a silent, internal scream of despair. Of all the people who could have found out, why did it have to be him? Su Liang looks down at the phone he just caught, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. As he reads the screen, his stoic facade breaks, and he lets out a small, stifled laugh. PFT. While the deer hides behind her bed in absolute shame, and the caretakers watch in confusion, Su Liang tries his best to contain his amusement. With the deer hiding in shame and the staff frozen in confusion, Su Liang struggles to suppress a laugh as he looks down at the phone that started the whole mess. Still amused, Su Liang playfully considers quoting the novel back at the deer, thinking, should I also say, woman, you have succeeded in catching my interest. He looks down at the chaotic scene, the deer hiding in shame, and the caretaker she knocked over still lying unconscious on the bed. The other staff members just stand there, stunned. The moon chaser peeks out from her hiding spot, her face flushed with extreme embarrassment, unable to face anyone. Su Liang takes a moment to compose himself, putting his stoic Lunar King mask back on after his brief moment of amusement. He addresses the staff, casually tossing the pink phone back. The trade with the Lunar God Palace has been called off. All of you should leave now. Then, with a grand gesture, he makes a stunning announcement. Later in the evening, the Dual Moon Order will send someone over to negotiate the purchase of the Moon Pavilion. The staff are completely shocked by this sudden declaration, exclaiming, "What? Purchase of the Moon Pavilion?" Su Liang smirks. This was his plan all along. By acquiring the Moon Pavilion, he can use it as a cover to gather a large number of moonlight-type beasts for his collection. He glances at the valuable Moon Chaser. He hadn't expected to almost lose such a rare supreme-rank beast. To be on the safe side, he decides it's time for a tactical retreat. Having made his decision and set his plan in motion, he turns to leave, disappearing through the doors with a decisive sound effect. The remaining staff members just stare after him, completely bewildered by the whirlwind of events that just transpired. The staff immediately begin to gossip, amazed that the Lunar King canceled the trade and announced his intent to buy the whole pavilion. They are excited by the prospect of being backed by the powerful Dual Moon Order. However, the main caretaker is stuck on one detail. She wonders what was on that phone that could make the famously stoic Lunar King crack a smile. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she decides to find out for herself and lunges to snatch the phone back from the deer. The Moon Chaser, having just gotten her precious phone back, is horrified and quickly dodges out of the way. As the deer bolts, the caretaker yells after her, "Ah, don't run around." The deer is not taking any more chances. The caretaker is left standing there, utterly confused by the deer's strange behavior, wondering if she's hit her rebellious phase. The Moon Chaser sprints down the hallway, leaving a cloud of dust behind her. She's not running away, she's on a mission. That Lunar King, she thinks. Her eyes narrow with grim determination. The absolute worst has happened. Not only did he see through my real identity, he also saw my search history. She spots Su Liang walking away and picks up speed. She knows she absolutely cannot let him leave the pavilion with that knowledge. Her face is flushed with a mixture of shame and determination. For her, the stakes are ultimate. If he reveals her secret, she won't be able to live on this planet anymore. With a desperate cry, she shouts, "Stop!" Her voice, clearly that of a young woman, brings Su Liang to a halt. She squares up against him, taking an aggressive stance and points an accusatory hoof at him. "Lunar King, you've seen everything, haven't you?" Su Liang realizes this voice, so it was really a girl. Everything clicks into place. No wonder she was reading those types of novels. Puffing out her chest to look as intimidating as possible, the Moon Chaser delivers her ultimate threat. "If you dare to reveal my secret, I will never let you go." A long, awkward silence hangs in the air between them as the Moon Chaser waits for his reaction to her threat. She looks on hopefully, wondering to herself, did I succeed? Is he scared now? Su Liang, however, gives her a smug, pitying look and says, "My condolences. Sometimes, having your dark past revealed is just a way to say goodbye to your past self." The comment is so patronizing and hits so hard that the Moon Chaser literally coughs up blood from sheer embarrassment, ending the confrontation on a hilarious note. Su Liang playfully teases the white flower deer, a mystical creature with large, expressive purple eyes and crystalline antlers, saying she has caught his interest. The deer, flustered and blushing, screams at him to shut up. The white flower deer, still agitated, warns Su Liang not to be unafraid just because he's the Lunar King. She threatens him, telling him never to tell anyone about her identity or the cheesy lines he just used. Her threats escalate dramatically. She vows to sprint out of the Moon Pavilion, run to his house, and trample him into a bloody mess. Su Liang, however, looks on, completely unfazed by her outburst. A thought suddenly strikes Su Liang. He recalls a crucial piece of information. If you say the true name of a beast within a certain range, they will instantly notice. He realizes this must be the unique sixth sense ability of a supreme-rank beast. A sly, knowing look crosses his face as he understands the power he now holds. The white flower deer watches him, a bead of sweat running down her face. She seems to sense that he has figured something out, and her confident anger gives way to nervousness. Putting his theory to the test, Su Liang lays a trap with his words. He asks her, "So, in other words, as long as I call out your name when you're nearby, you'll immediately come to my side, right?" Caught off guard by the direct question and bound by her nature, the white flower deer instinctively shouts back, "Of course." A moment later, the reality of her admission hits her. She freezes, her expression turning to one of pure shock and regret as she realizes she's fallen right into his trap. Seeing his victory, Su Liang calmly states, "Then it's settled." With a charming but threatening smile, Su Liang tells her that if he calls and she doesn't appear, he'll tell everyone her secret. The mortified white flower deer can only stammer out a reluctant agreement. Su Liang gives a quiet, satisfied smile, pleased with how easily he was able to coerce the supreme rank beast. His goal achieved, he turns to leave, casually waving goodbye. "You better remember till I'll go now," he says, leaving the deer to stew in her embarrassment. Just as he's about to walk away, the white flower deer calls out to him. Surprised, Su Liang stops and turns around to see what she wants. Her demeanor has changed. She looks at him seriously and offers a cryptic piece of advice: "Be careful of the full moon." Su Liang takes in her warning. His playful attitude fades for a moment as he considers her words, and he simply replies, "Okay." With their business concluded, Su Liang turns and continues on his way, leaving the pavilion behind. Left alone, the white flower deer is dizzy with confusion and embarrassment from the whole exchange, her head spinning. As she replays the conversation in her mind, a new thought horrifies her. She realizes Su Liang's words, "As long as I call out your name, you'll immediately come to my side," sound very much like a different kind of confession. She panics thinking, wasn't that sentence very much like a different kind of confession? Watching his silhouette recede into the distance, her mind romanticizes the entire event, comparing it to an encounter with the male lead in a novel. Meanwhile, having left the pavilion, Su Liang stops outside, a thought dawning on him. He stands in stunned silence, the reality of what just happened hitting him. He can't believe he actually managed to coerce a supreme rank beast. He becomes flustered himself, realizing his words came out sounding far more intense than he intended. He thinks, "I just wanted to tease her because she looked so funny, but those words unintentionally came out like that." Su Liang then tries to rationalize the situation. He recalls that according to the world's setting, once a beast tamer and a beast sign a contract, they accompany each other until death. From that perspective, he muses, calling it a confession isn't entirely wrong. Besides, he reasons, if she had been truly angry, he would probably be dead by now. Su Liang smiles to himself, thinking that the deer's over-the-top reaction simply means she really doesn't want her embarrassing secrets exposed. He finds it surprisingly cute. His thoughts then shift back to her warning. He becomes serious, wondering what she could have meant by telling him to be careful of the full moon. He finds it particularly odd. After all, why would someone give a warning about the moon to him, the lunar king of all people? He holds up his book, the Moon Tome, and speculates, is something going to happen on the full moon that's coming in 3 days? He considers his current situation. He's alone and without any bodyguards. If he were to run into real danger, he'd be vulnerable. Looking at the Moon Tome, he decides it would be best to strengthen his lineup of beasts, just in case her warning proves to be serious. The scene shifts dramatically to the Lunar God Palace, a grand hall where several silhouetted figures are gathered around a massive table shaped like the full moon. These are the 10 pillar princesses, the 10 most powerful beast tamers in the Lunar God Palace. Though their identities are unknown, they are all said to be women of extreme beauty. 2 robed attendants kneel, discussing a dire prophecy. The moon is about to fall. One of them asks nervously if the Lunar King truly said those words. The other attendant confirms it without a doubt, exclaiming, "Yes, word for word." From her throne, a woman with elaborate blue hair is introduced as the 4th princess. She coolly states that the Lunar King's words have reminded her of something. She makes a bizarrely off-topic remark, casually reminding the attendants that the time of the full moon is different this season, so they shouldn't forget to adjust their watches. Her flippant comment enrages the other silhouetted figures. They shout at her, calling her a piece of trash and questioning what she's even saying at a time like this. One of the hooded figures, a member of the Black Moon Believers, speaks up. They reason that it's impossible for someone like the Lunar King to interact with low-rank beasts, so his appearance at the Moon Pavilion must mean he was attracted by something far more powerful. The figure comes to a terrifying conclusion, shouting that the only thing that could have drawn his attention is a monarch-rank beast, shocking the other believers. Another believer expresses their disbelief and fear, questioning the implications. If the Lunar King can truly control a monarch-rank creature, then their situation is dire. The first believer explains the legend. This means the god slumbering within the Lunar King is about to awaken. Once it does, the Moon God Palace will no longer have the ability to resist his power. An imposing image depicts this very fear. A colossal, Cthulhu-like entity, the slumbering god, looms ominously behind the completely unaware Su Liang. Panicked by this revelation, the Black Moon believers turn their attention to the only one who seems calm, calling out, "Fourth Princess." Facing her, they desperately ask if she is finally willing to cooperate with them against this overwhelming threat. The Fourth Princess scoffs at them. She asks the Black Moon believers if they truly think they have a chance of winning, especially if the Lunar King has already signed a contract with a monocrank beast. Her words leave them speechless. The believers have no answer, left in stunned silence as the Fourth Princess stares coolly at a blank data screen. She continues to taunt their silence, asking, "Oi, where did all of you go? You're all scared now." Suddenly, a new, mysterious voice cuts in, addressing the Fourth Princess directly. "Let me speak with her." The princess looks intrigued as she's told not to worry. The mysterious figure, hidden in the shadows of a dark hood, gives a confident, menacing smile. He declares, "In this world, the Lunar King is not the only one who is favored by the moonlight," hinting that other powerful factions are now making their move. The scene changes, explaining the source of the public's fear. Recently, after the new Lunar King purchased the Moon Pavilion, he sent followers to search for moonlight beasts and transport them to the Academy of Beasts. This aggressive acquisition of beasts has plunged the entire northern region into a state of panic, with all local forces gripped by fear and restlessness. Among the public, wild rumors are spreading. Some people, including students at the academy, believe the Lunar King is consuming these lesser beasts to replenish his energy and become more powerful. There are even more terrifying rumors, suggesting that his actions are a sign that the ancient, powerful spirit that lives inside the Lunar King is about to awaken. Because of all these terrifying speculations, the entire northern region has become turbulent, and everyone is living in a constant state of panic. However, the story cuts to Su Liang, the Lunar King at the center of this storm, whose room is currently glowing with a bright, magical light. In stark contrast to the fearsome rumors, Su Liang is just in his room playing his beast gacha game. He gets a notification that new pet beasts have been unlocked, and he pulls two low-ranking cards: a lunar elemental and a lunar spirit sparrow. He continues his pulls, getting two new middle-ranking beasts, a comical pig character called Where the Moon and a crescent moon leopard. Finally, his luck turns. On his fifth pull, he receives a new shining gold card for a high-ranking beast, Moon in the Lake. Dressed in simple clothes, Su Liang scratches his head, complaining about his luck. He recalls getting a high-level pet in a single draw before, but this time it took 5 whole draws to get just one. He thinks to himself that even with the help of the Twin Moon Pavilion, it still takes 2 to 3 days to save up enough points for 5 consecutive draws. He dismisses his earlier pulls, thinking that the low and mid-ranked pets can't be contracted, making them useless for anything other than collecting and exchanging for pet points. His attention then turns to the single high-ranking card he managed to pull, wondering what to do with it. Looking at the card, he's skeptical. Even though he said he'd sign a contract with a high-ranking one, Moon in the Lake sounds like a support-type beast, which he feels won't be much help. He also notes that the name is completely unfamiliar. Deciding it must be a very obscure beast, he pulls out his phone to search for information about it. He types Moon in the Lake into the search bar, but the results come up empty. The screen reads, "Sorry, nothing related to Moon in the Lake was found." Su Liang is completely shocked. He wonders how it's possible that there's a pet beast that can't be found in the modern beast encyclopedia. Then he has a realization. Since he has unlocked the beast in his system, he should be able to look it up in his own personal Moon Book catalog. He eagerly opens his Moon tome, the pages flipping rapidly as he searches for the entry. His eyes widen as he quickly lands on the correct page. "Found it," he exclaims. The entry reveals the beast's true nature. Moon in the Lake is a high-ranking lunar beast that appeared 13,000 years ago as a mutated pet. It became extinct due to its inability to reproduce. Its main battle skill, sinking, allows it to absorb all shocks and fluctuations. Su Liang trembles as he reads the details, his mind stuck on one unbelievable fact: 13,000 years. He shouts in astonishment, realizing this beast is even older than the entire history of the Moon God's palace. This isn't just a high-ranking beast, it's an ancestral one. Freaking out in his chair, he finally understands why he couldn't find any information online. It's because Moon in the Lake isn't a creature of this era at all. He clutches his head in disbelief, the phrase echoing in his mind. A beast that's not a creature of this era is something he never thought possible. His long-held beliefs about the world of beasts shatter. The discovery of a creature completely lost to modern history opens up a universe of new possibilities. A brilliant idea forms in his mind. He reflects that the main reason he avoided contracting a high-ranking beast was the fear of being recognized, as it doesn't fit his hidden identity. But what if it's a beast that nobody knows about? He looks at the image of Moon in the lake in the tome. Since its existence has been lost to time, it's the perfect companion. No one will ever be able to uncover its true, ancient identity. What's more, its defensive ability to ward off unexpected threats, while not a direct fighting skill, is exactly what he needs for his currently vulnerable situation. Having made up his mind, Su Liang decides to form the contract. The card for Moon in the lake appears before him, ready to be activated. With his arms outstretched, Su Liang calls out to the ancient spirit. A system notification confirms it instantly. Moon in the lake contract signed. The moment the contract is formed, his first and weakest beast, a tiny flash butterfly, flies out of the room in a panic. Su Liang calls for it to come back, surprised by its reaction. Inside Su Liang's consciousness, the flash butterfly flits about frantically, terrified by the new presence. Suddenly, a huge wave of spiritual water erupts from below, startling the tiny butterfly. The space transforms into a calm lake under a starry night sky. The flash butterfly hovers above the water, shivering in awe and fear of the immense power it senses. Su Liang opens his eyes, now fully aware of the new consciousness linked to his own. He finds himself standing within the mental domain created by his new beast, surrounded by its calm, watery energy. The spirit of Moon in the lake, a beautiful and serene giantess made of light and water, appears before him. He looks up in awe and asks, "Is this the Moon in the lake?" He feels a mysterious sense of ancient power from her, totally different from other high-ranking beasts. He accepts her fully, declaring, "It's now my second pet beast." With this new, secret power at his side, he feels a renewed sense of hope that it will help him navigate the dangers to come. He looks out his window at the sky, his thoughts turning back to the white flower deer's warning. After all, the night of the full moon is coming up soon. The scene shifts. It is now the night of the full moon. A lone figure stands on a rooftop, silhouetted against the massive, glowing orb in the sky. This is an undercover agent from the Black Moon sect. He wears tactical gear and sunglasses, looking very annoyed. "Damn it," he mutters. "I can't believe I was randomly assigned to patrol this area." He recalls his briefing from the Lunar Palace. He was told that the King of the Moon had appeared and was certain to make a move on the night of the full moon. The agent was terrified to learn the king was here. His superiors reminded him that he is one of the best agents in the Black Moon sect and has been a very successful mole in the academy, but he must be extremely careful this time. He could only agree, clenching his teeth in apprehension. Back in the present, the agent looks out at the academy with dread. This patrol area is the one closest to where the Lunar King is staying. He sweats, knowing that with a being of that caliber, if he senses even the slightest hint of hostility, he'll be dead. His terrified imagination conjures an image of a monstrous, beastly version of the Lunar King looming over him, ready to strike. At that same moment, a disturbance ripples through Su Liang's consciousness. His weakest beast, the flash butterfly, begins to float about nervously, sensing something in the air that fills it with panic. In his room, Su Liang is alerted by his flash butterfly's agitation. "It's strange," he thinks. "I've never seen him like this on a full moon night before." He then checks on his newest companion, but notes that the powerful moon in the lake is sleeping peacefully, completely unaffected by whatever is spooking the smaller beast. From his butterfly's reaction, Su Liang deduces the most likely cause. An extremely strong beast has appeared somewhere inside the academy, causing a panic among all the low-ranking pets. Seeing his butterfly still buzzing nervously at the door, Su Liang sighs. Okay, stop making a scene," he says, relenting. "I'll take you out to sea." His butterfly rests on his shoulder as he gets ready. He thinks to himself that while there is a curfew in the academy on the night of a full moon, that rule doesn't really matter to him. He grows more serious, reasoning that since the incident is happening inside the academy, the target must be related to him in some way. He moves to open the door and investigate. He also figures that in case of real danger, an empty, open space is a much better battlefield than an enclosed dormitory, and it will keep the other students out of harm's way. He clicks the door open. The moment he steps out, he finds the dormitory hallway in total chaos. Other students are running around frantically, calling for their own panicking beasts. One student yells at him, "Wait, you can't run out of the dormitory on the night of the full moon." Su Liang is taken aback by the pandemonium, looking around at the panicked students and their agitated beasts, wondering what's going on. His expression becomes grim as he puts the pieces together. Looks like Tanyan Zhuyu's prediction was right, he thinks, recalling the white flower deer's warning. It seems there is an unknown ferocious beast coming. But is it targeting me? Suddenly, a tremendous crash shakes the entire building. Something smashes through a nearby window as the students scream in pure terror. As other students run for cover, Su Liang stands his ground, calmly trying to assess the situation. What's going on with all this commotion? He wonders. Another deafening roar echoes from outside as a massive explosion of force blows a rooftop clean off, sending debris flying into the night sky. Watching the destruction from a window, Su Liang smirks. He realizes the attack is indiscriminate and chaotic. No, he thinks, I don't think this one is targeted at me. The scene cuts back to the Black Moon agent, who has been thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. He gasps for air, trying to push himself up from the rubble. As the dust begins to settle, a colossal shadow with long ears and glowing eyes looms over him. The agent stares in utter disbelief, thinking, "You have to be kidding me." He tries to make sense of what he's seeing. Heh, it clearly looks like a low-ranking lunar rabbit, he mutters to himself, but this overwhelming size and aura. The chapter ends with a full view of the terrifying creature. It is a gigantic, monstrous version of a lunar rabbit, with furious glowing eyes and an aura of immense power. The horrified agent can only stare up at it and think, what the hell is this thing? Under the full moon, a giant moonlight rabbit has gone berserk, letting out a furious roar that echoes through the village. Observing the chaos is an unnamed Twin Moon sect cadet, who scoffs at the beast's rampage, clicking his tongue in annoyance at the disturbance. The giant rabbit lets out a pained wail, its attention now focused on the unnamed Twin Moon sect cadet, who stands his ground amidst the rubble. The unnamed Twin Moon sect cadet's eye narrows. He's had enough of this creature's pointless destruction. He unleashes a powerful attack, a swift and decisive strike aimed directly at the rampaging beast. The attack lands with a massive explosion, sending a shockwave through the village, as the unnamed Twin Moon sect cadet's power is displayed. Inside a nearby building, the thunderous roar from outside sends people and smaller beasts into a screaming panic. The commotion reaches Su Liang, who looks up, startled. He wonders what on earth is going on outside to cause such a loud roar. The building continues to tremble from the force of the battle raging outside. Frightened by the noise, a stampede of small, panicked beasts floods the hallways, desperately trying to flee. The chaotic stampede of terrified creatures rushes towards a closed elevator door, finding their escape route blocked. Just as the panic reaches its peak, a calming presence makes itself known, taking a deep breath before intervening. A single, authoritative command echoes through the hall, projected with a mystical power that cuts through the chaos. Instantly, all the rampaging little beasts freeze in their tracks, the panic subsiding as a powerful aura washes over them. A figure wonders what's happening in the middle of the night as the shadow of a great deer falls over the hallway. The magnificent white flower deer appears, its crystalline antlers glowing. With calm authority, it tells the little ones to go back to their beds. Obeying the command, the now calm beasts turn and quietly walk away, the stampede completely quelled. A female staff member watches in disbelief. The stampede stopped. She gently ushers the last of the little ones back to their nests. She remains puzzled, wondering how the rampaging beasts suddenly became so calm, especially since they are in the white flower deer's chamber. Meanwhile, the white flower deer squirms on its bed, blushing and fidgeting as it recalls a recent encounter. It buries its face in a pillow, completely flustered. What does he really mean? It wonders to itself. It remembers the deal made with Su Liang. He had threatened to reveal its secret if it didn't show up when called, leaving the deer in a state of shock. The deer's thoughts race. It realizes Su Liang is the Lunar King, equal to the great Kang Yue Emperor, and wonders why such a powerful being would need its help. A blush spreads across its face as a thrilling possibility takes root. But maybe, could it be, that his power hasn't actually reached its peak yet? The deer's logic clicks into place, arriving at a delightfully hopeful conclusion. So, he will need my strength to help him through a crisis, right? Lost in its romantic delusion, the white flower deer buries its face into the pillows, letting out a stream of flustered, happy gibberish. Its eyes sparkle with anticipation as it clings to the hopeful thought, tonight, is he really going to call out my name? Meanwhile outside, the battle continues to rage under the light of the full moon, with smoke and fire pluming from the site of destruction. The giant moonlight rabbit glares with malicious intent, having withstood the previous attack. It stands tall amidst the smoke and rubble, its powerful presence causing the very ground to shake. It lets out another defiant roar, undeterred by the battle. Ling Yu sweats, realizing the beast's power is far greater than he initially expected. Riding atop his fish-like spirit beasts, he determines the rabbit isn't a member of the Twin Moon sect, given the reckless way it destroyed the academy's courtyard. He grows concerned, knowing that if the powerful Lunar King finds out about this commotion, he'll be in deep trouble. He tries to reassure himself, concluding that it must be a wild beast that simply went berserk under the full moon, nothing more than a false alarm. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he confronts the rabbit, shouting, "Hey, do you not realize that this is the Lunar King's territory?" He continues his threat, warning the beast that if it alerts the Lunar King, it won't even know how it died. The rabbit takes a heavy step forward, ignoring the warning entirely. Ling Yuyu clicks his tongue in annoyance, advising the beast to back off before it's too late. But his warning comes too late, as the enraged rabbit lunges forward with a furious roar, intent on tearing him apart. The rabbit whips its body around, gathering momentum for a devastating strike. Frustrated, Ling Yuyu grits his teeth, having no choice but to engage. He commands his spirit beast, also named Ling Yuyu, to unleash a powerful counterattack. The attack hits its mark, creating a massive impact that engulfs the rabbit. The rabbit is thrown back, its body wreathed in smoke and energy from the powerful blow. As the smoke clears, Ling Yuyu's two spirit beasts float, their power evident. Crouching on his beast, Ling Yuyu praises his companion for the successful strike. "Well done, Ling Yuyu." He analyzes the situation, noting that despite the rabbit's terrifying power, it seems incredibly slow and lacks the intelligence of a high-ranking beast. He reasons that it can't be a supreme beast, otherwise it would have been impossible for his Ling Yuyu to block its attack so easily. Still, its raw power is undeniable. Interesting, he muses with a smirk, his confidence growing. Since the Lunar King has not been alerted, I'll take this opportunity to find out what you really are before finishing you off. Deciding to end this, Ling Yuyu raises his hand and unleashes his beast's full potential. "Ling Yuyu, the restrictions have been lifted. You have my permission to absorb the moonlight." Responding to his command, the two fish-like spirit beasts begin to glow and merge, absorbing the potent energy of the full moon. They transform into a single, colossal, and monstrous shark-like creature, its gaping maw ready to devour anything in its path. The immense power transfer causes Ling Yuyu to stagger in pain. He cries out, Ling Yuyu, stop absorbing." He falls to one knee, clutching his chest. He's reached his limit. He knows that besides the great Emperor of the Moon and the Lunar God Palace, no one can absorb moonlight endlessly without their bodies exploding. Still, a confident smirk spreads across his face. He knows the Lunar King operates beyond common sense, but he believes he is more than capable of dealing with the rabbit now. He stands before the giant rabbit and laughs. "Ever since I became a mentor, I haven't been able to fully unleash my powers." He raises a hand, energy crackling around him. "But I can now," he declares. "You're not the only one who can go berserk under a full moon." He unleashes his ultimate attack, commanding his transformed beast, Moon Devourer. The colossal beast lunges forward, its massive jaws wide open, seemingly swallowing the rabbit whole in a devastating strike. The impact shakes the academy grounds, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and debris over the rooftops. Elsewhere, the chaos has not gone unnoticed. An academy staff member shouts, "Everyone, hurry up this way to the shelter," as she guides students to safety. Two other staff members watch the destruction. One asks if a hostile force is attacking the academy, but her colleague finds it impossible. The Lunar King lives here, after all. She reasons some beast must have gone berserk from the moonlight. Her companion agrees it's possible, adding that moonlight-type beasts are extremely dangerous under a full moon, and some can even defeat a mentor. Suddenly, the pink-haired staff member is taken aback, spotting someone walking calmly toward the direction of the fight. She panics, reaching out to stop him. "Hold on, stop, student, don't wander around." She freezes, a wave of shock washing over her as she gets a proper look at the student. Her voice trembles as she recognizes the white-haired young man walking with an otherworldly calm. "Luna, Lunar King." Su Liang looks ahead with a sharp, determined gaze. "The moon is about to rise," he says, a small, mystical butterfly resting on his shoulder. He walks on, thinking to himself that despite the only beast he has that can handle a crisis being the moon in the lake, he feels confident. With his eyes closed, he savors the moment. "Somehow, there is a strange feeling of confidence in my heart, which is extremely strong, especially under the full moon." He recalls a phrase that perfectly describes the feeling, something the original owner of his body would say. With a confident smile, he looks up at the moon and thinks, "The moon's eyes are on me." Back at the fight, Ling Yuyu's massive beast descends through a cloud of smoke, returning to its master. Ling Yuyu stands, watching the aftermath. He's sure his merciless attack was the end of it. His confidence shatters as his beast cries out in agony. "Ling Yuyu," he shouts in disbelief. His pride is wounded. He thinks, "How could I, who earned my place in the Black Moon, sect through the power of Ling Yuyu?" be unable to defeat a beast that went berserk under the full moon. From the smoke, the giant rabbit emerges, seemingly unfazed. Sweat drips down his face as he stares in horror. You, bloody monster. The rabbit almost seems to be smirking, looking down on him with a smug expression as if to say, so scary, ah. Watching from a nearby doorway, a male student exclaims to his cat-eared friend, it's nowhere near the same level as a fight between cadets. He then scolds her, isn't that nonsense? Knowing it's scary, you still came here to see it. The cat-eared girl, Bai Yuer, grins cheekily. The dormitory roof was torn off. This kind of incident, of course, I want to see it with my own eyes. Her friend bonks her on the head for her recklessness. What's wrong with you? He scolds. Bai Yuer clutches the new bump on her head, but her expression turns serious as she stares at the creature. But this beast, she says, a thoughtful look on her face, why does it feel so familiar to me? Her friend puts a hand to his chin, analyzing the creature. It looks like a high-ranking great hammer-eared rabbit, no, but this size is really strange. Their conversation is cut short as a massive surge of power erupts from the battlefield, startling them both. The tables have turned completely. The rabbit has caught Ling Yuyu's beast and is struggling against it. With immense strength, the rabbit brutally smashes the transformed beast into the ground. Ling Yuyu cries out in panic. Ling Yuyu. Is the rate of recovery no longer able to fix the damage? Enraged, Ling Yuyu decides to go all out. How can a mere feral beast defeat my Ling Yuyu like that? I shall no longer be merciful. Ling Yuyu, use your battle technique, Moon Devourer. His beast opens its massive jaw, preparing to unleash the attack once more. The move Moon Devourer is said to tear targets apart with the immense, formless force of the beast's breath, causing severe pain and death. The rabbit stands its ground, looking up at the attack with a quizzical expression, seemingly unfazed by the impending doom. The rabbit's body begins to contort and pulsate with a strange energy. Ling Yuyu laughs maniacally. No one was ever able to block this attack. The Moon Devourer is unrivaled. Ha ha. His laughter catches in his throat as a powerful force suddenly erupts from the rabbit. The rabbit begins to inhale deeply, creating a powerful vortex that pulls in dust and energy. Ling Yuyu stares in shock. What's this? A battle technique. Before his eyes, the rabbit begins absorbing the moonlight itself, its body glowing with a menacing red aura as it powers up. Ling Yuyu grits his teeth, enraged. A wild beast with a battle technique. That's really irksome. In a stunning turn of events, the Moonlight Rabbit unleashes its own massive beam of energy, completely overpowering Ling Yuyu's attack. Ling Yuyu and his spirit beast are engulfed in the blinding light of the rabbit's counterattack. Watching from afar, Bai Yuer and the male student are stunned by the sheer power. Whoa. As the explosion barrels towards them, the male student grabs Bai Yuer to shield her. What are you doing? She asks, startled. He yells, shut up and stay put. In that moment of panic, Bai Yuer instinctively summons her own spirit beast, a beautiful, multi-tailed silver moon fox, which leaps in front of them to absorb the blast. The silver moon fox braces for impact, its large, fluffy tails wrapping around the students to protect them from the shockwave. The rabbit's energy attack creates a monumental explosion that shakes the very foundations of the academy. The rabbit lets out a final, triumphant roar as its power is unleashed. A massive mushroom cloud rises into the night sky, obliterating the battlefield in a flash of light. As the smoke begins to clear, the victor of the devastating exchange becomes clear. Ling Yuyu's monstrous spirit beast has been completely disintegrated, its form dissolving into nothingness. Ling Yuyu himself lies utterly defeated, trapped within the giant maw of the victorious Moonlight Rabbit. The rabbit now stands alone in the desolate, cratered landscape, its long ears drooping slightly as it surveys the destruction under the full moon. It looks down at the ground, letting out a series of small, inquisitive chirps. Nearby, Bai Yuer and her friend lie amongst the rubble, saved by their beasts. Her silver moon fox comforts her as the male student slowly comes to his senses. The male student breathes a sigh of relief. No wonder we survived, he says, looking at his own summoned beast. He had summoned his own powerful lunar beast, a fierce winged white tiger. He turns to Bai Yuer, surprised. So you also summoned your lunar beast. Now the giant rabbit faces off against the two students and their beasts. It lets out a series of low growls as the tiger snarls back, ready to defend its master. Bai Yuer panics, grabbing onto the tiger's leg. It's okay, please don't draw its attention, she pleads. But it's too late, the rabbit has spotted them. It looks down and lets out a tiny, almost delicate yelp. The students and their beasts freeze in absolute terror, huddling together as they think, it's over. Just as they brace for the end, the giant rabbit suddenly pauses, its aggressive aura completely vanishing. The students look on, completely bewildered, their fear momentarily forgotten. The little ghost-like images of their scared souls float around them. The male student voices their shared confusion, his face pale with shock. Why did it suddenly stop moving? He looks from the passive giant rabbit to Bai Yuer beside him, and a strange thought begins to form. Wait. A massive crater marks the spot of the explosion, a testament to the rabbit's incredible power. The rabbit stands tall, turning its attention from the student's back to its defeated foe. It spits out the battered body of Ling Yuyu, holding him upside down by his leg as he screams. The male student shouts in disbelief. That's the tutor from earlier. I can't believe he's still breathing. Ling Yuyu, dangling helplessly, manages a weak taunt. Hey you bitch, you're not even a high-ranking one, are you? However, do you think you can get away with this? His bravado fades into terror as he senses an approaching power. The Lunar King, that man is coming. At the mention of the Lunar King, the rabbit's expression hardens. It drops Ling Yuyu to the ground. It looms over the fallen mentor, raising its giant foot to deliver the final, crushing blow. The students watch in horror. He's gonna die, the male student yells. Bai Yuer panics. What do we do? Should I get Xiaobai to stall? Her friend cuts her off. Don't be ridiculous, he shouts, explaining that because her silver moon fox Xiaobai is a high-ranking pet beast, its loyalty will decrease if it's killed and revived. They can't risk it. But Bai Yuer refuses to stand by. With tears of determination in her eyes, she argues, but are we just going to stand here and let him die? It's better to lose loyalty than let someone die. The male student is taken aback, stunned by her unwavering resolve. He sighs, defeated by her argument and his own fear. Okay, let's give it a try, he relents. Do your best, try not to be a hero. Bai Yuer nods, trembling but ready to act. Well I. Suddenly she stops. A hand gently rests upon her head, stopping her from stepping forward. She looks up, her eyes wide with shock and awe. Lunar King, Su Liang. Su Liang has arrived. He looks down at the students, his expression calm but his presence overwhelming. Stand down, he commands. This is not your fight. He walks past them toward the rabbit as a magnificent, butterfly-like wing of energy materializes behind him. The moonlight, he observes, it's starting to converge. Continuing from the previous chapter, Su Liang, in his guise as the Lunar King, stands alone against a terrifying barrage of cosmic energy orbs hurtling towards him. Watching from a safe distance, a new companion with cat ears and Su Jing can only stare in disbelief. The sheer power on display is so immense that Su Jing questions if Su Liang can even be considered human anymore. Before him stands the source of the chaos, a colossal, glowing white beast resembling a rabbit, its sheer size dwarfing Su Liang completely. As Su Liang observes the desolate landscape, he internally notes that the beast's immense size and form don't match any of the supreme-ranked beasts known to exist in the world. A thought begins to form in his mind as he processes this strange information. A confident smirk appears on his face. He's figured it out. There's only one possibility that could explain this creature. The scene flashes back to about 10 minutes earlier. Su Liang was hiding behind some rocks, observing the chaos. Below, the cat-eared girl and Su Jing watched on with worry, feeling a strange sense of confidence in their reckless leader. But Su Liang's internal thoughts revealed a different story. He was sweating, admitting to himself that it was simply impossible for him to defeat this monster. He recalls how the beast had instantly defeated even the high-ranking beast of a 4-star instructor, leaving the man known as Black Whale battered on the ground. He lamented that his own beasts, Moon in the Lake and Flash Butterfly, were no match for it. To even identify its rank with his lunar tome, he'd need to touch it, an impossible task at the moment. Overwhelmed and out of options, he began to wonder if he should just give up entirely. But just as despair set in, a sudden realization struck him. He noticed something crucial. For all its power, the giant beast wasn't attacking his two companions, who were standing relatively exposed. He reasoned that it's impossible for a truly high-ranking beast to be both berserk and rational at the same time. A berserk creature would attack everything in sight. Therefore, looking up at the colossal creature, Su Liang knew there could only be one other possibility. Back in the present, Black Whale, still lying injured on the ground, looks up in shock to see the Lunar King standing right beside him. His shock quickly turns into manic excitement. He believes he's about to witness the unveiling of the Lunar King's favored beast, a scoop that would send massive waves through the world. He thinks he'll be the only one to see it firsthand, but his moment of triumph is cut short as he's suddenly lifted off the ground. On Su Jing's command, the winged beast Xiaobai has grabbed Black Whale by the scruff of his neck. Su Jing urges them to fall back while they still have the chance. Black Whale protests frantically, begging them not to take him away from this once-in-a-lifetime scoop. He continues to scream, pleading for them to stop, rescuing him as Zairabai dashes away from the battlefield. With the others gone, the clearing falls silent. It is now just Su Liang and the giant beast, facing each other alone. Su Liang calmly begins to explain his deduction to the creature. He states that a beast that goes berserk on a full moon can't be rational, which means the rabbit isn't truly berserk at all. He looks at the colossal beast, which seems to listen intently, and continues his line of reasoning, proposing that it's not acting out of malice, but simply on pure instinct. A confident smile spreads across Su Liang's face as he puts the final piece of the puzzle into place. Only low-level beasts rely on instinct, he declares, all but solving the mystery of the creature's true nature. He then extends a welcoming hand towards the giant creature. Looking up with a confident smile, he speaks directly to the beast, asking, "You've been looking for me, weren't you?" From a distance, his companions can only watch in utter confusion, wondering what on earth the Lunar King is planning. Suddenly, the cat-eared girl cries out in alarm, trying to get Su Jing's attention. The giant rabbit lets out a furious roar, its eyes glowing with rage as it rejects Su Liang's gesture. It lunges forward, launching a powerful attack directly at the seemingly defenseless Su Liang. Su Jing and the cat-eared girl look on in horror, with the latter shouting in panic that the Lunar King hasn't even summoned any of his favored beasts to fend off the attack. But Su Liang simply closes his eyes, remaining perfectly calm as the massive blow descends upon him, fully expecting him to be crushed into pulp. A single drop of water hits a liquid surface, creating a silent ripple. As the beast's enormous tail comes crashing down, Su Liang raises a single hand to meet the overwhelming force. A swirling vortex of water begins to manifest around his feet. From the water, the ethereal form of a female spirit emerges, wrapping herself protectively around Su Liang. This is his favored beast, Moon in the Lake. Moon in the Lake embraces him, creating a tranquil barrier of water and moonlight against the chaotic, starry sky. The attack connects, but it's completely blocked by the water barrier, leaving Su Jing, the cat-eared girl, and even Black Whale speechless. Lying on the ground, Black Whale stares in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the power he just witnessed. As Moon in the Lake defends against the rabbit, Black Whale recognizes the display. This power is ancient, mysterious, and unknown, and there's no doubt this is the person mentioned in the Black Moon cult's secret intelligence. His eyes widen in sheer terror as the horrifying truth dawns on him. This man is not just a king, he is the emperor. As if sensing Black Whale's realization, Su Liang gives a subtle wink, a glint of moonlight in his eye. Su Liang cheers internally. His gamble was correct. Moon in the Lake managed to successfully block the attack. However, he knows they can't celebrate yet. The attack was far too powerful, and the exhausted Moon in the Lake won't be able to withstand a second one. But as Su Liang consults his lunar tome, a smile returns to his face. The book identifies the creature as a low-level lunar rabbit that lacks a lunar physique. With this new information, he realizes there's no longer a need to fight. The illustration in the book jogs his memory, and he exclaims in recognition, "So it's you." He recalls a past memory of the cat-eared girl, kindly offering a leaf to that very same small rabbit. He was right, it didn't attack them because it felt a sense of familiarity. "So that's how it is," Su Liang says with newfound understanding. He reaches out, gently placing his hand on the giant beast's fur. He explains the creature's condition, noting that its lack of a lunar physique causes an insatiable craving for the moon's power. He looks on with admiration, amazed that the rabbit forced itself to grow this powerful just to overcome its natural limits. The rabbit's glowing eyes soften as it seems to understand Su Liang's intent. Just then, a group of reinforcements arrives on the scene, landing gracefully on the battlefield. Led by a formidable blonde woman in a white cloak, they survey the destruction and wonder if they've arrived too late, surprising the cat-eared girl. From the ground, Black Whale chuckles maniacally. He tells the newcomers that their arrival is utterly meaningless. With a deranged grin, he declares that because they have disturbed the Lunar King, they are all going to die. The blonde woman and her companions are shocked to hear that the legendary Lunar King is present. Su Liang glances over at the newly arrived reinforcements. He knows he can't delay any longer. He turns back to the giant rabbit, asking it one more time if it is here for him. In response, the once rampaging beast gently places its giant paw on the ground before him in a sign of submission. It bows its massive head, acknowledging him. The reinforcements can only stare, completely baffled by this impossible turn of events. Su Liang smiles. He tells the rabbit that he is impressed by its unwavering devotion to the moonlight. As a reward, he will grant it the moonlight it so deeply desires. He makes a pact, promising he will see the rabbit again where they first met. The giant beast begins to dissolve into particles of light, before reappearing, now back to its original small size. The tiny rabbit then turns and hops away. The reinforcement leader asks if they should chase it, but her subordinate wisely points out that since the Lunar King isn't moving, they shouldn't dare to. Black Whale, however, is furious. He screams in frustration that he was beaten half to death and didn't even get to see the king's famous favored beasts in action. He confronts Su Liang, demanding to know how he can tolerate a beast attacking him and then simply let it go. Su Liang turns, his expression cold and his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. He scoffs, "You call that an attack?" Black Whale freezes, stammering in terror as he looks into Su Liang's eyes. He sees that the broken moon that was once reflected in his pupils has changed, transforming into the shape of an unrivaled, perfect full moon. The scene shifts. Black Whale finds himself standing alone in a dark, ethereal void as a mysterious voice asks him what he has just witnessed. He remains silent, his back turned, still reeling from the terrifying display of power. The scene shifts into Black Whale's consciousness, a dark void where the voice of his superior from the Black Moon cult interrogates him once more. "Black Whale, what have you witnessed?" The voice grows more insistent, demanding a response. But Black Whale is unresponsive, his mind consumed by the haunting memory of the battle, unable to think of anything but the clash between the Emperor's divine power and the beast's raw fury. Black Whale's mind flashes with fragmented memories of the battle, the raw, chaotic power of the beast clashing with the serene, divine power of the king's spirit. He remembers the image of Su Liang, calmly standing his ground as the water spirit moon in the lake embraced him, a perfect display of tranquility and control amidst the chaos. He sees again that cold, intimidating gaze, a look of absolute authority from someone who holds the power of the heavens. And most vividly, he remembers that eye, where the reflection of a broken crescent had transformed into an unrivaled, perfect full moon. Finally, having processed the unbelievable sight, Black Whale gives his report to his superior, uttering the only word that could possibly describe the man he saw: Emperor. Inside a nightmare, Black Whale shivers in absolute terror, his face pale and covered in a cold sweat. He collapses to his knees, clutching his head as a memory flashes before him. He screams in terror, having just witnessed the overwhelming power of the being known as the Emperor. His fear suddenly twists into a manic, crazed laughter as he remembers the awesome power of the Lunar King that he witnessed. The intense vision ends, leaving him exhausted. A voice speaks to him, suggesting he rest, as continuing would be too much of a burden for him. His superior, a shadowy figure, appears before him in the dream, informing Black Whale that the legendary sunken star crescent moon appeared in the northern region the previous night. Black Whale looks up in shock, stunned by this revelation. The sunken star crescent moon is a beast of immense power. The scene shifts to an agent from the Black Moon cult. The voice continues, explaining that the deputy leader is heading to the north, and Black Whale is to continue acting as an inside agent. As the agent falls through the dreamscape, the superior gives Black Whale his mission: to monitor the Lunar King's movements as closely as possible and report back regularly. Black Whale suddenly jolts awake in bed, breathing heavily as he escapes the intense nightmare. He sits up, looking around at the unfamiliar ceiling. He realizes he's in the Academy's medical room and wonders if what he just experienced was all just a bad dream. But his expression turns serious as he recalls the details. It wasn't a nightmare. He recognizes the being that communicated with him as the Covenant of Moon and Dreams, a high-ranking official's favored beast. He clutches his head, realizing that he was receiving direct orders from the higher-ups. The dream was a real mission briefing. The sunken star crescent moon has emerged, and a deputy head is on their way. He thinks back to the previous night, to the battle with the giant rabbit, and the emergence of Su Liang as the Lunar King. He wonders who could possibly handle the Lunar King's beast. A shocking thought crosses his mind. His eyes widen as he starts to connect the appearance of the sunken star crescent moon with the Lunar King. From the window of his medical room, Black Whale shouts in disbelief, wondering if the Lunar King and his allies are the cause of all these major events. The scene shifts away from the medical bay to another building on the Academy grounds. Meanwhile, in his own room, Su Liang begins to wake up from a peaceful sleep. He is woken by a sudden, loud wail. At the foot of his bed, the tiny moon rabbit is crying its eyes out. Startled by the noise, Su Liang sits up abruptly, surprised to see the small creature on his bed. He stares at the crying rabbit in confusion, momentarily forgetting the events of the previous night. Then a gentle smile crosses his face as the memory returns to him. The moon rabbit looks up at him with big, hopeful eyes, as Su Liang remembers that he successfully formed a pact with the creature. The scene flashes back to the previous night, under the light of the full moon. Su Liang walks through the quiet academy grounds, having told the moon rabbit to meet him at the place where they first encountered each other, hoping the creature understood. And just then, his eyes catch a familiar sight, bringing a look of realization to his face. Continuing the flashback, Su Liang finds the small moon rabbit waiting for him by the fountain, just as he had asked. He reflects on his decision to make the pact in secret. He admits to himself that his powerful performance as the Lunar King was just a massive bluff. If his fans and enemies found out he was actually weak, he'd be in mortal danger. Therefore, it's safer to do this where no one is around. With his decision made, Su Liang extends his hand and formally asks the lunar rabbit to make a pact with him. The pact is sealed in a brilliant flash of light, binding the boy and the beast together. Back in the present, Su Liang looks at the status panel for his newly acquired favored beast. He reviews his current lineup: the low-ranking lunar flash butterfly, the high-ranking moon in the lake, and now the seemingly low-ranking lunar rabbit. He muses that this lineup doesn't look very fitting for the mighty Lunar King, yet he can't forget how this rabbit was able to crush a high-ranking beast during the full moon. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, wondering what the rabbit's growth limit is and whether it has the potential to evolve and reach an even higher level. As his imagination runs wild with the possibilities, he suddenly gets flustered and cuts his train of thought short. Just then, the little moon rabbit begins to affectionately rub itself against his leg, vying for his attention. It looks up at him with its big, adorable eyes, letting out a happy little chirp. Overwhelmed by either his own ambitious thoughts or the creature's cuteness, Su Liang facepalms and sighs, deciding to just drop it for now. He decides his best course of action is to head over to the Moon Pavilion and have someone named Tanyan Zhayu check on the lunar rabbit's condition. However, as he opens the door to his room, he hesitates, sensing something unusual. He peeks out into the hallway and sees a commotion, with groups of students running past in a hurry. He watches them go, thinking to himself that this mad rush doesn't seem to be related to the incident with the giant rabbit from the previous day. As he listens in, he overhears the students talking. There's news of a wild, supreme-ranked, lunar-type beast that has appeared in the northern domain, not far from the academy. Some are even excitedly wondering if they should go and try to form a pact with it. Su Liang is stunned to hear the word supreme. He immediately pulls out his phone, his mind racing. A wild adult supreme-ranked beast wouldn't just be wandering around for no reason. He quickly does a search for supreme-ranked beast arriving in the northern region to find out what's going on. His eyes, which reflect the cosmos, widen in shock as he reads the headlines. The news is everywhere. The supreme-ranked beast, the sinking star crescent moon, descended upon the northern region this very morning. An image shows a massive, weapon-like object, with crowds of thousands already gathered, held back by the forces of the various lunar clans. An article provides a clear image of the beast, a magnificent, sparkling glaive. It is described as the only wild, weapon-type supreme beast in the entire lunar series. He reads on, learning that because it lacked a suitable master, it has been slumbering for years. Even the great Kang Yue Emperor and the 10 pillars of the Moon God Palace had failed to awaken it. As he walks down the corridor, now being watched by cloaked figures, he reads the most critical piece of information. The sinking star crescent moon woke up just yesterday and traveled to the northern region. Su Liang immediately understands the implications. Because it awakened right after his Lunar King persona was revealed, every major faction will inevitably associate the beast's appearance with the Lunar King, Su Liang himself. He knows that from this moment on, the eyes of the entire world are on him. Su Liang coolly assesses the situation, understanding that with the timing of his recent activities, nearly every major power will assume the sinking star crescent moon has appeared specifically for him. The cloaked spies hiding around the corner are shocked, expecting him to rush off towards the supreme beast immediately. But Su Liang simply turns and walks away, heading down a different staircase. The spies and other students are left dumbfounded, wondering how the Lunar King could possibly ignore the appearance of a supreme-ranked beast. As he walks, his true feelings emerge. He admits to himself that the idea of taming a beast as powerful as the sinking star crescent moon is incredibly tempting. But his confident expression immediately twists into one of pure anxiety. He panics at the thought of having to try and subdue it in front of a crowd of hundreds of thousands of onlookers. He imagines the absolute worst-case scenario, failing to handle the beast's power and dying instantly on the spot. His reputation as the mighty Lunar King would be shattered. With a smug smile, he decides it's far better not to risk it, Preserving his life and his carefully crafted image is the smarter play. Besides, he thinks there's a much prettier and more adorable option available to him just around the corner, leading him towards the moon pavilion. Inside, the white flower deer rests elegantly on a cushion, looking thoughtful under the light of a crescent moon window. Su Liang's hand reaches for the door to the chamber where the deer is located. Startled by the sound of the door opening, the white flower deer turns its head, its expression alert and surprised. Su Liang enters with a casual wave, greeting the deer. He thinks to himself that there's no need to chase after a risky and far-off prize when there are much closer, safer, and cuter options right here at home. The moon chaser deer, distroke letter 1EOMP van tri NGUY letter 1EC7T, looks up in surprise, asking, "You, what are you doing here?" Su Liang casually strolls in, informing the deer that the sinking star crescent moon has emerged, and asks if it's going to take a look. He smirks, teasingly asking how even a surfing fanatic like the deer already knows about such a significant event. The moon chaser deer turns away with a proud huff, retorting that it sensed the event long before any news about it was released online. They sit together under a giant moon projection as Su Liang poses a question. Wouldn't it be bad for the deer if someone else managed to subdue the creature? Su Liang flashes a peace sign with a smug smile, saying that the others still don't get it, comparing the magnificent beast to a mere action figure. He continues his strange analogy, claiming that something you can only see from a distance isn't as cute as a pet beast, leaving the deer utterly confused. Changing the subject, Su Liang turns to the moon chaser deer with a more serious expression, saying, "Oh, by the way." He presents a small, glowing orb, offering it as a token of his appreciation. The deer looks shocked as Su Liang explains that it's a thank you for its reminder that allowed him to take down the lunar rabbit. The moon chaser deer inspects the orb closely, asking if it's an expensive special pet food meant for a supreme rank beast. Su Liang smiles warmly and reassures the deer, saying it's okay and he can bring more. He casually reveals he has thousands of them in his favored beast space, courtesy of the Twin Moon sect. The deer stares at the valuable snack in its hoof, a bead of sweat running down its face as it contemplates the gesture. Su Liang notices its hesitation and asks why it isn't eating. The deer is holding a separate box of its own snacks. In a dramatic outburst, the deer clutches its snack box, declaring that snacks are, of course, to be saved for watching movies and reading novels. A tiny, Chibai Su Liang can only respond with a defeated "oh." Su Liang gets up to leave, explaining that if he stays too long, it might raise suspicions about the deer's true identity. But just as he's about to go, he stops, struck by a sudden idea. He realizes there's another way for them to get in touch, as the deer blushes in the background. With a charming smile, Su Liang holds up his phone and asks, "Oh, by the way, let's add each other as friends." The moon chaser deer, flustered but compliant, shyly agrees and pulls out its own phone. A moment later, a ding notification sounds from Su Liang's phone as he looks down at the screen. On his phone screen, a new contact appears under the name Promise of Clouds and Moon, right below his other contact, Moon Goddess Butterfly. Su Liang's eyes widen in shock. The profile picture for Promise of Clouds and Moon is a woman with the deer's exact features, who is described as the founder of the Twin Moons sect from hundreds of years ago. An image of a divine, powerful being flashes through his mind. He wonders, could this legendary imperial beast be the deer's ancestor? Utterly stunned, Su Liang holds his phone to his face, glancing between the screen and the innocent-looking deer. He nervously wonders aloud, can the moon chaser become like that when she transforms into a human form? The deer, completely oblivious to the existential crisis it just caused, simply tilts its head and asks, "What's wrong?" leaving Su Liang at a total loss for words. Snapping back to reality, Su Liang is momentarily speechless, letting out a flustered "ah." He quickly dismisses his wild thoughts, waving goodbye to the deer with a forced smile. "It's nothing, I'm going home, I'll be back tomorrow," he says, trying to act casual. The moon chaser deer simply watches him go, letting out a quiet "oh," still oblivious to the reason for his strange behavior. A blush creeps onto the deer's face as it completely misinterprets the situation. It muses that even with the sinking star crescent moon emerging, the Lunar King didn't care and came all the way here just to find it. Suddenly, it has a grand realization. "Ah, I got it," it exclaims, believing it has uncovered a master strategy. This move is called feigned retreat to lure the enemy. An image of a devilish Su Liang with a wicked grin pops into the deer's head as it comes to a conclusion. He's trying to trick me into joining the Twin Moon cult. The moon chaser deer strikes a heroic pose, filled with newfound confidence. "HMPH, you cunning Lunar King," it declares, "I've seen through your scheme." After Su Liang has left, the deer stands alone in the quiet room, gazing at the large, simulated moon. It flops onto the bed, replaying Su Liang's parting words in its mind, particularly the phrase, "He's coming tomorrow too." The scene shifts to the Grand Moonlight Beast Academy. A narration box explains that 3 days have passed, yet the Lunar King and the Twin Moon sect have made no move regarding the sinking star Crescent Moon. This inaction has caused the situation in the Northern Territory to become increasingly unclear and confusing, as a large, noisy crowd of beastmasters gathers. A woman with orange hair bellows at the restless crowd, "Stop messing around." She angrily clarifies that she is only sending them to broaden their horizons, questioning if they really think they can subdue the mighty beast. This is Ai Kisaragi, the vice president of the Moonlight Beast Academy. She sternly holds up a registration form, warning that while basic personal safety is guaranteed for those who sign up, anyone who doesn't will be on their own. Sitting at her desk, Ai grumbles to herself, wondering why she has to be the one stuck here responsible for the safety of the junior cadets. Her eyes widen slightly as she senses someone approaching her desk. She looks up to see an injured man with his arm in a sling and bandages on his face. "Master Black Whale," she asks in surprise, "why are you here instead of resting and recovering?" Despite his injuries, Master Black Whale gives a confident smile. "Let me handle it," he insists. "I've already asked the healer to revive my pet beast. It's no problem." Ai Kisaragi looks him up and down with a skeptical expression, questioning him with a doubtful, "Really?" She sighs and turns away, reluctantly agreeing. "Since you put it that way, then I'll leave it to you." As she walks off, she smirks to herself, thinking, HMPH, another one of those daydreamers. Later, Master Black Whale is manning the registration desk when 2 students approach him with concern. "Mentor Black Whale, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" one asks. He puts on a brave face, sweating slightly as he insists, "No, I'm okay." He looks off into the distance, his expression turning serious as he thinks to himself, "That person is already here." A green-haired student at the desk diligently writes, her thoughts focused on a certain powerful figure. "Even though I have never met him, I am certain that the Honorable One will notify me in some way." She calls out next, as a mysterious person in a dark, face-concealing hood steps up to the desk, ready to sign the registration sheet. The hooded figure places her hand over the registration sheet, her presence casting a chilling aura over the desk. A close-up reveals a sinister tattoo on the back of her hand, a purple serpent encircling a triangle, marking her as a member of the Black Moon cult. Master Black Whale's eye widens in sheer terror as he recognizes the symbol. The hooded woman glances back at him, her eyes glowing menacingly from the shadows of her hood. A terrified Master Black Whale quickly ushers her away, stammering, "Next, next." He breaks into a cold sweat as he watches her leave, the horrifying realization dawning on him. Surprisingly, it's her. The scene shifts to the sinking star Crescent Moon's domain, a massive pillar of glowing green energy. A blue-skinned woman remarks, "So this is the favored beast that is known to have cut down the stars in the past." She sweats nervously in awe of the spectacle. What a stunning aura. The woman, identified as Path Water from the Yellow Springs Path Water Creek sect, seems impressed by the power on display. A blonde man with a prominent mustache approaches her from behind and asks, "Do you understand now?" Path Water looks back, confused. The man, a mentor from the Moonlight Imperial Academy, explains the harsh reality of the domain. He warns that any non-moonlight beast will be repelled, and any beastmaster who enters rashly is simply committing suicide. 2 women from rival sects, the Fallen Eclipse and the Spirit Moon sect, mock Path Water, calling her ambition to subdue the beast a foolish pipe dream. Path Water gives a cold, determined look, unfazed by their taunts. She turns her back on them, stating, "All right, I get it." She decides to order her disciples to return, but declares that she will remain behind. With a cunning smile, she thinks to herself, "Let's see which idiots will be so overconfident as to go in and meet their demise." As Path Water walks away, one of the rival women from the Fallen Eclipse sect mutters in disgust, "What a repulsive woman." The woman from the Spirit Moon sect angrily remarks that Path Water is a coward who wants to see others suffer. The woman from Fallen Eclipse adds that if it weren't for the power of the Yellow Springs Path, they wouldn't have tolerated her disrespect. The blonde Beastmaster steps in to mediate, telling them the situation is urgent, and they need to decide who is qualified to enter the domain. He lays down the first condition for entry. To avoid a backlash, one must be a Beastmaster whose favored beasts are all of the lunar origin. The women listen intently as he explains the second condition. The presence of a supreme-ranked pet beast would instantly cause the sinking star Crescent Moon to become hostile. He confirms that only beasts below the supreme rank are allowed entry. Hearing this, the woman from Fallen Eclipse speculates, is this why the Lunar King didn't come here? The mentor replies, perhaps, but regardless, he then points forward, announcing to the group, we're there. The trio looks on with grim, determined expressions, bracing themselves for what lies ahead. Ai Kisaragi leads her assembled cadets towards the domain, her face etched with worry as she thinks, I'm afraid that the cadets may suffer heavy casualties. She stops, her gaze locking with Pathwater, who is leaning against a tree with her arms crossed, waiting. The two women share a tense, silent stare-down. Pathwater narrows her eyes, returning Ai Kisaragi's stare with a look of pure annoyance. Ai turns to her students and formally addresses them. All right, cadets, we're about to enter the domain of the sunken star crescent moon. Now, I will explain to you the rules regarding it. She explains the first critical point, illustrated by an image of the beast in its slumbering weapon form, a massive, green-bladed halberd. When the sinking star crescent moon is slumbering, it is practically invincible. Her second point is shown with the weapon's eyes now wide open and glowing. When it awakens, she warns, it will unleash an indiscriminate slashing attack which will instantly disintegrate everything in its path. The scene cuts back to Su Liang, lazily scrolling on his phone in bed. He reads the final, frustrating detail about the beast. While possessing reason and life, it is completely incapable of communication. He sweats, annoyed by the troublesome nature of this powerful entity. The scene opens with a message from the moon goddess Butterfly, who recounts a past failure. She states that even powerful entities like Emperor Kangyu and the moon goddess Palace were defeated, implying that the new threat is something that cannot be easily overcome. Meanwhile, Su Liang, the person presumed to be the all-powerful Lunar King, is just lounging in bed and scrolling through his phone. He casually thinks to himself how brutal supreme ranks are, completely detached from the serious events unfolding. His conversation with the moon goddess Butterfly continues. She mentions that the entity, the sinking star crescent moon, came to the north because it sensed an opportunity to evolve. She asks Su Liang if he is sure he doesn't want to go deal with it. Su Liang just smiles, completely unfazed by the dire warnings from the moon goddess Butterfly. He turns off his phone, dismissing the gravity of the situation. He flops down on his bed, exasperated. He couldn't care less about subduing some ancient beast, wondering what any of this has to do with him. However, his lazy day is interrupted when he checks the news. He's horrified to see headlines claiming the Lunar King was secretly killed by a supreme-ranked beast. He realizes the world thinks he's dead, calling it the height of historical irony. Su Liang lies there, completely bewildered by the news he just read. His small rabbit pet rests peacefully on his chest, oblivious to its master's inner turmoil. Suddenly, he jolts upright. He realizes the supreme-ranked beast from the news might be his own pet. At the same time, the rabbit's eyes glow red as it puts a finger to its lips, as if telling him to keep it secret. He looks back at his phone, the source of all his current troubles. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as a terrifying thought crosses his mind. He starts to connect the dots between his pet's actions and the news reports. The scene shifts to the Moonville mountain range, where a group of beast masters from different factions are walking towards the domain of the sinking star crescent moon. Among them is a mysterious woman in a purple hood, Silent Libra. She observes the area, noting with surprise that the famous Lunar King hasn't shown up to the event. Someone reminds her that she is expected to have a way to subdue the sinking star crescent moon, placing the heavy weight of responsibility on her shoulders. However, Silent Libra has her own dark agenda. She inwardly plots to seize the sinking star crescent moon for herself, and then eliminate all the other beast masters in the area. Her eyes narrow with cold determination. She will make sure that no information about her betrayal is ever leaked. Just as she basks in her evil plan, her communicator vibrates, snapping her out of her thoughts. She is startled by the unexpected alert. She pulls out her device, wondering why she would be receiving new intelligence at a time like this. Her confident demeanor shatters as she reads the message, her eyes widening in pure shock. The message reveals something unbelievable. The Lunar King, the very person she thought was absent, has just turned on his locator. And just as the alert predicted, Su Liang is now on the move, heading directly towards the Moonville mountain range, the location of the sinking star crescent moon. Back with the group, Silent Libra stares at her phone in disbelief, unable to understand why the Lunar King would choose to appear now of all times. Her distraction doesn't go unnoticed. Ai Kisaragi, the vice president of the Moonlight Beast Academy, angrily confronts her, questioning why she's playing with her communicator at such a critical moment. Ai's voice rises as she scolds the hooded woman, yelling at her for being absent-minded and asking if she wants to die here. Silent Libra remains silent under the verbal assault, her face hidden by her hood as she absorbs the scolding while her mind races with the new information about the Lunar King. Forced to hide her true nature, she bows her head meekly and apologizes to Ai Kisaragi. To an outsider, she looks like a scolded subordinate, but beneath the hood, her humiliation is simmering. Ai Kisaragi finishes her scolding with a final warning, telling Silent Libra that if she continues to be so lax, she might as well turn back now. She then turns away, leaving the hooded woman in the background. As Ai walks towards the glowing entrance of the domain, Silent Libra watches her go. A faint, contemptuous heh escapes her lips, hinting at the rage boiling just beneath her submissive facade. In her mind, she imagines Ai Kisaragi trapped and bound by snakes. A mere brat dares to lecture me, she seethes internally, her polite apology moments ago now revealed as a complete lie. Her eyes gleam with malice as she makes a silent, vicious vow. Once she gets her hands on the sinking star crescent moon, she will torture Ai until she wishes she were dead. Putting her anger aside for the moment, Ai Kisaragi gathers the group of beast masters to give them a final briefing before they enter the dangerous domain. She explains the main safety protocol for the operation, revealing a glowing teleportation stone that will be given to each participant. A diagram illustrates the stone's function. The moment it is crushed, the user will be instantly teleported out of the domain to safety. Ai gives a grave warning, stressing the importance of the stone. She tells them to crush it the instant they sense the sinking star crescent moon is waking up, because if they hesitate, they will surely die. The beast masters listen with nervous expressions, the weight of the danger ahead settling upon them. Silent Libra stands among them, her face unreadable beneath her hood. But Silent Libra isn't focused on the mission briefing. Her mind is preoccupied with the impending arrival of the Lunar King, which takes precedence over everything else. Unbeknownst to the group, a blue-skinned beastmaster from the Black Moon cult is hiding nearby, spying on them from behind a tree. The blue-skinned beastmaster smirks condescendingly. They scoff at the idea that this weak-looking group could possibly subdue the sinking star crescent moon, a beast that even the legendary 8-star beastmaster, Kang Yue Emperor, failed to defeat. They continue to mock the group, noting that they are mostly low-level 3-star beast tamers. The spy concludes that the Lunar King's involvement hasn't made them any stronger, finding the whole situation boring. As the group approaches the glowing portal, Silent Libra suddenly stops. Something has caught her attention. The atmosphere shifts, and a dark, intense aura surrounds her as she enters a heightened state of awareness, sensing the hidden observer. With a flash of perception, her eyes snap open. She has pinpointed the location of the spy. A giant, spectral eye appears in the sky directly above the blue-skinned beastmaster, who is suddenly struck with a feeling of being watched by an immense power. Silent Libra gives a subtle, knowing glance in the spy's direction, confirming that she is aware of their presence and is now turning the tables. The group of beast masters continues to walk toward the entrance, completely oblivious to the silent, invisible confrontation happening right beside them. The arrogant blue-skinned beastmaster is suddenly terrified, letting out a curse as they realize they've been discovered by an overwhelmingly powerful entity. Even their snake-like companions recoil in fear. They are all stunned, wondering what level of beast master could possess such terrifying power. The spy is in utter disbelief, shocked that a monster of this caliber was hiding amongst the seemingly weak group from the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. Meanwhile, the academy members walk on, none the wiser about the powerful master hidden in their ranks or the spy they just terrified. Silent Libra quickly refocuses on the mission. Knowing the Lunar King will arrive soon, she realizes she must first figure out the mechanics of the sinking star crescent. But just as she forms her plan, new orders come in. The directive from her superiors is clear and changes everything. She is to block the entrance to the domain, and when the Lunar King gets close, she must seal his Emperor-grade beast. In accordance with her new orders, Silent Libra takes her position, her long legs and heeled boots standing firm as she blocks the entrance to the domain. A powerful aura envelops her as she prepares to execute her orders, the sound of her energy humming as she gets ready to spring a trap for the Lunar King. From a safe distance, Ai Kisaragi and the other beast masters from the academy watch on, unaware of Silent Libra's true identity or intentions as she stands alone before the glowing portal. The blue-skinned spy from the Black Moon cult decides to stir up trouble, approaching Ai Kisaragi. They mock her group of low-level beast masters, smugly suggesting the real Lunar King didn't show up because he knows it's a suicide mission. Ai's expression darkens, clearly annoyed that the spy has so easily seen through her expedition's thin premise. The blue-skinned beastmaster presses their advantage, a sly grin on their face as they question AI's real motive for bringing students to such a deadly location. AI's patience finally snaps. With a venomous look, she retorts that the blue-skinned spy is the one who's out of line, questioning why they're here to meddle with a beast of a different element and accusing them of coming just to gloat. The two stand face to face, a tense standoff between the Academy's vice president and the Black Moon cult's agent, both unwilling to back down. However, the spy becomes confused. They realize from AI's genuine anger that she seems to have no idea that the incredibly powerful dark-haired woman, Silent Libra, is an enemy mole within her own group. As they begin to probe AI about her academy, their sentence is cut short by a sudden, immense pressure that descends upon the area. Everyone freezes, their argument forgotten. The entire group, from AI and her staff to the arrogant blue-skinned spy, looks up in shock and awe at the newcomer's powerful presence. A silhouette resolves into a familiar figure. It is Su Liang, the Lunar King, who has finally made his grand entrance, causing the onlookers to cry out his name in disbelief. The entire assembly, including the Academy members and the spy from the Black Moon cult, can only stare as Su Liang coolly surveys the scene. Everyone is wondering the same thing: why is he here? Breaking the silence, AI Kisaragi nervously approaches Su Liang, her previous authoritative demeanor gone. She respectfully asks if he truly intends to subdue the sinking star crescent moon. The other Academy members begin to panic, worrying aloud that if the Lunar King unleashes his powerful Emperor Beast, it could provoke the sinking star crescent moon and lead to disaster. But AI simply smiles, looking at her subordinates with an expression of pity. "Heh, you're all so ignorant," she scoffs, explaining that the Lunar King's presence means something far more profound. She proudly declares her theory. The Lunar King is so supremely confident that he plans to make the beast submit to him without even needing to summon his own powerful emperor. Su Liang maintains a cool and mysterious facade, letting them believe their grand theories. In reality, his goal is much simpler. He thinks to himself that his plan is easy. He just needs to touch the beast to unlock a new icon in his lunar tome. With a greedy glint in his eye, he muses that once the tome is unlocked, he'll be able to understand the beast's awakening mechanism, and perhaps even subdue it for his own benefit. Putting on a show of authority, Su Liang issues a sharp command to the entire group, including the stunned Black Moon cult spy: "Remain hidden and follow my orders." They all immediately assent, with the spy even stammering, "Yes, sir." With everyone under his command, Su Liang takes his first step into the shimmering, otherworldly portal of the sinking star crescent moon's domain. As he crosses the threshold, his eyes widen, the cosmic energy of the realm reflecting in his pupils. He is now inside. The moment he enters, the lunar tome in his hands activates on its own, flipping open to a new page, much to his surprise. The tome displays information on Silent Libra, revealing her to be a supreme rank beast of the purity attribute. It details her unique skills, including silence, an ability that can completely hide her presence even from Emperor-rank beasts. Su Liang looks up from the book, a bead of sweat on his face. He's shocked to learn that another supreme-rank beast is hidden nearby, and he was completely unaware. The group outside can only watch as Su Liang stands just inside the glowing portal, his back turned to them. B-letter 1 ECF qua, exact duplicate. From the outside, the group watches in confusion. They don't understand why the great Lunar King would suddenly stop right at the entrance. Having just learned about the hidden supreme rank beast, Su Liang does the most unexpected thing. He pulls out his phone to look up information. His audience is completely baffled. They cannot comprehend why the mighty Lunar King, in the middle of a grand entrance, would suddenly pause to check his phone. As Su Liang casually scrolls, AI Kisaragi approaches hesitantly, completely bewildered by his anticlimactic behavior and unsure of how to address the supposed ruler of the moon. Having gathered the intel he needed, Su Liang puts his phone away and turns to the group with a knowing smirk. He coolly asks how they could have let those little insects from the Black Moon cult get in so easily, bluffing as if he knew they were there all along. The entire group is stunned into silence. AI and her companions are shocked, but no one is more terrified than the blue-skinned spy, who can't believe their cover has been blown. Su Liang then makes his move. He places a hand near Silent Libra, who is still guarding the entrance, and declares that the entire area is now under the control of the Twin Moon sect, forbidding anyone else from entering. With a final, confident smile that leaves no room for argument, Su Liang announces that he will take care of the rest personally, perfectly concluding his performance as the all-powerful and omniscient Lunar King. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Serpent's Seat, the Twin Moon sect cadets are stunned to learn of their opponents. The name sends a shockwave through the group, the Black Moon cult. One of the cadets recalls the terrifying woman they encountered, realizing she must be one of the Black Moon cult's beastmasters. A silver-haired cadet voices her confusion, believing the cult had been driven out of the northern region. She questions if they've returned specifically for the sinking star crescent moon. Another cadet remembers the Lunar King's dismissive words, calling the cult mere insects, but she remains worried about the safety of the other cadets. Ai Kisaragi tries to reassure herself, thinking that the cadets should be safe as long as they have their teleportation stones. Meanwhile, Su Liang observes from a distance. He deduces that the cult's use of the Silent Libra, a tool effective against the Emperor rank, means they must believe he possesses an Emperor-class beast. He realizes this implies he won't just be facing one, but potentially multiple supreme-ranked favored beasts upon entering the glowing portal. He takes a deep breath, acknowledging to himself that this will be the most perilous situation he has ever faced in his life. He reflects on his past. If this were when he had first crossed over, he admits he wouldn't have possessed the courage to go inside. But now things are different. A confident smirk plays on his lips. With a resolute look, he declares, "It's hard to tell," and boldly steps toward the shimmering entrance. Su Liang vanishes into the portal, leading to the serpent's seat. The cadets watch in awe, stunned by the sheer power of his imposing aura. As expected of the Lunar King, one of them mutters. The unnamed cadet with the injured arm grits his teeth as he watches Su Liang disappear, noting that the Lunar King has really gone into the serpent's seat. One of the cadets immediately suggests they should follow and help, reminding them that the Black Moon cult remnants are inside. The injured cadet passionately agrees, shouting that after all, the Lunar King is one of their own. His argument seems to sway the others. Ai Kisaragi turns to her companion, asking if they should indeed go in and help. But the injured cadet suddenly reverses course, frantically warning them that their combined strength would awaken the sinking star crescent moon. He declares that he will go in alone, claiming his own favored beasts are too weak to cause a problem, and makes a dash for the portal. The other cadets are left bewildered by his strange behavior, openly questioning if someone who looks so battered could possibly be reliable. Ai Kisaragi watches him go, her suspicion growing. She notes how weird he's acting, wondering if he's even a member of the Twin Moons sect at all. A sly grin spreads across the injured cadet's face as he approaches the portal, revealing his concern for the Lunar King's safety was just an act. As he reaches the entrance, a strange yellow energy begins to crackle around his hand, suggesting he's about to unleash a technique. Before he can make his move, a powerful shockwave erupts from the portal, sending him flying backward amidst a cloud of dust and debris. The other cadets are thrown into confusion by the sudden blast, shouting in alarm as they try to comprehend the unexpected attack. Coughing and struggling to his knees amidst the smoke and debris, the injured cadet can only wonder what just happened. He looks up in a rage, furious at the attack, and yells, "Old man, haven't you gone too far with your fantasies?" As the smoke clears, a towering, powerful woman emerges, mocking him. She tells him that even if all their beasts were at their peak, they'd have no chance of waking the sinking star crescent moon. The cadet sees a distinctive butterfly tattoo on her thigh and realizes in horror who she is. He recognizes her as one of the Twin Moon sect's legendary 12 Moon disciples, the seventh in line, and knows the serpent's seat is now in trouble. The formidable disciple addresses the other cadets, asking if they didn't hear the orders of His Highness. Towering over them, she makes a declaration. From now on, this area is under the control of the Twin Moon sect. Her eyes glint with fierce determination, showing she means business. She stands over the defeated cadet, a clear display of her overwhelming power and authority. Despite his defeat, the cadet sees a sliver of hope. He believes that since she hasn't noticed the Silent Libra or shown any intention of entering the portal herself, there's still a chance for things to turn around. Meanwhile, inside the sinking star Crescent Moon's realm, the Black Moon cult beastmaster walks through the desolate, starry landscape. She grows impatient, noting that it's been over 10 minutes and she still hasn't been able to locate the artifact. She observes her surroundings, noting with satisfaction that the trash that came in with her is now gone. She smirks, knowing that low-ranked beasts can't even be released within the confines of a supreme rank's domain. She imagines the other, weaker cadets must have gotten scared and used their teleportation stones to flee in a panic. Pleased with this development, she confidently thinks to herself that now no one will be able to disturb her. Suddenly, her senses flare up, and she is startled by an unexpected presence. She whips around, trying to pinpoint the source of the disturbance. She feels it clearly now, the unmistakable aura of a very powerful favored beast. Without hesitation, she leaps into action, rushing towards the source of the powerful aura. Her eyes narrow with focus as she confirms her suspicions. I was right, she thinks. And there it is, she has finally found the sinking star, a magnificent glowing green spear. She marvels at the weapon, noting that, as expected of a supreme rank weapon, it is absolutely magnificent. Her face lights up with ambition. She reveals that she had purposefully avoided signing a pact with the Silent Libra, just so she could maintain the purity of her attributes for this very moment. She approaches the artifact, beckoning it to come with her, claiming she knows what it wants. She recalls how it rejected the Kang Yue Emperor and the Moon Goddess because they were born as emperors. In her mind, she sees the silhouettes of the two powerful female emperors who were previously rejected by the artifact. The Beastmaster interprets the weapon's brilliant glow as a response to her presence. She believes that as a proud weapon, it couldn't stand the feeling of not being appreciated, and she is the worthy master it has been waiting for. Confident in her own power, she reasons that while she may not be as gifted as the emperors, she is still a 6-star Beastmaster. She extends her hand, which bears a strange symbol, towards the artifact, promising, I will never treat you poorly. With manic determination in her eyes, she reaches out and screams, Sinking star crescent moon, become mine. She lunges toward the magnificent spear, repeating her demand for it to become hers. Her hand, marked with the cult's symbol, gets ever closer to the shaft of the legendary weapon. But just as she is about to make contact, the sinking star crescent moon erupts in a blinding flash of light, rejecting her touch. The Beastmaster is thrown back, her face a mask of pure shock and confusion. What? She exclaims. Recoiling from the spear's defensive blast, she stammers in disbelief. How is it possible for me to be rejected? Her eyes, now resembling a snake's, are wide with fury and humiliation. Clutching her head in agony and frustration, she questions everything. Could the Holy Sun's conclusion be wrong? Her frustration boils over. Impossible, she screams, recalling how the Holy Sun himself said she was the most suitable person to acquire the artifact. What the hell went wrong? Suddenly, her frantic thoughts are interrupted by an unfamiliar voice shouting, Hey, Moonlight Beast Academy woman. A new group appears on the scene. Their leader, a young man from the Lingyu sect, points an accusing finger at her. He claims she defeated over 20 of their disciples and boldly declares they will avenge their companions. Just then, the new arrivals spot one of their fallen comrades, crying out, Junior brother. The leader rushes to the injured man's side, demanding to know what happened. With his last breaths, the junior brother whispers, We've been attacked. He clarifies their attacker wasn't from the academy. It was a woman with black hair and chilling, snake-like eyes, perfectly describing the Black Moon cult Beastmaster. Understanding the truth, the Lingyu sect leader rallies his followers, shouting for everyone to take down the Beastmaster first, after which they will subdue the sinking star Crescent Moon. Hearing their plan, the Beastmaster, who had been stewing in her own failure, begins to laugh, a low and menacing sound. The Lingyu sect leader is infuriated by her reaction. Why are you laughing? He demands. The Beastmaster looks up, her face a mask of contempt. She says it's annoying enough as it is, but now a bunch of ungrateful trash has shown up just to die. Her eyes flash with rage as she snarls, questioning how they could even dare to think of getting their filthy hands on her prize. Her expression turns utterly demonic, her eyes glowing with power as she screams, Come on out, my darlings. She unleashes her power, calling forth her favored beasts in 3 brilliant pillars of light. 2 massive beasts materialize. One is a ghostly white humanoid figure called Lightning Moon, perched atop a colossal, starry manta ray-like creature known as Dawn floating under the moon. A close-up reveals the ethereal and menacing form of Lightning Moon, crackling with purple energy. The members of the Lingyu sect are frozen in terror. Their leader stammers that all of the summoned beasts are high-ranking, while another points out that summoning 3 at once should be impossible for a mere cadet. The Beastmaster stands before her terrifying summons, creatures that have slaughtered countless foes without mercy. She taunts her new opponents, telling them not to just compliment her. She sarcastically asks why they don't summon their own high-ranked beasts. Then she unleashes her darlings, screaming that if they don't fight back, they will all go to hell with their fallen comrades. Her third beast, a formidable bull-like creature, looms behind the defeated Lingyu sect members as the Beastmaster stands victorious. With the trash taken care of, she turns her attention back to the silent spear. Sinking star Crescent Moon, she calls out, Did you see that? She presents the carnage of the defeated Lingyu sect and their beasts as a tribute, asking the artifact, Now, do you recognize my power? But the magnificent spear remains utterly silent and still, offering no reaction to her display of dominance. The Beastmaster grits her teeth, her face twisting in pure fury at being ignored yet again. She clenches her fist, shaking with rage. Damn it, she seethes. Just then a calm, new voice cuts through her frustration, calling her Black Moon cult trash. She is startled by the sudden intrusion. It is Su Liang. He appears with a knowing smirk, mockingly stating, "Even I can't help but laugh at your anxiety." The Beastmaster whips around, her eyes wide with shock. "So you're here." She recognizes him instantly as the Lunar King, especially as his own powerful favored beasts materialize behind him in a display of power. Trying to regain her composure, she sneers at him. "Just you alone. As a one-star Beastmaster, why didn't you ask your guards to follow you?" Su Liang's face darkens as he retorts, "You don't really think that just because you have an emperor, you can do everything you want, do you?" Internally, however, Su Liang is exasperated. "These brain-dead idiots," he thinks, "they really think I have an emperor." The pieces click into place for him. He realizes they used the Silent Libra because they mistakenly believe he possesses an emperor-ranked beast that is now sealed, rendering him powerless. The Beastmaster stares at the desolate landscape of the Serpent's Seat, her mind racing to understand how the Lunar King found her. Su Liang calmly agrees with her unspoken thoughts. "You are correct. A single emperor can't do everything." Her eyes widen in shock as he continues. "That's why the answer is the same whether or not the Silent Libra is present." The implication floors her. His eyes gleam with strategic brilliance as he delivers the final blow. "So before the Twin Moon sect seals this place off, you'd better crush the teleportation stone and run away." The Beastmaster is utterly stunned into silence. She had already smashed the stone, trapping herself here on purpose. A cold sweat runs down her back as panic sets in. He knew about the Silent Libra. How could it have been exposed so easily? The horrifying truth dawns on her. He knew the Emperor was blocked, so he came here alone on purpose, luring her into a false sense of security. Frozen with fear, the Beastmaster weighs her options. Seeing Su Liang standing near the artifact, she wonders, do I run or attack? Her gaze shifts to her own formidable beasts, weighing their power against the lone figure of the Lunar King. But Su Liang completely ignores her, turning his attention to the artifact with a gentle smile. "Please, just stand there and let me touch the sinking star crescent moon," he pleads softly, as if speaking to a person. He then calmly walks toward the colossal weapon, dwarfed by its immense size. Gazing up at its magnificent, glowing blade, he whispers in awe, "This is the favored beast that cut down the stars once." He reveals his deep understanding of the artifact's true, legendary nature. He gently reaches out and places his hand upon the spear. Instead of rejecting him, the weapon's light seems to sparkle and welcome his touch. With his hand on the artifact, Su Liang's gentle demeanor vanishes. He turns to the Beastmaster with a cold, possessive glare and shouts, "Don't even think about touching the sinking star crescent moon." The stage is set for the final battle. The enraged Beastmaster and her monstrous summons face off against the Lunar King, who now stands as the chosen master of the legendary weapon, his eyes glowing with newfound power. The battle rages on as a giant, shadowy beast with jagged teeth and glowing purple energy lunges forward to attack. In response, an ethereal, white, spirit-like figure emerges, whipping out a defensive tendril of light to meet the incoming assault. The two powerful forces clash, with crescent-shaped blades of light cutting through the air as Su Liang watches from below. Su Liang stands his ground as he conjures a swirling vortex of water, forming a powerful defensive barrier against the enemy's attack. The Black Moon cult Beastmaster looks on with a shocked expression, unable to believe what she's seeing. "What? How is this possible?" she exclaims. She stares in disbelief, realizing that none of her beast's powerful attacks have managed to even make Su Liang flinch. Her frustration grows as she notes that Su Liang is defending so effectively without even having summoned his own favored beast. Su Liang, however, puts on a show of relief, comically wiping sweat from his brow and thinking to himself that the scary-looking attack was all for show. He glances at his ethereal guardian, the spirit known as Moon in the Lake, and internally compliments its impressive defensive power, despite its inability to fight back. The Black Moon cult Beastmaster's expression darkens with rage as she grits her teeth and finally acknowledges her opponent's true identity, snarling, Lunar King. Losing her composure, she furiously yells at Su Liang, demanding that he stop acting so high and mighty. From her perspective, we see her hands moving to cast a powerful spell as she shouts that without an emperor, he is nothing. She brings her hands together in a prayer-like gesture, channeling a powerful and sinister energy. The cost of her spell becomes apparent as blood begins to drip from her nose and mouth, a sacrifice for the power she is about to unleash. She stands in the center of a complex magic circle, etched in glowing red runes on the ground, pulsing with dark energy. With a crazed and desperate expression, she screams out the name of the entity she is summoning, "Come out, great moon devourer king." A massive, swirling vortex of dark purple energy erupts from the earth, signaling the arrival of the terrifying beast. Watching from a distance, the other students can only let out terrified screams as they witness the horrifying summoning. Su Liang remains composed, a sword now planted in the cracked earth. He reveals his counter-strategy. He had used the Silent Libra's power to mask the beast's scent. This was done so that the sinking star crescent moon, a legendary weapon shown as a magnificent green and gold glaive, wouldn't notice the beast's presence. He explains that this act of concealment was the key that allowed him to summon another supreme being, as the giant, slavering maw of a serpent begins to appear. The mighty Great Moon Devourer King is fully summoned, a colossal black serpent with a crescent marking and piercing yellow eyes, towering over the Beastmaster. The Black Moon Cult Beastmaster, blood still on her face, laughs triumphantly. "How's that?" she taunts Su Liang. "In front of my proudest child, even you will be scared." The scene pulls back to reveal the truly overwhelming scale of the confrontation. Su Liang, a tiny, solitary figure, stands completely unfazed between the colossal Great Moon Devourer King and the legendary sinking star Crescent Moon Glaive. The Beastmaster's triumphant expression falters, replaced by stunned disbelief. All her power, this supreme beast, and yet, he shows no fear. She stares at Su Liang, her mind racing as she struggles to comprehend his reaction. His expression, why is he so indifferent? The Black Moon Cult Beastmaster is internally raging, wondering how Su Liang can be so nonchalant. Does he not even care about a supreme-ranked beast, she thinks. However, Su Liang's calm expression is just a facade. He's simply recalling some advice he once read online. When you look at a big fierce beast, you have to look fierce so you can die with more dignity. Internally, he's panicking, with the words "I'm dead" repeating over and over in his mind. Unaware of his inner turmoil, the Beastmaster grows more infuriated by his apparent arrogance, screaming, "Lunar King, you still refuse to summon your favored beast." Provoked by the command, the Great Moon Devourer King lets out a furious hiss, its body tensing as it prepares to strike. The colossal serpent slams its tail into the ground with devastating force, shattering the earth, yet Su Liang remains standing by the ancient glaive. Su Liang coolly observes the chaos and thinks to himself with a hint of sarcasm, "Wow, as expected of a supreme-ranked beast, even their madness is unique." Having had enough, the bloodied Beastmaster points a trembling finger at Su Liang and gives her beast the final, chilling order: "Kill him." The Great Moon Devourer King obeys, unleashing a vast, web-like torrent of destructive purple energy directly at the seemingly defenseless Su Liang. Faced with the overwhelming attack, Su Liang closes his eyes, his outward calm finally breaking into a sweat. He puts all his faith in his one defensive skill, thinking, well, it's up to the moon in the lake ability now. The scene shifts to a serene image. Su Liang stands on a tranquil surface of water, but his reflection is that of a beautiful, long-haired woman, the true form of his moon in the lake power. The serpent's devastating attack slams into Su Liang's position, causing a massive explosion of dark energy that completely obliterates the ground. But as the smoke clears, Su Liang is revealed to be standing completely unharmed in the center of the crater, protected by a shimmering barrier amidst the swirling dark energy. Having successfully weathered the storm, Su Liang opens his eyes, a confident and slightly smug smile playing on his lips. His relief manifests in a bizarre, comedic outburst as he shouts, "Praise the day, praise the sun," while his inner chibi self cries tears of joy. The reason for his celebration is revealed. An infographic explains that as a lunar-type pet, his moon in the lake spirit can only perform at half strength during the day, and the beast's attack didn't even deal 30% damage. Now brimming with confidence, Su Liang taunts the Beastmaster with a smirk. "If you want to break moon in the lake's shield, you'll have to use more power." He lands the final verbal blow, adding, "But I don't think you can do it." His words hit home as the exhausted Beastmaster collapses to her knees, spent. The Black Moon Cult Beastmaster stares up in utter disbelief, blood and tears streaking her face. How can it? Is this the legendary moon god's favor? She wonders, awestruck by his power. Su Liang calmly looks down on his defeated opponent. "There's no need to hurry, Black Moon," he says, turning his back on her. "Once I've dealt with the sinking star Crescent Moon, you'll get your turn." A shocking realization dawns on the Beastmaster. She understands that the Lunar King had been intentionally disregarding her, his true focus being to avoid awakening the sinking star Crescent Moon. In a close-up of her eye, we see the reflection of Su Liang standing before the glaive. Her mind flashes back, finally comprehending his true goal. Lunar King, she thinks, a new plan forming. Deciding to force his hand, she taunts him. "I wonder if that invisible shield of yours, that far exceeds common sense, will be able to withstand the blade that cuts down the stars. Su Liang's expression turns serious. Knowing he has no other choice, he calls upon his hidden power, declaring, "Silent Libra, release your battle technique." As Su Liang invokes his power, the great Moon Devourer King senses the immense energy shift and lets out a guttural roar. As Su Liang unleashes his technique, a ribbon of glowing green energy, the Silent Libra, unwraps itself from the sword planted in the ground. He immediately realizes his critical error. "Oh shit," he shouts, knowing that with the Silent Libra's cover removed, the Supreme Rank's aura will be detected, alerting the sinking star. The ancient glaive begins to tremble. A golden, armored hand grips its shaft, and with a powerful crack, it pulls itself free from the earth, which shatters around it. The sinking star crescent moon awakens, revealing its true form, a stunningly beautiful woman with flowing green hair, who stretches lazily as if waking from a long nap, the massive weapon held effortlessly in her hand. Her brilliant green eyes, sharp and powerful, snap open. The legendary sinking star crescent moon is now fully awake. She effortlessly hefts the massive, ornate glaive, its crystalline green blade humming with an ancient and immense power. The sheer force of her awakening sends a tremor through the battlefield, causing the ground to quake and sending large rocks flying into the air. The students watching from a nearby canyon are caught in the shockwave, stumbling in confusion and terror. "What's going on?" one of them cries out. One of the students, a girl holding a staff, recognizes the terrifying power signature and screams at the top of her lungs. "It's the sinking star. The sinking star crescent moon has awoken." "Run away," her warning sends the other students scrambling for their lives. The newly awakened sinking star crescent moon immediately goes on the offensive, swinging her glaive to unleash a devastating wave of energy. Su Liang braces himself, summoning his water shield to defend. Su Liang, sweating profusely, clings to a sliver of hope. He reasons, the great Moon Devourer King blow only dealt less than 30%, so the rest of the protection of the moon in the lake should be able to block it, right? His hope is instantly annihilated. The attack crashes into his shield, shattering it instantly, leaving him to utter a single, confused, "A." The horrifying reality sets in as his moon in the lake spirit is overwhelmed and dispersed. No, he thinks in terror, the chance of blocking it is less than 1%. His face goes blank with utter shock as he comprehends the difference in power. What the hell, is the gap between the supreme ranks that big? In a panic, he looks over towards the other supreme beast, desperately wondering, what kind of defense is that serpent seat woman using? But he finds no answers there. The great Moon Devourer King is coiled up tightly, motionless and silent, completely intimidated by the sinking star's overwhelming presence. The sinking star crescent moon hovers in the air, radiating an aura of absolute power, while Su Liang can only look up, completely overshadowed. Looking down in despair, Su Liang accepts the grim situation. The other supreme-ranked beast is no help at all. As expected, he thinks, she also can't stop it. He stands alone against the swirling green energy, his cloak whipping around him, seemingly out of options and resigned to his fate. In a final, desperate act, Su Liang throws his head back and screams a name, a last-ditch call for aid. "Treading clouds chasing moon, help me." The scene flashes back to a few minutes prior. A group from the Twin Moon sect is gathered, and one woman is complaining to their elder, "Elder, are you even listening? I told you a woman from the Moonlight Academy attacked us." A hot-headed student with spiky brown hair angrily chimes in, "How could the people of the Moonlight Beast Academy do such a thing?" While another injured student kneels beside him. The gray-haired elder sighs, pinching the bridge of her nose in exasperation. "Calm down," she clarifies. "That wasn't someone from the academy, that was a member of the Black Moon cult." She reflects internally on the gravity of the situation, thinking that for ordinary students to survive an encounter with a high-ranking cultist is nothing short of a miracle. The elder stands with her arms crossed, listening as the other woman from her sect continues to speak, setting the scene for their group's presence near the chaotic battle. The scene stays with the Twin Moon sect group. The woman who was just complaining now looks over at her companion, the one called Treading Clouds Chasing Moon, and wonders, but how is that woman so calm? The woman in question leans against a rock wall, her arms crossed, looking completely unbothered. Her internal monologue continues as she stares at her companion's indifferent expression. Isn't she worried about the safety of the Lunar King? Suddenly, the calm woman's eyes snap open with alarm. The bell on her choker jingles as she abruptly senses something is wrong. This is the moment she hears Su Liang's desperate telepathic plea for help. Her composure completely shatters. She whips around in shock, exclaiming, "The sinking star crescent moon." Was it alarmed? Her sudden panic alerts the rest of her group. The entire group now looks on in shared horror. The orange-haired woman screams, "Sinking star crescent moon is opening its eyes." The chapter ends as Su Liang's reinforcements finally realize the true, terrifying scale of the battle they are about to join. The Black Moon Cult Beastmaster is enveloped in a strange aura as she warns everyone present to retreat immediately. As the ground trembles and rocks fly, the Beastmasters flee in terror. One of them screams in fear as she runs for her life. The Black Moon Cult Beastmaster, now weakened, senses a strange and fleeting aura amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a massive wave of water erupts, a skill used by the Lunar King. The Beastmaster is shocked, wondering if it's the power of the Emperor she senses. The Lunar King, Su Liang, is frustrated. He had tried to call out the name of the beast, but it didn't work. He suspects that the boundary and the silent Libra's technique are blocking his voice. Suddenly, the legendary beast, Sinking Star Crescent Moon, appears in the form of a female warrior. She is poised to strike in less than 3 seconds. The countdown begins. Su Liang smirks, thinking to himself how the times have changed as he realizes he can't call for help with his voice and must resort to other means. With only 2 seconds left, Su Liang quickly pulls out his phone to send a message. With just 1 second remaining, his finger hovers over the send button on a desperate message. Help me. Sinking Star Crescent Moon glares down with fierce determination, her eyes locked on her target. She swings her massive spear downwards, aiming directly for the small figure of Su Liang below. The enormous warrior looms over Su Liang, her attack about to connect. Despite the overwhelming odds, Su Liang reveals his face and prepares to confront the immense power descending upon him. He reaches a hand upward, a look of intense concentration on his face. From Su Liang's perspective, the attack from Sinking Star Crescent Moon is immense and seemingly unavoidable. As the attack closes in, Su Liang reaches out as if to catch the weapon with his bare hand. A brilliant light begins to emanate from his outstretched hand, preparing to meet the strike. A blinding flash of light erupts from Su Liang's position, completely engulfing the area. The impact results in a massive explosion, tearing the ground apart. The shockwave is so powerful that it sends the fleeing Beastmasters flying through the air. The Black Moon Cult Beastmaster protects herself with a barrier, wondering if the immense power she just witnessed belonged to the Emperor. As the dust begins to settle, one of the onlookers anxiously asks if the Lunar King is still there. The Black Moon Cult Beastmaster senses that the situation is far more complicated than she could have ever imagined. The entire battlefield is now covered in a thick layer of smoke and dust, the acrid smell of the explosion hanging heavy in the air and obscuring everything from view. Then, from within the thick smoke, a faint coughing sound breaks the silence, hinting at a survivor amidst the chaos. The Black Moon Cult Beastmaster emerges from behind cover, coughing and complaining about the awful smell left after the explosion. She feels disoriented, realizing that her silent Libra can no longer sense the surroundings. She assumes it must be due to the powerful impact of the Sinking Star Crescent Moon's attack. In the middle of the crater, the Sinking Star Crescent Moon spear floats peacefully, having calmed down after its violent outburst. A sudden panicked thought strikes the Beastmaster as she looks around the empty battlefield. Hold on a second, where's the Lunar King? She scans the desolate landscape, completely baffled. The Lunar King was closest to the epicenter of the blast, so how could he have vanished without a trace? Staring at the now dormant weapon, she begins to wonder if he was completely obliterated by the Sinking Star Crescent Moon, leaving not even ashes behind. A slow smile spreads across her face as she looks at the mark on her hand. She reasons that since her plan successfully alarmed the Sinking Star Crescent Moon into attacking, then technically. Her eyes widen in ecstatic disbelief as the realization hits her. She covers her mouth as she processes the unbelievable thought, I defeated the Lunar King. The Black Moon Cult's Beastmaster, Serpent Seat, laughs maniacally. She is overjoyed, believing that the legendary artifact, the Sinking Star Crescent Moon, has successfully killed the Lunar King. She mocks her fallen enemy, laughing at how he was distracted by his cell phone until the very end. The scene shows Su Liang, the Lunar King, calmly looking at his phone amidst the light of a massive explosion behind him. Floating amidst the rubble of her attack, Serpent Seat throws her arms out in celebration, screaming that she has defeated the great Lunar King. With a greedy and triumphant expression, she declares that the powerful Sinking Star Crescent Moon is now hers for the taking. The massive, ornate polearm, the Sinking Star Crescent Moon, flies through the air. In the background, Serpent Seat reaches out, ready to claim her prize. Suddenly, her victorious expression vanishes, replaced by one of pure shock and disbelief. The Sinking Star Crescent Moon is now held by its sentient form, a woman with long, light green hair. Serpent Seat is stunned, wondering why the weapon is alarmed again when it should be hers. Serpent Seat glances at the massive tail of her own beast, the great lunar devourer king, and reasons that in its weakened state, it couldn't possibly be the cause of the weapon's reaction. Her confusion only deepens as she fails to understand what is happening. As Serpent Seat watches, a huge cloud of smoke and dust billows up from the crater where the Lunar King was supposedly defeated. From within the smoke, Su Liang emerges. He stands there calmly, without a single scratch on him, a slight smile on his face. Serpent Seat stares in utter disbelief. It's impossible. Not only is he completely uninjured, but there isn't even a speck of dust on his clothes after taking a direct hit from the sinking star crescent moon. The source of the smoke is revealed. A colossal leg has just stomped the ground, yet Su Liang stands calmly beside it, completely unfazed. Sweating and completely bewildered, Serpent Seat can only stare and wonder what on earth is going on. A new, massive creature emerges from the smoke. It's a shadowy beast in the shape of a deer with glowing eyes. Serpent Seat wonders if this could be a young Emperor-rank beast. She continues to analyze the situation in a panic. The creature is far too large to be a supreme rank, but if an Emperor rank were to appear, the entire northern region should have been in an uproar. Her eyes widen in terror as she realizes she has no idea what this powerful entity is. Her body trembles as she clutches a blue crystal, a tool for a quick escape. However, she clenches her fist, deciding against fleeing. She realizes this is a rare and valuable moment. Her fear is replaced by a steely determination. She vows that even if she dies here, she must witness the Lunar King's favored beast. Looking up at the colossal beast, she recognizes this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gather information on the true power of the Lunar King. As she watches, the beast's antlers begin to shimmer and transform, their shadowy form crystallizing into a brilliant purple. The transformation continues, spreading from the antlers down through the beast's body as it takes on its true form. Before Serpent Seat's shocked eyes, the beast's full form is revealed. Standing majestically under the light of the full moon is a magnificent, ethereal deer with crystalline purple antlers. An inscription identifies it as a supreme rank beast, treading clouds chasing moon. As the magnificent beast stands proudly, its power radiates outwards. A translucent, spectral image of a beautiful, white-haired woman with closed eyes appears behind it, hinting at the beast's true spirit or perhaps its ancestral form, a being of immense power and grace. Crumbled on the ground, Serpent Seat stares in utter disbelief at the majestic beast that has just appeared, unable to comprehend how this is possible. Her own beast, the great lunar devourer king, rears its head, looking minuscule and terrified in comparison. She realizes that the new creature is 4 or 5 times bigger than her own powerful beast. The size difference is staggering. The elegant, deer-like treading clouds chasing moon towers over the coiled form of the devourer king. Serpent Seat reflects that while her beast is considered one of the most terrifying in the Black Moon cult for its size, she has never seen a supreme rank creature this massive in her entire life. She looks from the beast to Su Liang, trying to find a logical explanation. She reasons that there's no way he could possibly utilize the full power of a supreme rank beast with what she believes is just his one-star favored power. Seeing Su Liang with his eyes shadowed, seemingly straining, she incorrectly concludes that this must be his one and only weakness, that he can't fully control this immense power. However, Su Liang's internal thoughts reveal the truth. He is not straining at all. He is simply in awe of the spectacle, thinking to himself, what a spectacular sight. He continues to admire the transformation, smiling as he thinks about how the small, white deer he knew became so magnificent. Even he was shocked by the sudden display of power. Looking at his loyal beast, he wonders how she managed to get here so quickly. He notes that her arrival felt like teleportation, and he couldn't even see how she saved him from the attack. His gaze drifts to the ghostly, feminine silhouette behind the deer, the image of its ancestor. With a moment of levity, he wonders to himself if his little deer will grow up to be as curvaceous as the silhouette. Bringing his focus back to the battle, Su Liang speaks to his protector, treading clouds chasing moon. He asks if she can stop the sinking star crescent moon, as he'd rather not get cut by it again. Sensing her response, Su Liang seems a bit flustered. He questions her vague plan to simply hinder or block the enemy, asking hopefully if she has a more concrete strategy since she's already here. Suddenly an idea strikes him, and his expression turns serious as he thinks, hold on. He recalls the moment the blade struck him. He realizes that being cut by the weapon was like making direct physical contact with the sentient beast's main body. This realization is key. Because he has made contact, he should now be able to access the details of the sinking star crescent moon within his powerful artifact, the Lunar Book. Ever the cautious planner, Su Liang hedges his bets. He knows that simply reading the information might not solve the problem, so he keeps an escape plan in his back pocket. If things go wrong, he'll have treading clouds chasing moon carry him away. The lunar book reveals a crucial piece of lore. The sinking star crescent moon is a legendary beast that lost its scabbard in ancient times when the moon shattered. For millennia, it has been trapped in a cycle of sleeping and waking, searching for its scabbard and refusing to communicate with any living being. As he processes this, the book unlocks another piece of information. The name of the lost scabbard is the Crescent Moon Frost Blossom. Su Liang is surprised to learn that a supreme rank sheath even exists. A plan begins to form in Su Liang's mind. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, believing that with this crucial information about the lost scabbard, it shouldn't be too difficult to finally communicate with the sinking star crescent moon. He understands the weight of this secret knowledge. Even the most ancient and powerful organizations like the Moon Palace have no record of this and no way to communicate with the legendary beast. Looking at the sentient weapon floating in the air, Su Liang comes to a startling conclusion. The sinking star crescent moon must have been born even before the moon god's palace was ever established. He reasons that because this history is so ancient, it's highly likely that even the current host of its lost scabbard, the crescent moon Frost Blossom, is completely unaware of this connection. As Su Liang strategizes, the sentient form of the sinking star crescent moon begins to stir, her eyes glowing with immense power. Seeing this, Serpent Seat begins to panic again, screaming that the beast is opening its eyes once more. In a desperate move, Serpent Seat turns and runs towards her own coiled beast, yelling for the great Moon Devourer King to quickly protect her from the awakening threat. In response to its master's command, the great devouring moon orb enters its aggressive, residual blood phase. Spikes erupt from its body as it roars, preparing to face the newly awakened power of the sinking star crescent moon. Instead of attacking Su Liang, the sinking star crescent moon turns its attention to his protector, glaring intently at the supreme rank beast. Treading Cloud's chasing moon is unimpressed by the challenge, giving a dismissive side-eye as it thinks, "What the hell are you looking at?" The two powerful beasts face off, their immense auras clashing and crackling in the air, creating a tense stalemate on the battlefield. While the beasts are locked in their power struggle, Su Liang makes a bold move. He completely ignores Serpent Seat's attacking beast and walks away from the safety of his own protector. Hiding behind her own beast, Serpent Seat watches in confusion, wondering what the Lunar King could possibly be planning now. Her confusion turns to shock as she realizes Su Liang has intentionally left the protective range of his own supreme rank beast, making himself completely vulnerable. With a confident smirk, Su Liang walks directly towards the legendary weapon and issues an audacious command. "Sinking star crescent moon, submit to me." The scene shows the full standoff. Su Liang, a lone figure, stands boldly before the sinking star crescent moon, while Treading Cloud's chasing moon continues to hold the Devourer King at bay in the background. Su Liang reveals his trump card. He holds up a simple ring, the lost scabbard known as the Crescent Moon Frost Blossom. As he presents it, a spectral hand from the sentient weapon reaches out, drawn to its long-lost other half. The sentient form of the sinking star crescent moon is utterly shocked, her eyes wide and white with disbelief at what she is seeing. A brilliant flash of light erupts as the presence of the lost scabbard is fully revealed. Su Liang stands confidently, holding the key to her millennia-long search in his hand, and calls out its name, Scabbard Crescent Moon Frost Blossom. Her shocked expression softens slightly as Su Liang speaks directly to her, confirming her greatest desire. "Sinking star crescent moon," he asks, "are you looking for it?" He then makes his grand offer. Swearing in the name of the lunar goddess Flash Butterfly, he promises to bring the scabbard to her within 3 years. He lays out his condition for this impossible promise. In exchange for the return of her scabbard, she will have to grant him a favor. The sinking star crescent moon stares at him, her mind reeling as she silently considers the life-altering contract he has proposed. Having heard the offer, she slowly closes her eyes, contemplating the first glimmer of hope she has had in thousands of years. With her eyes fully closed, she makes her decision. Her sentient, human-like form dissolves back into pure green energy, merging once again with the polearm. She has accepted the terms. As the deal is struck, Su Liang reaches out and places his hand on the polearm, sealing the contract between them. Serpent Seat watches in horror as her beast's attack passes harmlessly through Su Liang's body. She can't comprehend how it's possible. Having formed the contract, Su Liang is now imbued with a portion of the weapon's power, as swirls of water magic begin to manifest around his feet. With the sinking star crescent moon now under his command, Su Liang is surrounded by powerful streams of water that rise from the ground and spiral around the weapon. Now under his command, the weapon's aquatic power is drawn towards Su Liang, coalescing around him in a swirling vortex of raw energy. The vortex of energy flows into Su Liang's hands. He closes his eyes, absorbing the power and internalizing the new contractual bond as a silent acknowledgement echoes across the battlefield. The sinking star crescent moon has accepted the Lunar King. Treading clouds chasing moon watches its master, who is now surrounded by the swirling blue energy of his new contract, its expression filled with curiosity and awe. A close-up on the deer's large, sparkling eye shows its complete admiration for Su Liang's accomplishment. It can only let out a quiet, impressed, whoa. Standing amidst the powerful streams of water magic, Su Liang knows the significance of what he has just done. He thinks to himself that now, the entire world is going to be in an uproar. With a confident smile and a determined fist, Su Liang is ready for the consequences. He has not only survived, but has gained an incredibly powerful new ally. Serpent Seat is utterly broken by this turn of events, screaming that this is impossible. She knows that for millennia, tens of thousands of beast tamers have tried and failed to form a contract with the legendary sinking star crescent moon. Countless powerful figures have reached for it, yet it has rejected them all, only to finally submit to the Lunar King. The nature of the sinking star crescent moon is absolute. Once it forms a contract with a person, that contract can only be broken by the death of the contractor. Therefore, for the sinking star crescent moon to agree to a contract, it must be because it believes the person is impossible to defeat. And that person is none other than the Lunar King himself. Realizing the sheer difference in power, Zatoa slumps in defeat. She mutters to herself that this must be the only way to truly understand. With newfound resolve flashing in her eyes, she decides that if she must die, her death will serve as a final, crucial message to the Black Moon cult. In a last-ditch effort, she screams out the name of her ultimate skill, summoning the great moon-devouring king. A monstrous, spiky black serpent erupts from the ground, ready to fight. The Lunar King stands calmly, facing the massive beast as it lunges towards him. The Lunar King looks on, unimpressed. He thinks to himself that this woman has seen too much, and while he doesn't like silencing people, he'll have to make an exception. Suddenly his own beast, the white deer known as Treading Clouds Chasing Moon, intervenes and fires a powerful blast of energy. The beam of purple energy completely engulfs Zatoa's serpent, causing a massive explosion. The shockwave from the blast ripples through the landscape, obliterating everything in its path. Even the Lunar King is taken aback by the sheer power of his own companion, wondering if the pet food he's been giving her was a bit too powerful. As he looks at the splatters of blood on the ground, the pieces start to click into place for him. The Moon God's palace, the Moon Pavilion, the white-flowered deer, and the Lunar King. It all makes sense now. Zatoa falls to her knees, staring in disbelief at the blood-soaked ground where her beast was just moments ago. The white deer, Treading Clouds Chasing Moon, has a realization of its own. This power is not merely that of an innate supreme rank. Zatoa looks up in horror as the deer understands its true nature. It is the descendant of an emperor. A vision of its majestic ancestor appears, hinting at an even more powerful lineage. Clutching a blue teleportation crystal, Zatoa knows she can't die yet. The information she's gathered is far too important and must be delivered. She resolves to create a distraction, believing there's still a chance to escape. She stands to face the Lunar King, who now hovers above on a giant manta ray-like beast, pointing down at her. She believes that as long as she avoids a direct confrontation with the Lunar King, she can still escape since the area isn't fully sealed. With a determined grip, she crushes the crystal, intending to teleport away. Her expression shifts from determination to utter shock. Instead of teleporting, she sees her escape crystal hovering in the air right in front of her. Her plan was foiled by the most unexpected of creatures. The crystal was snatched from her by a tiny, seemingly harmless creature, a low-ranking flash butterfly. The Lunar King holds the teleportation crystal, the flash butterfly resting on his finger. Zatoa stands defeated as the spirit of the sinking star crescent moon now floats near his other beast. He gives a confident wink, explaining that on a chaotic battlefield of supreme ranks, of course, no one would ever notice a low-ranking flash butterfly. He looks over at the defeated Zatoa and asks, "Don't you agree?" She can only stand there, battered and broken. A faint, accepting smile forms on her lips. She admits that while it's probably too late, she finally understands why he holds the title of Lunar King. The Lunar King's white deer companion watches silently as Zatoa accepts her fate. With her final breath, she looks at him with a sense of peace and says, "Lunar King, it was an honor to have fought against you." As Zatoa vanishes, a new figure arrives on the scene. A beastmaster with cat-like features looks on in shock, calling out for her lord. She cries out, "The Holy Lord," as the Lunar King stands amidst the aftermath of the battle. The cat girl and other followers have arrived. She kneels before him as he gives the order. The serpent's seat is dead. Lift the blockade. The followers look at their leader with awe and anticipation as he prepares to make another announcement. He declares coolly, "From now on, the sinking star crescent moon will remain with me." The news that the Lunar King had single-handedly subdued the legendary sinking star crescent moon sent a massive shockwave through all the forces of the lunar lineage. The scene shifts to the southern region, home of the powerful Azure Moon Holy Sect. A woman with long pink hair, Emperor Kangyue, is relaxing in a spring under the moonlight when a subordinate rushes in with terrible news. The subordinate breathlessly reports that the sinking star crescent moon was subdued by the Lunar King. Emperor Kangyue remains unfazed, calmly looking at an orb of water in her hands and stating that she already knows. She acknowledges that the Lunar King is the darling of the moon and the rightful holder of the lunar tome. Her subordinate insists that she too is great, being a 4-star beastmaster with an emperor-rank companion and eyes that can see through all moonlight. A sly smile crosses Emperor Kangyue's face. She agrees the moon is favoring someone, then gives a shocking order. All qualified participants from their sect are to give up on the upcoming Moon God Festival. Her subordinate is stunned into silence, unable to comprehend the command. Meanwhile, the scene changes again, this time to a lonely shore on the northern edge of the central region. A woman with horns, the antelope seat, reports to a hooded figure, "Your Holiness, those two are about to arrive." The hooded figure, the holy son of the Black Moon cult, asks her, "Antelope seat, do you think that I'll lose to the Lunar King once more?" The antelope seat responds with unwavering loyalty, stating that even if she were the last one left, she would never doubt that he will overcome the Lunar King and restore their cult to its former glory. Just then, two powerful entities arrive, emerging from a colossal water dragon. They address the hooded figure, saying, "Black Moon's holy son, we hope your plan will not disappoint us." The new arrivals, Starstruck Moon and Yellow Spring Road of the Nine Hells, make a grim vow. If they are killed in battle, their entire clan will willingly submit to the Lunar King. They warn that no one can defy the gods. The Holy Sun, however, is completely confident. He reassures his followers, "Don't worry, the plan will be successful." With their objective set, the Holy Sun declares their plan. They will go to the Moonlight Academy, wait for the Moon God Festival, and there, they will kill the Lunar King. Back at the Lunar Museum Star Hall, the Lunar King himself wonders if the Moon God Festival is truly about to begin. His companion, Treading Clouds Chasing Moon, explains that the Moon God only descends when the moon is at its absolute peak, and the last festival was over 1,000 years ago. The Lunar King facepalms, revealing he already knows and has been contacted by the Dean of the Imperial Beast Academy. The Moon God Festival is an event where all chosen lunar beastmasters must fight for the ultimate moon throne. The prizes for winning these battles are immense, allowing beastmasters to grow at an astonishing rate and fueling even more conflict for the throne. The festival will not end until someone ascends to the throne or everyone else forfeits. Furthermore, a condition has been set. The festival will not conclude until he has defeated the Kangyue Emperor within 3 years, leaving him speechless. Making matters more complicated, the participants can locate each other. Annoyed, the Lunar King explains that because of this, the director has asked him to protect 2 of her participating students. He has a complete meltdown, screaming about why he has to fulfill the promises made by his predecessor and wondering just how many people were fooled in the name of the Moon God. Treading Clouds Chasing Moon tries to reassure him, reminding him of the rewards and boasting that in 3 years' time, Emperor Kangyue won't even be able to hold a candle to him. She then reveals a critical piece of information. There's a rare chance to obtain pages from the Lunar Tome. She explains that the owners of these pages can break their contract limit and contract dozens of pets, which catches the Lunar King completely by surprise. He's left dumbfounded, realizing that if a mere few pages can grant such power, then he, who holds the entire book, must possess an unimaginable potential. His amazement turns to confusion as he wonders how others could possibly get pages from the tome when he has the entire thing. His companion simply yawns, bored with his questions. Changing the subject, she playfully nudges him, suggesting he should ask the keeper to give her more free time to roam around. She sweetly offers to help keep an eye on the 2 students he has to protect, if only she were allowed to go out in the moonlight more often. She gives him a pleading, winking glance, hoping her cute display will work. Her playful nudge sends him flying into a wall, cracking it on impact. The 2 stare at each other in silence for a moment. The Lunar King stumbles away, clutching his side and grumbling that a blow from a supreme rank beast nearly punctured his kidneys. He pulls out his phone with a vengeful look. In their group chat, he sends his companion a savage reply to her request, a link for 100 ways to cook venison. As she's left speechless by his message, he notices that the information on the two students he needs to protect has finally arrived. The first file is on Bai Yuer, a 16-year-old princess and human tiger hybrid. She is the companion of a supreme rank beast, but it is currently in a deep slumber, likely due to her own low cultivation level. He muses to himself, I thought she was a cat girl, but she's a tigress. The second file is on Bai Yao, also 16, the fourth princess of the prosperous Bai Yue Empire. Her most notable achievement was summoning a supreme-tier beast to fight in a battle when she was very young. He sighs, realizing the burden he's been given, protecting the daughter of an emperor and the daughter of an empire. Calling them two troublesome guys, he prepares to forward their details. He forwards the student profiles to his cat girl subordinate, who playfully replies, that one on top looks interesting. I'll take care of her. That girl Bai Yuer is currently pouting with a disappointed look on her face. Sitting on a swing set with Bai Yao, she complains that the sinking star crescent moon was subdued by the Lunar King just like that. She sighs that she didn't even have time to dream about it. Bai Yao gets up from the swing, telling her it's time to go. They need to head to the teaching area for an important announcement. As the two girls walk away, Treading Cloud's chasing Moon watches them from the bushes, identifying Bai Yuer as the little half-blood girl from the White Saint clan. The deer notes that while the girl's scent is memorable, she doesn't seem to be very bright. It sniffs the air, noticing the first drops of rain beginning to fall. Sensing that this kind of rain will greatly reduce its abilities, it decides to head back to safety in case something happens. But just as it turns to leave, its eyes snap open in alarm as it senses a powerful presence approaching. A swirling vortex of water and raw power erupts nearby. The energy violently bursts from the ground, right in the middle of the academy, sending shockwaves through the area. A massive armored creature made of water, the supreme rank Heavy Rain Tyrant, materializes before the terrified students. It declares, found it, one of the 5 supreme objectives. It towers over them, issuing a cold ultimatum. Child, you have 10 seconds to summon all of your favored beasts. As the girls tremble in fear, the creature states that it doesn't have a habit of killing beastmasters with sneak attacks. Bai Yao spots a glowing insignia of 7 stars on the creature's shoulder and screams in terror, 7 stars. This guy is the favored beast of a 7-star beastmaster. Watching from a distance, Treading Cloud's chasing Moon comes to the same horrifying conclusion. A 7-star beastmaster is an emperor. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. The scene opens on a gloomy, rainy day at what appears to be a grand academic institution. A young, green-haired girl, accompanied by her maids, expresses her annoyance at having to venture out into the rain to get to the teaching area. Her complaints are cut short when she spots a small, glowing butterfly flitting through the rain, capturing her attention. She curiously identifies the creature as a seemingly harmless, low-level flash butterfly. One of her maids, a cautious woman with black hair, warns her against interacting with the beast, regardless of its low rank. Ignoring the advice, the green-haired girl holds out her hand for the butterfly, wondering aloud if the reclusive Lunar King also engages in such weird ideas as playing with little beasts. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in from behind, asking if they are discussing the Lunar King, causing the girl and her maid to turn around in surprise. A mysterious person with their eyes obscured by their bangs appears, smiling as they say they also love talking about the Lunar King. The mysterious figure, who is revealed to have a pair of strange black horns, walks away down the empty, rain-slicked street. The black-haired maid, clearly unsettled by the encounter, turns and asks with concern, "Who's that?" The green-haired girl, feeling insulted, angrily yells at the retreating figure, telling them to get lost as she is on her way to an important student conference. The horned person stops and turns back with a smug grin, mockingly repeating the girl's insult back at her. Now fully revealed, the horned girl from the Black Moon cult stands with her own beast, a strange masked gazelle. She scoffs at the idea of dealing with a mere kid who only possesses a cub of a supreme. The maids are struck with terror as the black-haired maid recognizes the creature, shouting in alarm that it's a supreme-rank beast, the evil-eyed gazelle. The green-haired girl's face pales with shock as she realizes she's confronting a member of the dangerous and notorious Black Moon cult. The scene shifts to the Moonlight Imperial Academy's teaching area plaza, where a large crowd of students has gathered despite the rain. From a high vantage point overlooking the plaza, 2 figures observe the crowd, noting that key individuals named Bai Yuer and Bai Yao have yet to arrive. An orange-haired woman, the vice president, stands on a stage before the students. Holding a flower-like staff, she admits to having a bad feeling before clearing her throat to make an announcement. The students look on with surprise and anticipation as she announces that, after 1,000 years, the legendary Moon God Festival is about to begin. The vice president explains the rules of the festival's opening, promising beastmasters from the lunar lineage will be selected to fight as offerings to the gods, with the promise of incredible rewards for each victory. A student's face fills with horror as the brutal truth of the ritual is revealed. The sacrifices must fight to the death until only a single survivor remains. As the crowd reels from the shocking revelation, the vice president continues her announcement, building the tension towards the ultimate prize for the final winner. She declares that the sole survivor will be crowned the true lunar king of the era. As she speaks, a colossal, sinisterly smiling moon-like entity materializes in the sky above. The vice president's professional demeanor shatters, replaced by sheer panic. Realizing this is not a festival but a full-blown attack, she screams for everyone to evacuate immediately. But her warning comes too late. Before anyone can react, a massive, destructive explosion of energy erupts from the center of the plaza, engulfing the area in a blinding flash. The vice president is sent flying by the force of the explosion, recognizing in terror that she's been hit by a 7-star supreme-level battle technique. As she falls, she worries that her defensive ability, the Supreme Moon Veil, is only strong enough to protect herself, and that all the students are surely lost. However, as the smoke clears from the devastated plaza, she looks up in astonishment to see that the students are all standing amidst the rubble, completely unharmed. Her colleague, the other vice president, stands with his large, white saber-toothed beast, equally confused as to how they all survived the powerful blast. The giant, smiling moon entity that launched the assault seems surprised itself, remarking that its attack appears to have been absorbed by something. The students below look towards the sky, realizing that the enigmatic lunar king must have been the one who secretly intervened to protect them all. Elsewhere, the true lunar king, Su Liang, watches the scene from under his hood and mask, noting that while he is watching over the academy, he has not yet revealed himself. He reflects that luckily, after the battle at the Moonville Mountain Range, the capacity of his protective moon in the lake's shield has been tripled. A spirit entity at his side laments that even with the upgrade, the attack still blew off 40% of the shield's power, and that everyone would have been reduced to dust otherwise. A dark smile plays on Su Liang's lips as he admits to himself that he'd almost forgotten how long it's been since he was last this angry. Back at the plaza, red lightning suddenly erupts from the smiling moon entity, tearing the very fabric of space apart and shocking the onlookers. From the spatial rift, a new figure emerges, a beautiful, winged woman with a halo. The crowd recognizes her as a second 7-star supreme rank entity. The vice president breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that for the enemy to possess a 7-star beast, their master must be at least at the emperor level. The angelic being, whose eyes are covered by a golden star, angrily confronts the smiling moon, demanding to know why it would launch an attack that could have killed all the students. The smiling moon calls her a fool, stating that the lunar king couldn't care less about the lives of these ants, and reveals their true mission is simply to occupy the 2 vice presidents in this territory. The vice president's eyes widen as a sudden realization dawns on her. She recognizes the angelic being and calls out her name in disbelief. Star Guardian, Moon Guide Celestial Maiden, from Stargazer's Moon. The vice president recalls having seen the maiden in action during an exchange program 5 years prior. This only adds to the confusion, as the students question why a supposed ally is involved in the attack. The Star Guardian ignores their questions and issues an ultimatum, giving them 1 minute to evacuate the innocent students from the plaza. She warns that after the minute is up, they will no longer show any mercy. Her threat sends a wave of panic through the crowd as students begin to flee. Amidst the chaos and panic shouting, the sound of a single, calm footstep cuts through the noise. Su Liang, still under his hood, calmly walks through the fleeing students, looking down at his phone as if he were just on a casual stroll. He approaches the 2 powerful entities and addresses the smiling moon directly, calling it Starstruck Moon and capturing its full attention. Both the celestial maiden and the moon entity are taken aback by his audacity. The moon entity demands to know who dares to show themselves when even their own emperor remains hidden. Looking up with eyes blazing with cold fury, Su Liang retorts, asking the invaders what makes them possibly think they're going to get away with this. In response to their threats, Su Liang summons his power, and a massive, green-bladed glaive erupts from the cratered ground. The 2 vice presidents and the celestial maiden watch in shock as a green-haired female warrior materializes, wielding the enormous weapon. The vice presidents recognize the entity with dread. It's the supreme rank beast, Sinking Star Crescent Moon. Sinking Star Crescent Moon's eyes glow with a terrifying blank white light, indicating her uncontrolled and berserk state. Now fully manifested in her revealing battle armor, she poises with her scythe, radiating an aura of untamed, destructive power. The orange-haired vice president realizes with horror that Crescent Moon seems to be in a frenzy, completely unable to distinguish friend from foe. A crazed grin spreads across Crescent Moon's face, and the vice president fears that she is about to indiscriminately kill everyone on the battlefield. In a shocking twist, Crescent Moon unleashes her power not on Su Liang's enemies, but attacks the Star Guardian Celestial Maiden and the Smiling Moon entity directly. A colossal cloud of dust and debris erupts from the impact, blanketing the area in chaos. Caught in the collateral damage of the blast, a nearby student coughs and sputters from the thick dust. The vice president finds herself on the ground amidst the rubble, also coughing from the shockwave of the undirected attack. She looks up with a dirt-streaked face, amazed that she managed to survive the incredibly powerful and uncontrolled blast. Standing at the edge of a new, massive crater, she muses that since she was spared, it must mean the Lunar King still cares about the lives of his people after all. The true targets, the Celestial Maiden and the Smiling Moon, are seen slammed against a rock wall, completely overwhelmed by Crescent Moon's power. Across the crater, Su Liang stands calmly, watching as Sinking Star Crescent Moon hovers before him, awaiting her master's next command. The battered Celestial Maiden snarls a defiant threat, claiming that even if they are defeated, their fall is merely a welcome gift to him. As it begins to fade, the Smiling Moon entity delivers a final, ominous warning, promising that their emperor will be coming for Su Liang soon. As a parting shot, the Celestial Maiden and the Smiling Moon unleash a final, combined attack, launching several orbs of light. Sinking Star Crescent Moon's eyes flare with purple energy as she moves to intercept the enemy's final attack. As Crescent Moon engages, Su Liang's spirit companion notes that his protective shield is now at only 4% capacity and is no longer usable. The spirit calculates that Crescent Moon's blade will strike the enemies in 3 seconds, while the Smiling Moon cackles, confident in its final attack. The spirit warns that if the enemies don't stop Crescent Moon, they will be cut to pieces by her uncontrollable power, forcing Su Liang to quickly decide what to do. Crescent Moon descends in a deadly arc, her massive blade swinging down to annihilate her opponents. The Celestial Maiden and a blonde student look on in absolute terror, powerless to stop the devastating blow. The attack lands, creating a massive explosion of green energy that sends the remaining students flying from the violent shockwave. On the ground, students point towards the sky in awe, wondering if the incredible commotion is being caused by one of the Lunar King's favored beasts. They look up to see an impossible phenomenon. 2 moons, one a crescent and one a brilliant full moon, now hang in the rainy sky. The Celestial Maiden's elf-feared companion suddenly appears, furiously berating her. She asks if she's gone crazy for using her ability to create a full moon for a whole 5 minutes. She continues to scold her, warning of the dire consequences of relying on the full moon's transformation power just to save her own life. The Star Guardian Celestial Maiden cries, apologizing that she acted on instinct. She explains that she felt it was fine to sacrifice herself, but something stopped her. Her companion retorts angrily that because of her foolishness, they now have to face the Lunar King while he's empowered by a full moon. The two of them look on, their faces filled with tension and dread as they contemplate the dire situation they now find themselves in. Suddenly, another of Su Liang's beasts, the moon-embracing Jade Mallet, manifests on the battlefield. It's a colossal, rabbit-like creature that looms over the two antagonists. The elf-feared woman questions if this new creature is a Jade Supreme rank, but senses that something about its power feels wrong or unusual. She then notices that under the light of the 2 moons, Sinking Star Crescent Moon's appearance has also changed, much to the Celestial Maiden's horror. Now clad in a new, more elaborate set of armor with her hair floating ethereally, Crescent Moon looks more formidable than ever, causing her opponent to despair at having to fight both beasts at once. In her new powered-up form, Crescent Moon's eyes glow with an intense purple light as she readies her weapon for another devastating attack. In another shocking and unpredictable move, Crescent Moon swings her massive glaive not at her enemies, but directly at her supposed ally, the gigantic moon-embracing Jade Mallet. Both the Celestial Maiden and her elf-feared companion scream in disbelief, completely baffled as to why she would suddenly attack her own teammate. The chapter ends on a major cliffhanger, with a close-up of Sinking Star Crescent Moon turning away, her eyes glowing ominously, her true motives and allegiance a complete mystery. Outside the royal residence of Moonlight Imperial Academy, a sudden downpour begins. In the gloom, a sinister dark purple portal rips open, signaling the arrival of an unwelcome guest. The maids of the residence look on in disbelief and horror. "Are you kidding me?" one of them exclaims, unable to comprehend the sudden intrusion. A horned girl, a member of the notorious Black Moon cult, emerges from the darkness. With a smug look, she stands over her demonic beasts and taunts her opponents, wondering aloud if they'll last even a minute against her. She locks her gaze forward, a smirk playing on her lips as she calls forth her primary weapon, the evil eye gazelle. At her command, a monstrous gazelle with glowing eyes appears and unleashes powerful red beams of energy, the torrential rain doing nothing to impede its attack. The destructive beams pierce through the defending beasts, tearing them apart effortlessly. A maid watches in horror as one of the friendly cat-like beasts is completely disintegrated before her eyes. Refusing to give up, the green-haired princess shouts out, summoning her own powerful beast to the fight, Azure Dragon Eagle. A magnificent, large, light blue eagle materializes on the rooftop, swooping down to face the enemy. The horned girl from the Black Moon cult looks on with amusement. She is not impressed, mockingly asking if the princess has finally called out her little supreme rank. The horned girl's confidence is well-founded. The Azure Dragon Eagle is struck down by the gazelle's beams. The villain explains that because the eagle isn't of the Moonlight lineage, it's stuck in its juvenile stage and stands no chance. The princess is sent flying, landing on the back of another one of her beasts. A loyal maid screams for her highness to run to the edge of the black mist, hoping she can be rescued. The horned girl yawns, completely bored by the lack of a challenge. "So, is that all you got?" she asks mockingly. She decides to end things, commanding her evil eye gazelle to unleash another, more powerful attack. Its eyes glow with immense, destructive power. The devastating attack is too much for the princess's entourage. The powerful red energy beams shoot out, overwhelming the maids and sending them flying. The princess and her panther-like beast are also caught in the massive blast of energy. In a moment of sheer terror, the princess's eye widens as she realizes the true extent of her opponent's power. She lets out a terrified scream as she and her beast are overwhelmed by the attack. The battle is seemingly over. The horned girl stands triumphantly over the defeated princess amidst the rain. "Oh, so it's over, huh?" she says, breathing a sigh of satisfaction. But just as all hope seems lost, a small, skull-patterned butterfly flutters into view, catching the defeated princess's attention. The sudden appearance of the butterfly has an immediate and shocking effect. The horned girl's eyes widen in alarm, and her evil eye gazelle freezes, its attack ceasing instantly. The villain's confident demeanor shatters completely, replaced by utter confusion and disbelief as she stares at her legs, seemingly paralyzed. She collapses to her knees in pure panic, screaming in a frenzy, "How did a flash butterfly get here?" Her face is a mask of absolute terror as the butterfly hovers before her. "Why, now of all times," she mutters, her previous confidence completely shattered. The flash butterfly ignores the terrified villain, serenely flying past her and leaving a trail of light. The green-haired princess watches in stunned silence, realizing this tiny creature might have just saved her. Seeing her chance, the green-haired princess makes a run for it, determined to escape the chaotic scene. The once arrogant horned girl from the Black Moon cult is now in a full-blown panic, turning her back on the battle and fleeing. She apologizes to her own leader, saying she can no longer take part in the operation. The scene ends on a comical note, as the terrifying villain is reduced to tears, hugging her gazelle beast for comfort. She wails that even members of the Black Moon cult are deathly afraid of the flash butterflies. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, the scene shifts. A countdown begins as a brown-haired boy and a girl with white cat ears huddle together in the rain, bracing for an attack. A new, colossal threat emerges, the 7-star Supreme Heavy Tyrant. A small, white creature watching from the side realizes this means the water monarch himself is present, lamenting what a troublesome situation this has become. As the countdown hits 0, the massive, horned water elemental known as the Heavy Tyrant looms over the students, its eyes glowing menacingly. "That's a shame, I gave you enough time," the water monarch declares, its voice booming. "Don't blame me then." It reaches out, preparing to strike. The Heavy Tyrant unleashes its power, sending a swirling vortex of water directly at the two terrified students. The boy and the cat-eared girl are instantly engulfed by the furious torrent of water, with seemingly no way to escape. But suddenly, the tyrant's attack is blocked by an unseen force, causing a massive splash. The creature seems surprised that its attack was stopped. The two students find themselves suddenly safe, resting on a soft, fluffy cloud. While the boy is confused, the cat-eared girl seems to be relaxing into their strange, comfortable rescue. The water monarch is perplexed by this development, noting that clouds are not an ability of the White Sage clan. It looks like there's a variable outside of our intelligence, it muses. From the cloud, the boy demands to know who their rescuer is. Both the brown-haired boy and the cat-eared girl look around in wide-eyed surprise, searching for their mysterious savior. Their protector is revealed, a graceful and elegant white deer with stunning, crystalline purple antlers, standing majestically upon the cloud. The boy recognizes the creature with astonishment. "Intermediatrank, white-flowered deer," he shouts. "It saved us from the supreme being." The white-flowered deer, Chunbaijiu, looks on with a troubled but firm expression. "Since I promised the Lunar King, I have no choice but to do it the hard way," it resolves. The heavy tyrant towers over the small deer, formally introducing itself. "Yellow Springs Path, third in line under the Thousand Autumn Emperor, Heavy Tyrant." The deer, Chunbaijiu, seems entirely unfazed by the giant's posturing. It casually asks, "Didn't that guy Lang Duangankyu come with you?" referring to the emperor with shocking disrespect. The heavy tyrant is stunned by the deer's audacity. It notes that the rules of the Twin Moon sect prevent emperors from interfering in a mere battle of supreme beings. Upon hearing this, a sly, knowing smile spreads across the deer's face. "I see," it says, "then there's nothing to worry about." Chunbaijiu strikes a comically confident pose, puffing out its chest. "HMPH, well actually, I'm the type to bully the weak and fear the strong," it boasts brazenly. Enraged by this blatant mockery, the heavy tyrant prepares to unleash its full power. "Not too much," it bellows. The water monarch claps its hands together, invoking a powerful technique called Under the Deep Sea. A gigantic, perfectly formed cube of churning water materializes and crashes down, aiming to trap the deer within a deep-sea prison. The white-flowered deer is engulfed by the attack, seemingly trapped and vanishing beneath the surface of the massive water prison. But the heavy tyrant's attack is not enough. A brilliant light begins to gather from within the water prison, signaling a powerful counterattack. Chunbaijiu, the white-flowered deer, bursts free from the water prison. It now glows with a vibrant purple aura, its body having become incorporeal, allowing it to phase through the attack. The heavy tyrant is taken aback by this revelation. "So you're an incorporeal being just like me?" it asks, realizing its opponent is more formidable than it first appeared. "Well, in that case, I'll just have to use that," the tyrant declares, crossing its arms and gathering a massive amount of water energy for an even more powerful technique. A massive whirlpool forms in the sky, churning violently. The deer, Chunbaijiu, looks up, seemingly confused by this new form of attack. The water monarch launches the massive vortex downwards, intending to completely envelop and crush the deer. The attack connects with the ground, creating a colossal explosion of water and energy that engulfs the entire area. The heavy tyrant stands over the massive crater left by its attack, confident in its victory. "Now, I guess she's dead," it says, surveying the destruction. However, the tyrant pauses, sensing something is amiss. A strange feeling washes over it. It looks to the sky and sees that the moon phase has been unnaturally altered. An ominous crescent moon now hangs beside the full moon. "What's the star-crossed moon guy doing? Changing the moon phase without authorization," it grumbles. The tyrant realizes the negative effect this will have on its water-based powers. However, it shrugs it off, believing the enemy has already been defeated. Slightly annoyed, the water monarch turns to leave. "I'll make sure I get an explanation on my way back," it mutters to itself. Just as it turns to leave, a voice calls out from behind the dissipating steam. "Hey!" The tyrant stops in its tracks as long, white hair billows into view. From the steam and mist, the silhouette of a woman emerges, revealing long legs and a flowing white dress. The deer has transformed. Chunbaijiu stands revealed in her humanoid form, a stunningly beautiful woman with the same white hair and purple antlers. She taunts the tyrant, asking if she should wait for the abnormal full moon to be over, implying she doesn't need it to win. The heavy tyrant roars in fury at her condescending tone. "What did you say?" But Chunbaijiu calmly retorts, "I can still defeat you even on a full moon." The water monarch's face contorts in a mask of pure rage and shock at her bold declaration. In a breathtaking display of power, Chunbaijiu summons a massive crystalline tree that erupts from the ground, effortlessly stopping the tyrant's charge. How is it possible? The monster thinks, stunned. The heavy tyrant is completely overwhelmed, realizing its opponent's power is far beyond a supreme being. It questions in terror if she could be a descendant of the emperor. Chunbaijiu stands confidently before the cowering giant, stating that opponents exist that a supreme being simply cannot defeat. She looks away with a slightly flustered expression, claiming she didn't actually mean to take advantage of the full moon's power boost. The heavy tyrant's body begins to dissolve into water. It sends a final, desperate message to its master, warning them of the coming danger. With its final warning delivered, "Be very careful," the massive water monarch completely dissipates into nothing but fine particles of water. As the last remnants of the water monarch dissipate, Chunbai-jiu stands victorious. The nearby crowd of students who witness the battle can only stare in stunned silence, unable to process the incredible power they just saw. Glancing at the awestruck onlookers, a self-conscious thought crosses her mind as she touches her cheek. Was I a little too conspicuous? This momentary concern, however, is about to be overshadowed by a much graver realization. Just as she worries about being too conspicuous, her expression suddenly shifts as she senses something far more important. She looks up towards the distant mountains where the sky is lit up by battle. "Looks like the mastermind and the Lunar King are both there," she says, realizing that her fight was merely a sideshow to a much larger confrontation. Now aware of the true scale of the conflict, she is left in a state of uncertainty. What should I do?" she wonders, contemplating her next move. The scene flashes back to 3 minutes ago at the Teaching District Plaza. The entire area is in ruins, with rubble and dust filling the air, hinting at a massive battle that just took place. Amidst the destruction, several figures with angelic wings lie defeated on the ground. A lone, shadowy silhouette of a warrior holding a spear stands victorious over them. The victor is revealed to be a young woman with light green hair, wielding a large spear. Her eyes are glowing with intense power as she goes on a rampage. Her eyes flash with a purple light, a sign of her immense power building up as she prepares for her next move. Suddenly, a strange, fluffy pink mass begins to grow rapidly from the ground, expanding at an alarming rate. The mass transforms into a giant white rabbit, identified as a low-rank beast in its moon form. The green-haired warrior stands before it, ready for battle. Without hesitation, the green-haired warrior launches a powerful attack, sending sharp projectiles of energy flying toward the giant rabbit. But the giant rabbit is unfazed. It effortlessly catches the warrior's spear, stopping her powerful strike with ease. The green-haired warrior looks on in complete shock, unable to believe her attack was stopped so easily. The confrontation results in a massive explosion, the outcome of the battle left unknown. The scene shifts back to the present. A group of 3 cloaked figures walks through a dark forest. The blue-skinned companion nervously asks their leader, the Holy Sun, if he's sure they won't be traced by the Twin Moon sect. The hooded Holy Sun smirks confidently, telling his companion that she's underestimating him. He boasts that their route is completely safe thanks to exclusive information from a secret agent. Just as he says this, a bright green comet streaks across the night sky above them. The Holy Sun is cut off as the green energy attack, the very same from the earlier fight, slams into the ground right in front of him. As the smoke clears, the giant white rabbit appears before them. It's holding the defeated green-haired warrior, connecting the ambush to the battle from 3 minutes ago. The Holy Sun's companions are terrified. His blonde and blue-skinned followers panic, exclaiming that they've been discovered by the dreaded Lunar King. Despite sweating nervously, the Holy Sun tries to maintain his composure, telling his companions to stay calm and that it might not be the Lunar King. The giant rabbit stands menacingly before the group, holding its captive as the Holy Sun and his companions look on in fear. Just then, a new figure begins to make their appearance, heralded by the flutter of a flowing robe. The true master of the rabbit is revealed. A young man with white hair, Su Liang, stands calmly atop the giant beast's head, looking down on the group. The Holy Sun and his companions are left utterly speechless and horrified by the appearance of Su Liang, the true Lunar King. Su Liang calmly speaks, correctly identifying the factions his enemies belong to: the Black Moon Cult, the Star-Lost Moon, and the Yellow Springs Path. The blue-skinned companion has a complete mental breakdown, her mind filled with frantic thoughts. As a water system beast tamer, she knows she stands no chance against the Lunar King under a full moon. Trying to save herself, the blue-skinned girl quickly surrenders. She explains to Su Liang that she is merely an escort for the Holy Sun of the Black Moon and has no intention of fighting him. But her attempt at diplomacy is immediately undermined. The Holy Sun, in a fit of delusion and terror, loudly declares war on the Lunar King, only to instantly realize the futility of his situation, muttering, "Forget it." It's over, as his companion looks on in disbelief. Su Liang, the Lunar King, looks on with a stern and unimpressed expression, his presence completely dominating the scene. A close-up on Su Liang's eye reveals a celestial pattern, a crescent moon glowing within his iris. He coldly repeats the Holy Sun's pathetic boast, "Declare war." The Holy Sun, still trapped in his delusion, shouts out his vengeful promise. He declares that he will return during the Battle of the Emperors to end Su Liang and bring down the legacy of all his fallen believers. His mind flashes back to a traumatic memory. 3 years ago, the Black Moon cult's headquarters was destroyed, and in the chaos, he lost his eyes after confronting a being of unimaginable power. The memory shows a scene of utter devastation, with a lone figure standing amidst the ruins. The Holy Sun remembers that the being from 3 years ago was just like Su Liang is today. He recalls the chilling gaze of his opponent, who stared at him and his followers with eyes full of pity, as if looking down upon insignificant ants. The traumatic memory overlays with the present, and the Holy Sun comes to a terrifying realization, exclaiming that this is the true nature of the Lunar King. Meanwhile, Su Liang is completely confused by the Holy Sun's ranting. He internally questions what the man is talking about, wondering why he has no memory of this past event from his predecessor. Deciding to deal with the situation, Su Liang thinks to himself that he needs to find an excuse. He notes that the sinking star Crescent Moon's power can no longer be suppressed. Su Liang addresses the terrified group. He tells them that while their struggles are unpleasant to watch, he is willing to give them a chance as a price for provoking him. His face darkens as he lays out his terms. He will order the twin moons to hunt them down like crazy in the meantime. Su Liang concludes his offer. If they can survive the hunt, he will grant their request. With that, he turns and calls for the sinking star Crescent Moon. The green-haired warrior, now free from the rabbit's grasp, unleashes her power, her eyes and spear glowing with immense energy. A colossal pillar of golden light erupts from the forest, a testament to the sinking star Crescent Moon's unrestrained power. The scene fades to a crescent moon in the night sky, indicating a time skip of about 10 minutes. In the ravaged landscape, a lone survivor coughs amidst the smoke and debris, weakly wondering if the Lunar King has finally left. The Holy Sun's companions have survived the blast, though they are battered and covered in mud. The blonde companion remarks on the abnormal strength of the sinking star Crescent Moon, admitting they only survived because their emperor secretly intervened. She warns that their emperor's intervention violates the rules, and they may already be on the radar of the Twin Moon Order's overlords. She suggests they split up on their way back. The blue-skinned companion sighs in exhaustion, realizing she will have to rack her brain to figure out how to avoid the Twin Moon's order for the remaining time. She reflects on the sheer power they witnessed, noting that even a 7-star supreme being like the Heavy Rain Tyrant didn't stand a chance of escaping the sinking star Crescent Moon. Looking towards the Moonlight Beast Academy in the distance, she concludes that there are still powerful and mysterious individuals hidden within its walls. Meanwhile, Su Liang walks alone through the ruins of the academy, surveying the destruction caused by the battle. He ponders to himself, wondering how his beasts, the sinking star Crescent Moon and the treading cloud Chasing Moon, were able to so easily defeat powerful 7-star supreme beings. He lets out a nervous sweat drop, comically reflecting on how he's managed to defeat a host of powerful enemies without signing a single contract or even really trying. Suddenly, his bemused thoughts are broken by an approaching baa sound, like a goat or deer. He turns in surprise, just as something is about to rush towards him. Before Su Liang can react, he is suddenly tackled by a fast-moving figure, letting out a startled cry. The attacker is revealed to be a small, crying girl with white hair and purple crystal antlers, Chunbai Jiyu. She dramatically clings to Su Liang, wailing that she just had a terrifying encounter with a 7-star beast master and was almost beaten. Su Liang listens with a deadpan expression as Chunbai Jiyu continues her exaggerated tale, boasting that the academy would have been flooded and a little white saint girl would have drowned if it wasn't for her heroic efforts. In the middle of her dramatic story, Chunbai Jiyu freezes with a look of pure horror, suddenly realizing she forgot to change back from her human form. Su Liang gently pats her head, much to her surprise. She looks up at him, her rant cut short by his unexpected tenderness. He chuckles lightly, continuing to comfort her with a gentle pat on the head, amused by her antics. Su Liang smiles and tells her to accompany him to the Twin Moon's order in the next couple of days, as he has something to discuss with the Overlord. Chunbai Jiyu is taken aback, her mind fixating on the word overlords, wondering about the implications of such a meeting. She immediately gets flustered and starts blushing, her mind jumping to a wild conclusion. Is this the legendary meeting of family? While her inner voice is screaming with a triumphant yes, she demurely asks Su Liang if they aren't moving too fast, leaving him completely bewildered by her reaction. The scene then shifts, revealing the magnificent headquarters of the Twin Moon Order, a massive island floating in the sky, shaped like a giant, ethereal butterfly. A new group arrives, led by a girl with bright pink hair. She looks up at the floating island in awe, remarking that it's a great endeavor modeled after the legendary emperor, floating silver moon, and worthy of being compared to the Kang Yue sacred sect. An attendant reminds the girl, identified as Momo Zio Jiu from the Peach Moon Pavilion, of their purpose for being there today. Momo Zio Jiu's focus returns. She states that the treasures of the Great Eastern Region Emperor are located within the main headquarters of the Twin Moons Order. With a determined look and a clenched fist, she declares that she will get those treasures today, no matter what it takes. However, as they enter, Momo Zio Jiu and her followers are stopped in their tracks, looking on with expressions of pure shock. Instead of a solemn and strict headquarters, they find a bustling city street, complete with red lanterns, shops, and even a cat-shaped bus. Momo can't believe how lively it is. Momo Zio Jiu grits her teeth in annoyance. She had thought the Twin Moons Order was a strict sect, but instead, they've turned their headquarters into a profitable tourist attraction. Elsewhere in the market, a disguised Su Liang, wearing a black cloak and a butterfly mask, watches Momo's group while enjoying a skewer of food. At his side is Chunbai Jiu, now in the form of a small, white deer. Adjusting his mask, Su Liang quietly wonders what a beastmaster from the southern kingdom, referring to Momo, is doing in this place. Chunbai Jiu, in her deer form, looks up and asks Su Liang who he is talking about. Following his gaze, her antlers perk up in recognition as she spots the pink-haired girl. "Ah, that woman, isn't she Momo Zio Jiu?" she exclaims. Chunbai Jiu angrily explains to Su Liang that Momo is a saintess candidate from Peach Moon Pavilion, an avid fan of the Kang Yue Emperor, and has been badmouthing Su Liang on the internet. Puffing out her chest, the little deer claims she was blackmailed after private messaging Momo, and insists that they should take this opportunity to arrest her and force her to apologize. Su Liang looks down with a deadpan expression, thinking to himself that arresting someone over an internet squabble sounds like something gangsters would do. Su Liang dismisses his companion's gangster-like suggestion. He tells her to forget it and asks if there's anything else she'd like to do, noting that they have plenty of time before the moon rises. Chunbai Jiu, the little deer, pauses to think, considering what else they could do in the bustling city. Her eyes land on a colorful poster with a cat-ear design, announcing a favored beasts eating challenge with open, anonymous registration. She immediately gets excited, pointing at the poster and declaring to a face-palming Su Liang, "I want to participate." Su Liang is mortified, thinking about how he could ever face others if word got out that the Lunar King's own favored beast participated in a public eating challenge. But Chunbai Jiu ignores his crisis, dragging him along and urging him to hurry before registration closes. As they approach the registration booth, Su Liang is surprised to see his rival, Momo Zio Jiu, already there signing up for the contest with her followers. Momo smirks to herself, thinking that if she can secure the champion's prize from this competition, she will surely stand out from all the other saint candidates. Hearing her thoughts, Su Liang becomes curious, wondering what kind of prize could be so valuable as to motivate her to join an eating contest. A banner reveals the rewards. While third and second place get a bottle of hand cream and a box of face masks respectively, the first place prize is astonishingly valuable, a single drop of crimson cherry pink eyes essence fluid. Su Liang is completely flabbergasted, shouting in his mind about the ridiculous gap in value between the grand prize and the consolation prizes. The crimson cherry pink eye is revealed to be a famous emperor-class beast from the eastern region. It is said that wherever they go, cherry blossoms scatter in the sky, but because the region is cut off from communication, very few people have ever seen the real thing. Su Liang walks through the crowd, wondering who in their right mind would organize a contest that gives away the essence of an emperor-class beast alongside common cosmetics like hand cream and face masks. Chunbai Jiu turns to him with a questioning look, asking, "Wasn't it your Twin Moon Order that organized this to get back at the Crimson Sakura Pink Eye?" Su Liang can only respond with a confused "A." She explains that according to the internet, the Twin Moons Order has been collecting many butterfly-type beasts lately, causing a lot of friction with the crimson cherry pink eyes. She innocently asks if he didn't know about it. Su Liang is shocked, realizing she thinks he ordered this whole event. He dismisses the idea, reasoning that his own lowly flash butterfly doesn't require such high-quality food, implying this contest is far too extravagant for his needs. Su Liang, disguised in a black hood, observes a poster for a beast-eating contest. Though he seems to be hesitating, he is actually quite intrigued by the event. A system notification pops up in his mind. His unique ability, the Lunar Tome, has reached its second stage, unlocking new features and a large number of Supreme Tier icons. A sly grin forms on his face under the mask. He muses that this eating contest might be the perfect opportunity to unlock even more interesting features of his newly upgraded lunar tome. On stage, a lively woman with a top hat and microphone introduces herself. She is Mooney, the host for the Twin Moons Order's Favored Beasts Eating Challenge. From a wider angle, we see the setup for the competition. There are two long tables for the contestants, who are mostly cloaked figures. Mooney stands at the front, enthusiastically welcoming everyone. The crowd, however, is skeptical. They murmur amongst themselves, questioning why anyone would willingly get involved in a conflict between the powerful Twin Moons Order and Crimson Sakura Pink Eyes, wondering if the contestants are fools or just paid actors. Mooney cheerfully explains the rules. Each participant is allowed to summon up to 2 of their favored beasts to help them in the eating challenge. Watching from the side is Momo Zioju, a beast master with striking pink hair, flanked by her 2 attendants. She learns that the competition involves supreme class food, known for a level of spiciness only the supreme class can handle. Waiters then begin serving the food. Massive platters piled high with bright red, spherical items that seem to radiate intense heat. Just the aroma of the spicy food is overwhelming. Momo's attendants and their favored beasts are shown reeling back, dizzy and nauseated from the potent smell alone. In stark contrast, at Su Liang's table, his sinking star crescent moon, in its white deer form, looks on with sparkling eyes, clearly excited and eager to try the spicy feast. Momo Zioju smirks at her struggling attendants. She tells them not to bother forcing themselves, as she is completely confident that she will win this competition anyway. To prove her point, she summons her favored beast. A creature of pure energy emerges, which she proudly presents as her fire lineage, supreme rank, amazing pink butterfly. Momo smugly admires her butterfly, thinking to herself that even for an organization like the Twin Moons Order, a supreme rank beast is still a rarity, giving her a clear advantage. The crowd's attention turns to Su Liang. They are shocked and confused, wondering why a contestant would dare to enter this high-level competition with what appears to be a mere middle-ranked favored beast. Momo looks over at Su Liang with a condescending smirk. She internally scoffs at him, questioning if he's actively trying to kill his own beast by feeding it the lethally spicy food. Su Liang, however, remains calm and analytical. He observes Momo and notes that since she summoned only one supreme beast and is so determined to win, she must have another trick up her sleeve. He reflects that he can't use his beast's more powerful forms for this event. Meanwhile, the little deer, sinking star crescent moon, is practically drooling, desperate to try the food. Suddenly, a clever idea strikes Su Liang. He shoots a determined look across the table, which is met by a questioning glance from his rival, Momo. The host, Mooney, raises a stopwatch into the air. She announces that there will only be one round, and it's limited to a short 10 minutes. With a final declaration of game on, the tension spikes. Momo and Su Liang are shown in a dramatic face-off with their respective beasts, the pink butterfly and the white deer, ready for battle. The competition begins. Momo's amazing pink butterfly is the first to act, immediately snatching one of the spicy red balls from the table. The butterfly shoves the food into its mouth, and its cheeks immediately puff out. Despite its supreme rank, the intense spice is clearly having an effect. Chaos erupts among the other participants. A multi-tailed fox, a teary-eyed rabbit, and even a snake are shown in agony, completely overwhelmed by the supreme-level spiciness. But while the others suffer, Su Liang's sinking star crescent moon seems to be in paradise. The little deer gracefully nibbles on the fiery treats with a look of pure bliss, its composure a stark contrast to the surrounding pandemonium. Momo Zioju stares in disbelief as Su Liang's deer effortlessly juggles the spicy food. She wonders if this seemingly ordinary beast could actually be a supreme being in disguise. She quickly scoffs at the idea, accusing her opponent of playing the old trick of pretending to be weak to catch the strong off guard. With her own supreme beast, she remains confident. Her competitive spirit ignites. With a fierce expression, she clenches her fist and vows that no matter what tricks he pulls, she will absolutely not lose this match. 3 minutes pass. The battlefield of the eating contest is littered with casualties. The other contestants' beasts lie knocked out, completely defeated by the intense spice. Even Momo's amazing pink butterfly is starting to show signs of fatigue. It pants heavily, having managed to consume 30 pieces, but clearly reaching its limit. Momo looks on with growing concern, urging her favored beast to hold on just a little longer. But the butterfly is sweating and looks like it's about to collapse. Her eyes then dart over to her opponent's table, and her expression freezes in shock at what she sees. Su Liang casually asks his deer if it can still eat, telling it not to push itself. The deer nonchalantly replies that it's fine, jokingly stating that it uses a separate stomach for snacks. Momo is utterly baffled. She can't comprehend how the white deer can continue eating so leisurely without showing a single sign of exhaustion. A wave of panic washes over her as she calculates her remaining energy. As a 4-star beast master, she knows she can't sustain 2 summoned supreme beings for more than 5 minutes. Her time is running out. But the thought of the grand prize, the Emperor's essence, strengthens her resolve. Gritting her teeth, she decides she will win this, no matter the cost. Forced to go all out, Momo shouts and unleashes her second favored beast, calling forth the mighty green ghost moon spirit. Behind her, a towering spectral entity made of blue ethereal flames materializes. This is her trump card, a second supreme rank beast from the lunar lineage. Without a moment's delay, the green ghost moon spirit gets to work, grabbing an entire platter of the spicy food. In a display of immense power, the spirit pours the entire plate's contents directly into its mouth, consuming the food at a terrifying speed. Su Liang's deer watches this spectacle with a comical look of concern, wondering if the ghost will get an upset stomach later. Su Liang, however, remains silent and observes. With 2 supreme beasts now eating for her, Momo's score begins to skyrocket. Her confidence restored, she clenches her fist, convinced that victory is now assured. The host announces the final minute of the contest. The scoreboard shows Momo's beasts have consumed 72 pieces, while Su Liang's deer is far behind at 34. The gap seems insurmountable. As the final moments tick away, the disguised Su Liang looks on calmly. He thinks to himself that the time is just about right to make his move. He quietly activates one of his skills, uttering its name under his breath, Moon in the Lake. Instantly, a vortex of liquid-like blue energy materializes on the table in front of him, swirling around the remaining food. The vortex rapidly expands, creating a massive whirlpool of energy that engulfs not just his table, but the entire competition area, swallowing everything in its path. The audience is completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. They can only stare in confusion, asking what just happened and where the strange phenomenon came from. Just as quickly as it appeared, the vortex vanishes. The crowd gasps as they see that every single table has been wiped clean. Hundreds of favored beast treats have disappeared in an instant. Momo Xiaoju is left speechless, her eyes wide with shock as she stares at the empty tables. She can't believe what she just witnessed, stammering that it's impossible. As the dust settles, the host Mooney raises her microphone. With the 10 minutes up and all the food gone, she officially declares that the contest is over. She gestures dramatically towards Su Liang, announcing that, due to the sudden disappearance of all remaining food, the winner of the eating challenge is the mysterious masked contestant. The shock of the sudden and absolute defeat is too much for Momo Xiaoju. Her strength leaves her, and she collapses to her knees, unable to process how she lost. Mooney approaches Su Liang and his deer, inviting the victor to follow her backstage to claim his well-earned prize. Once they are in a private room, Mooney's cheerful host persona vanishes. She respectfully addresses Su Liang as Your Holiness, revealing she knows his true identity as the Lunar King. She offers him the prize, not just one drop, but the entire remaining stock of Crimson Cherry Pink Eyes essence. Su Liang takes the vial, unsurprised that his cover was blown. He calmly asks her how she was able to recognize him. Mooney explains that her suspicions started because of widespread rumors that the Lunar King had recently been seen with a unique white deer. Hearing this, the deer looks up, confused. She continues, stating that the definitive proof came just moments ago. The overlord of the Twin Moons Order suddenly awakened and gave a direct order for Mooney to bring the Lunar King to the main hall, thus confirming his identity. While pretending to be calm, Su Liang internally processes this new information, deducing that the overlord must have awakened with the rising of the moon. Without wasting a moment, he uncorks the vial containing the precious Crimson Cherry Pink Eyes essence, ready to use his prize. Mooney tries to speak, but before she can get a word out, Su Liang has already consumed the entire vial of essence in one swift motion. Immediately, a notification appears from his lunar tome. He has successfully unlocked the icon for the Crimson Cherry Pink Eye, earned 50 lucky draws, and updated his unlocking rules. The tome provides him with crucial information. The Crimson Cherry Pink Eye is an ancient, emperor-ranked beast whose combat power is nearly on par with that of an overlord. Behind him, the silhouette of a magnificent butterfly materializes. Su Liang is stunned by this revelation. A power level close to an overlord is far more significant than a typical emperor rank, and the implications are staggering. He closes his eyes, a thoughtful expression on his masked face. He wonders if it isn't far too soon for his organization, the Twin Moons, to be provoking a conflict with a being of such immense power. The scene shifts to the main hall of the Twin Moons Order. It's a grand and imposing structure under the light of a crescent moon, its entrance flanked by two enormous purple butterfly wing statues. Having shed his disguise, Su Liang, now in his true form, walks alongside his dear beast. They are escorted through the pristine white halls by silent, hooded members of the order. The dear, sinking star crescent moon observes the deep bows and reverence from the guards. It begins to understand the true weight and value that the title of Lunar King carries. Their procession comes to a stop before a large, ornate archway that contains a swirling, glowing purple portal. Without any hesitation, Su Liang walks towards the portal, ready to face the overlord who summoned him. As he steps through the shimmering veil of energy, he closes his eyes, bracing for the transition. When he opens them again, his gaze is sharp and focused. They emerge into a breathtaking, ethereal realm. They stand upon a tranquil sea that perfectly reflects the starry sky above. Before them, a massive crescent moon hangs in the air, and upon it sits a mysterious figure. Sinking star crescent moon is completely awestruck by the palpable aura of power radiating from the figure. In a hushed, reverent tone, it recognizes the being before them as an overlord. Su Liang confirms his companion's realization. He explains that this is the supreme ruler of the northern region, the sacred beast of the Twin Moons Order, and the guardian of the 12 palaces of the moon. The figure on the moon is revealed to be a beautiful woman with long, flowing light blue hair, sitting serenely in the cosmos. This is the overlord herself, the Azure Sea-bowed moon. The overlord looks down from her perch on the moon. Her voice, calm and ancient, echoes across the water as she addresses him directly, saying, "Lunar King, it looks like you've finally made up your mind." The miracle of the moon, with a look of profound sadness, explains that the lunar festival has been delayed for 3 whole years, all in preparation for his response. Meanwhile, Su Liang stands under a magical starry sky with his deer-like companion, Cloud and Dream Covenant. He remarks that this delay has angered the ancient powers in the west, and that other deities are not pleased. Su Liang makes a slightly annoyed face, clearly feeling the immense pressure being placed upon him as the supposed Lunar King. He briefly recalls that the Lunar King seemed to be waiting for some kind of opportunity, a detail that slipped his mind when he first crossed over. Brushing the thought aside, he clears his throat and states that the Lunar God Festival is nearly ready to begin. Before they proceed, the miracle of the moon, still looking downcast, says that she has a question for him. With a determined and forthright expression, Su Liang asks the critical question, "How do I win the Battle of Emperors?" She clarifies if he is asking about the emperor rank, then delivers a crucial piece of information. During the Moon God Festival, she will be completely unable to make a move to help him. Su Liang looks uncertain, admitting he's not sure what will happen, but speculates that the notorious Black Moon cult will likely interfere with the festival. The mention of the Black Moon cult piques her interest, and her eyes narrow slightly. Su Liang attempts to reason with her, calling her the Lunar King and the miracle of the moon, arguing that she shouldn't have to waste her precious breath on such a trivial matter as his own weakness. However, his confidence shatters into a comical panic. He cries out that he's not kidding, admitting he is only a 1-star beastmaster and completely incapable of dealing with an emperor. In response, she summons a glowing, ethereal ring. She presents it as the proof of the King of the North, the moon god's sacred relic. The relic floats between Su Liang and Cloud and Dream Covenant. The miracle of the moon explains that as soon as he puts on the ring, the Moon God Festival will officially begin. The scene shows 2 panels of Su Liang hesitating, his hand hovering near the ring, bumping it slightly, clearly contemplating the irreversible consequences of this action. With a sigh of resignation, Su Liang says, "All right." He then begins to remove the simple band he already wears to make way for the divine relic. A close-up captures the moment. He slides the moon god's relic onto his finger, sealing his participation in the grand event. Instantly, a brilliant light explodes outwards. Both Su Liang and his dear companion disappear in the flash. The scene changes, showing a quiet, desolate medieval-style town, implying he has been teleported to the location of the festival. A system window materializes, announcing that the Moon God Festival ceremony is being initiated and that the northern region's representative has been detected. As the system attempts to scan him, a red error bar flashes across his face, indicating a detection error and that the system is retrying. The system reevaluates, this time detecting him as a lunar tome holder. It notifies him that his privileges have increased and offers him the option to conceal his identity. Su Liang finds himself floating in a dark, digital space filled with holographic panels. He looks around in confusion, wondering where he has been teleported to. His official status appears on a system window. North Region Representative, name, Su Liang, realm, 1 star. The system notes that his name and realm cannot be hidden, but his gender and appearance can be changed using one of 3 camouflage templates. Despite the system confirming his low rank, Su Liang maintains a smug and confident facade, casually telling it to just give him his ID number as he begins to strategize. He then turns his attention to the 3 camouflage templates presented to him. The first is a shadowy imperial template, and the other 2 are supreme templates, one of a green-haired woman, and another resembling his companion, Cloud and Dream Covenant. Su Liang contemplates his next move, realizing the most important thing is to keep his weak realm from being exposed, otherwise he'll be in trouble once the Moon God Festival starts. He concludes that it would be better to use a stronger template for his disguise. His finger moves towards the screen, selecting the imperial template, Azure Sea Bowed Moon. After making his selection, Su Liang is enveloped in a cascade of digital light. He then descends from a pillar of light into the vast, empty Moon God Festival Hall. A new figure appears, her silhouette framed by a grand archway. A powerful voice echoes through the hall, stating, "The moon will not set." The figure is revealed to be an elegant and imposing woman, Lady Shojutsu, the representative of the center. She finishes her proclamation, "For the night is eternal." With an air of authority, Lady Shojutsu takes her place before the throne designated for the center region. Another woman arrives, her silhouette appearing in a brightly lit doorway. As she approaches the throne for the south, she greets the other king, Lady Shojutsu, long time no see. The newcomer is Kang Yue Emperor, the representative from the south. Holding a fan, she smiles with anticipation, remarking that the lunar festival is finally starting. Lady Shojutsu remains silent as a third, much smaller silhouette approaches the throne marked for the west. The representative for the west is revealed to be the Western King, a small, sleepy-looking girl in an oversized, tiger-striped hoodie who lets out a huge yawn. Kang Yue Emperor turns to the small girl, who is reflected in the polished surface of the South's throne, and greets her. "It's been a long time, Western King." The Western King lets out a groggy noise, clearly exhausted, as she stumbles toward her throne. Without any ceremony, she immediately leans against her throne, marked West, and falls fast asleep. Just then, another participant begins to make their entrance, heralded by a cascade of long, light blue hair flowing into the frame. It is Su Liang in his Azure Sea Bowed Moon disguise. He has transformed into a tall, ethereal woman with pale blue skin, adorned with golden chains and a flowing pink skirt, creating a dazzling entrance. Su Liang in his new form looks over the other representatives. He notes that they're all women and internally complains, "This is so boring." Lady Shojutsu is the first to speak, her voice filled with disdain. "What is an ice folk from the East region doing here?" she demands, asserting that a being not of the lunar lineage will only taint the purity of the moon's light. Unfazed, Su Liang's avatar leans gracefully against the throne for the East and retorts with a smile, "Since I have a moon god's relic, there's no reason for me not to come." The 4 kings are now seated at their respective thrones, forming a circle with one empty seat remaining. A silent tension fills the grand hall. Now seated at the throne for the north, Su Liang's avatar looks towards the empty 5th throne and wonders impatiently about the holdup, asking why the final participant isn't here yet. Kang Yue Emperor rests her chin on her hand with a sly smile. She notes that the only one left to arrive is the representative from the north, who must be the legendary Lunar King. The Western King stirs from her nap, adding, "It's that kid who caused a scene 3 years ago and kept the full moon up for a month, right?" Lady Shojutsu scoffs with a smug and dismissive smile, declaring the rumored Lunar King to be all bark and no bite. The hall buzzes with speculation. The Western King recalls the legend of the boy who held the moon hostage, while Lady Shojutsu scoffs dismissively. All eyes are on the empty throne of the north, waiting for the true Lunar King to arrive. After choosing his disguise, Su Liang walks out in his new form. He has transformed into the Azure Sea Bowed Moon, an elegant and mysterious woman with long, light purple hair, all to hide his true, weaker identity from the other kings at the Moon God Festival. Su Liang, in his ethereal blue disguise, feigns surprise at the other king's reactions, thinking, "What?" Kang Yue Emperor, the Southern King, leaps to her feet in utter disbelief. "This can't be," she exclaims, shocked by the identity of the northern representative. She stares at the unexpected figure who has claimed the northern throne, her mind racing as she thinks, "The lunar." A close-up on her eye reveals her conclusion. The powerful boy from the rumors is nowhere to be seen. That's not him, she realizes with certainty. Still reeling from the shock, she can barely form the words, her expression a mix of confusion and indignation. How can? She directs her question at the calm, blue-skinned figure on the throne. How can the representative of the North not be the Lunar King? Lady Shojutsu, the Central King, closes her eyes with a look of utter disdain. She concludes that this so-called lunar king is nothing special after all, and that there are many more worthy candidates. A close-up on her eye emphasizes her silent, simmering contempt for the newcomer who has disrupted her expectations. Su Liang's avatar maintains a cool, aloof expression, noting the lack of reaction from the others and feigning ignorance about the legend of the Lunar King. Internally, however, a chibi version of Su Liang complains about his avatar's programmed personality, thinking, "You look cute, but why are you so nasty?" Su Liang understands the situation perfectly. He realizes the human form of his Azure Sea-bowed moon template has thoroughly confused them, and it dawns on him that the authority of his lunar tome is far greater than the moon god's relic that the others possess. A grand announcement suddenly echoes through the hall. After thousands of years, the Moon God Festival is about to begin again, and the final winner will be decided from amongst the gathered kings. Lady Shojutsu looks utterly bored by the proceedings. She mutters that before the brutal final battle, it seems the Moon God wants to have a bit more fun. The rules are announced. The first rule, relayed by the sleepy Western king, is that each king must choose the strongest champion they trust. The kings themselves are forbidden from fighting each other until their champions are defeated. As Su Liang's avatar listens intently, the second rule is stated. A king will be disqualified if they personally descend upon the battlefield and harm the champions. The final rule is announced as Kang Yue Emperor listens. It is forbidden for an overlord-ranked favored beast to be an official champion, and the chosen beast must belong to the king's own side. With the rules established, a new directive is given. All kings must now announce their official champions. While his avatar remains calm, Su Liang is internally panicking. He has to publicize an official champion, but worries that his only choice is one of the favored beasts from the Twin Moon Order. He breaks out in a cold sweat, lamenting the terrible situation. Such a good disguise, yet you have to expose yourself at the beginning of the game. What a shame. His avatar mirrors his inner frustration, letting out a sigh as she thinks the exact same thing. Having to reveal her hand this early in the game is a complete shame. The announcements begin. A hologram appears, confirming the East region's exclusive champion, a sky lineage, emperor-ranked beast named Crimson Cherry Pink Eyes, symbolized by a giant butterfly silhouette. Su Liang is internally shocked that they're starting with an emperor-level champion. He deduces that this means the King of the East probably has an even more terrifying beast under contract. Next, a new hologram confirms the champion for the Central region, represented by Lady Shojutsu, a lunar lineage, emperor-ranked beast named Full Moon Falling. Su Liang immediately recognizes the name. Full Moon Falling is a famous lunar emperor rank, a symbol of the moon god's palace itself. The level of competition is far beyond what he expected. Finally, the Western king lets out another yawn. Phew, how troublesome, she mutters, as the massive, intimidating shadow of a giant feline beast, her champion, looms behind her throne. The holographic screen confirms the champion for the West, a lunar lineage, emperor-rank beast known as the first-generation White Saint. Su Liang is stunned, wondering what a first-generation White Sage could be. He sweats nervously, realizing that a first-generation ancestor of the White Sage clan, while ranked as an emperor, must possess strength nearly on par with an overlord. Now, only two kings remain who have not announced their champions, Kang Yue, Emperor of the South, and Su Liang's disguised avatar representing the North. A new announcement gives them a strict time limit. The remaining kings have just 1 minute to decide on their exclusive champion. Kang Yue Emperor glares forward with fiery intensity, unfazed by the pressure. Su Liang, however, is frantically brainstorming. He wonders if he could get away with picking an emperor who used to be in the north but has since gone missing. His thoughts drift to a familiar purple silhouette with deer-like antlers. He realizes it would be best if he chose someone who is actually related to him. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a brilliant idea strikes him. I got it, he thinks, a solution finally clicking into place. He summons his special item, the lunar tome, and decides to go all in, spending all 100 of his available draws at once. The ancient book opens, its pages flipping at an incredible speed as he commands it to search for his answer. He uses the tome to search for an imperial-ranked favored beast. The book opens to a page displaying the humanoid form of his companion, Cloud and Dream Covenant, identifying her as an emperor-ranked beast from the ancient Northern Imperial Beast Academy. Paid information reveals her tragic past as a guardian of the White Deer Palace, who fell into a state of pseudo-death. As Su Liang absorbs the information, a timer appears with a dire warning. He has only 5 seconds left to make his choice or face disqualification. More paid info flashes, detailing the 12 palaces of the moon. The countdown continues, 5, 4. Just as panic sets in, a final piece of crucial information appears. The system has determined that Cloud and Dream Covenant is on the same side as the host and can therefore be legally chosen as his exclusive champion. His eyes, reflecting the cosmos, widen in shock and relief. He has found his champion and his loophole just in the nick of time. The countdown reaches its end. 3, 2, 1. The pressure is immense as both Kang Yue Emperor and the Eastern representative watch intently for the final decision. As the timer hits 0, the hologram flashes with the final selection. To the shock of the other kings, it is confirmed. The exclusive champion for the Northern Domain is the lunar lineage, Emperor-rank beast, Cloud and Dream Covenant. The Kang Yue Emperor looks on in shock, wondering why the Northern King didn't choose a beast from the Twin Moons, her own faction. Meanwhile, Lady Shojutsu, the Central Region's king, is equally surprised to learn that the Kang Yue Emperor's chosen champion is a supreme rank. A system notification confirms the exclusive champion for the Southern Region, the supreme rank, Sheath of the Crescent Moon, Narima. The other kings note that this name shares a prefix with Sinking Star Crescent Moon. An announcement echoes through the hall, declaring that all 5 exclusive champions have been confirmed, and the Moon God Festival will begin shortly. As the announcement finishes, the teleportation process begins, starting with Lady Shojutsu being dematerialized. The scene shifts, showing the Western King, a young girl in a tiger-themed hoodie, who is shocked to hear the name of the Northern champion, Cloud and Dream Covenant. She shouts in disbelief, questioning the identity of the person who made such a choice, but her words are cut off as she is teleported away. The teleportation lands Su Liang in a strange, crystalline landscape. He looks around, bewildered by the sudden change of scenery. His eyes land on a woman sitting on a large crescent moon. He recognizes her as a powerful entity and respectfully addresses her as the Lunar King. The woman, the miracle of the moon, looks down at him, confirming that the Moon God Festival that was delayed for him has finally begun. With a newfound resolve in his eyes, Su Liang listens as she tells him to go and fight for the throne that is rightfully his. Su Liang turns away, stating that he should prepare himself and will call it a day for now, readying himself for the trials ahead. He looks back one last time, telling the miracle of the moon that by the time they meet again, the festival will likely be over. With his companion, Cloud and Dream Covenant, in her small deer form, Su Liang walks away across the shimmering, water-like ground. The miracle of the moon watches him depart, expressing her hope that their agreement will be fulfilled by the time the festival concludes. She then muses to herself, questioning why Su Liang, the Lunar King, would ask her for a method to defeat the holy son of the Black Moon, whom she considers a mere insect. She understands that Su Liang's memories are still fragmented. He is confused about his own power and the choices he must make. She continues her monologue, noting that he is questioning the Lunar Tome's choices and is becoming fearful of the other emperors he must face. With a knowing smile, she remarks that his memories are finally returning and eagerly anticipates the chaos this will cause among the Moon God Palace factions. Suddenly, back in the mortal world, a massive pillar of red light erupts into the sky, causing widespread panic among the people in the city below. A terrified citizen points towards the sky, drawing everyone's attention to the horrifying phenomenon. They all look up to see the moon has turned a terrifying blood red, casting an ominous crimson glow over the entire city. As the chaos unfolds, a red crescent moon symbol appears on a woman's hand, making her and others wonder if this is the start of an apocalypse. In her private chambers, a servant reports to the bathing Kang Yue Emperor that the Moon God Festival, signaled by the red moon, has officially begun. The news hits her with full force. She stares blankly, her mind refusing to accept the reality of the situation as she whispers, "Impossible." Still reeling in her private bath, the Kang Yue Emperor fumes. She had believed the Lunar King was the moon's chosen one, but now she feels like she's been made a fool. Her attendant cautiously speaks, reminding the Empress of her original plan to have all the sect's disciples forfeit the competition now that the festival had begun. The Kang Yue Emperor's face darkens, her anger palpable amidst the steam and cherry blossoms of her bath. She closes her eyes for a moment in quiet contemplation before her expression hardens. "No," she declares, "I've changed my mind." Ignoring her own clan's competitors for now, she issues a new command. Her elite warriors, the 5 Leaves, are to participate in the upcoming elimination competition in the northern region. As she rises from the water and wraps herself in a robe, she announces her intention to go there personally to uncover the truth about this supposed Lunar King and the strange moon. Her attendant cries out in alarm, trying to get the great Empress to wait and reconsider her rash decision. She rushes after her Empress, asking in disbelief if she truly intends to send the powerful five leaves into the fray as mere sacrificial pawns. The attendant's face fills with dread as she realizes the full implication. A full moon on the night of the Northern Region's elimination competition can only mean one thing. This is no longer just a festival competition. It has escalated into a battle of the emperors. Meanwhile, under the blood-red moon, a figure lands gracefully atop a building in the now chaotic city. It is Cloud and Dream Covenant in her majestic, full-sized deer form, with Su Liang calmly riding on her back as they survey the scene from above. Now on the ground, Su Liang observes the turmoil, noting that the number of hidden supreme beings around the academy is spiraling out of control and that the disciples of the Twin Moon Order have gathered. Cloud and Dream Covenant turns to him, stating with reverence that Lord Lunar King has finally returned. Su Liang, however, looks up at her with a questioning, slightly confused expression. Just then, a woman appears on a video call, shouting in a panic that Su Liang must bring them justice because the Kang Yue Emperor has suddenly declared war on their faction. Appearing in person, she elaborates on the shocking news. The Kang Yue Emperor has declared war on the Moonlight Imperial Beast Academy and is sending the Five Leaves to wipe out all the competitors in their academy. Su Liang calmly processes this information. He believes the Empress is not launching a full-scale war, but is merely testing him and has sent the Five Leaves to cause trouble on purpose. He waves his hand dismissively, telling the stunned woman that there's no need to hurry. He will simply let the Twin Moon Order handle the situation. As he walks away, Su Liang casually mentions he's going to rest and asks her to send him a list of forces attending the event, leaving the woman speechless at his nonchalance. A couple of hours pass, and the night grows deeper under the crimson glow of the moon. In his room, Cloud and Dream Covenant is fast asleep on the bed in her small deer form, peacefully cuddling another small creature. Meanwhile, Su Liang is awake at his desk, diligently studying the documents he requested under the warm light of a lamp. He learns from the documents that the Moon God Festival was initiated by the Bu Empire, the Kang Yue Emperor's domain. However, he concludes that as a collateral progeny of the Azure Folding Bowed Moon, he shouldn't face any disadvantages. His strategic analysis begins with his own northern region. The list includes the Blue Moon Empire and the Moonlight Beast Academy, alongside old allies like the Spirit Moon Sect and the Fallen Moon, whom he assumes are just here to join the fun. He quickly dismisses the minor forces from the central region as well, but as his eyes drift to the entry for the southern region, his expression becomes serious. This, he thinks, is the truly problematic one. The documents highlight his primary concern: the Five Leaves, the elite warriors from the southern region. He discovers that a single candidate from the Peach Moon Temple, a saintess named Momo Zioju, already commands two powerful supreme beings. He can only imagine how powerful a true saintess would be, worrying that even his strongest companions might not stand a chance against such an opponent. Feeling overwhelmed by the sheer power of his opposition, Su Liang stands up from his desk, deciding he will have to leave this particular problem for the 12 moons to handle. He collapses onto his couch, running a hand through his hair in exhaustion. How troublesome, he sighs, the weight of the upcoming battles pressing down on him. Looking over at the peacefully sleeping Cloud and Dream Covenant, he tries to reassure himself. With his powerful companions, he definitely can't be considered weak. However, that confidence is short-lived, as he remembers that he isn't just facing other champions. He's facing genuine, powerful emperors. He realizes that in his current state, he won't survive the festival. He needs a miracle, the shard of lunar obsidian from the White Deer Palace to power up his little deer. As he gently strokes the sleeping deer, his thoughts are interrupted when he notices something peculiar. He stands beside the bed, looking at the crystal chain around her neck, and wonders why she keeps it on even when she sleeps. Thinking it might be uncomfortable for her, he decides to be helpful and gently removes the sparkling necklace. Feeling utterly drained, Su Liang gets into bed himself, deciding he should get some sleep too. Later that night, something causes him to stir, and his eyes slowly blink open. He groggily looks around, wondering why he woke up when it's still the middle of the night. A soft sound beside him makes his eyes dart to the side, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant. His heart stops. Instead of a small deer, he finds himself being held by a beautiful, white-haired woman who has the very same purple antlers as Cloud and Dream Covenant. A deep blush spreads across his face as his mind goes completely blank, utterly stunned by the shocking development. His mind races in panic. Could she have transformed into a human just because he took off her necklace? A new wave of terror washes over him as a dreadful thought crosses his mind. She won't kill me when she wakes up, right? He's completely frozen, trapped in her embrace and too terrified to move a muscle while she continues to sleep peacefully. Just then her eyes flutter open. Still holding his face, she looks at him with a confused expression, her voice soft. Su Liang can only stare back, his face a mixture of terror and embarrassment as the now human cloud and dream covenant awakens in his arms. Su Liang wakes up with a start, his face a mask of panic and confusion as he processes the situation. Beside him, Chun Baijiu also stirs. She touches her head, a puzzled expression on her face as she notices something is missing. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes her precious necklace is gone. Su Liang, fearing her wrath, quickly points to the bedside table, admitting that he took the necklace off and placed it there. Chun Baijiu looks towards the necklace, her initial shock giving way to a look of simple acknowledgement. Surprised by her calm reaction, Su Liang gets up and asks if she's not angry that he removed the chain without her permission. Chun Baijiu casually dismisses his concern, stating that she'll just put it on later and sees no reason to be upset. Now it's her turn to be curious. She notices his flustered state and asks why he looks so nervous. An embarrassed Su Liang struggles to explain, pointing out that their current situation is quite intimate and awkward. However, Chun Baijiu doesn't understand his human modesty, looking at him with genuine confusion. Su Liang has a sudden realization. As an emperor-ranked beast, she probably isn't accustomed to human concepts like wearing clothes. She presses him for an answer about what's so embarrassing, leaving him stammering and searching for the right words. Finally, Su Liang blurts out the truth. He's embarrassed because he finds her human form so overwhelmingly beautiful that he can't handle it. His heartfelt and unexpected confession leaves Chun Baijiu completely speechless. A moment later, a deep blush spreads across her face as she finally understands the source of his embarrassment. The next day, Chun Baijiu wakes up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Su Liang is already awake, pulling back the curtains to let the morning light in. He greets her with a bright smile, telling her she looks great. Chun Baijiu looks at him, perhaps a little surprised by his cheerful and relaxed demeanor. Later, she brings up his behavior, noting that he's been incredibly tense and nervous ever since they first met. She contrasts that with his current state, observing that he now seems happy and completely at ease. Su Liang closes his eyes with a gentle smile and confirms her observation. He begins to explain that he had been tense from acting as the Lunar King. His anxiety, he explains, came from the pressure of concealing the truth while trying to defeat his enemy. But after the events of the previous night, something changed. He looks at her with genuine gratitude, telling her that it was her presence that finally allowed him to calm down. Chun Baijiu looks at him, surprised by the revelation that her mere presence had such a profound effect. Filled with a newfound confidence, Su Liang stretches and declares it's time to prepare for the Moon God Festival, because he believes he's found a way to defeat an emperor. Hearing his excitement, Chun Baijiu is completely baffled, wondering what she could have possibly done to cause this change. Chun Baijiu, still unclothed, cheers excitedly about going out to have fun, while a frantic Su Liang reminds her to put on some clothes first. Now properly dressed, the two stand atop the highest tower of a castle, looking out over the sprawling city below. Su Liang, still curious about the morning's events, asks Chun Baijiu about her necklace and if taking it off causes some kind of problem. He recalls how seriously she had asked where it was, making him think it was tied to her transformation. Chun Baijiu clarifies that the necklace was a gift from her mother, so of course she would ask where it was. She explains her unconscious transformation was simply due to the impending full moon and a lack of control over her bloodline, having nothing to do with the necklace. Realizing he completely misunderstood the situation, Su Liang is left feeling awkward. Changing the subject, Chun Baijiu asks why he brought her to the tower, as she thought they were preparing for the Battle of the Emperors. Su Liang explains that this is the tallest building in the academy, providing a perfect vantage point over the entire institution, including the site of the upcoming elimination event. He then makes a bold declaration: "I'm going to face an emperor here." Chun Baijiu looks around, confused, as there is no one else in sight. With a confident smirk, Su Liang reveals his true intention. He's not here to fight, but to test whether he, as the Lunar King, can communicate with the gods. To begin his test, Su Liang summons a single, seemingly insignificant creature, a flash butterfly. Chun Baijiu watches as the lone butterfly flutters off into the vast sky. She is unimpressed, wondering what kind of grand test could possibly involve releasing a single, low-level butterfly. Su Liang simply smiles and points towards the horizon, telling her to look again. As she follows his finger, her eyes widen in utter shock at the unbelievable sight before her. The sky is now filled with thousands upon thousands of glowing flash butterflies. Su Liang begins to explain that while they are typically used for scouting, they have a special trait. They like to gather with their own kind. He reveals his clever strategy. His single butterfly has attracted a massive swarm of wild ones, effectively masking his own and making it impossible for anyone to trace the true summoner. Chunbaijiu watches in silent awe as the beautiful, glowing swarm approaches their tower. Suddenly, the entire swarm detonates in a blinding flash of light, leaving Chunbaijiu completely stunned. As the light fades, she turns to him, demanding to know what he just did. Su Liang just gives her a sly look, puts a finger to his lips, and tells her it's a secret that she'll have to wait until the full moon to find out. A silent, playful standoff ensues between the two, with Su Liang holding his secret close. From their perch, the two are surrounded by the magnificent spectacle of countless butterflies filling the sky, a miracle orchestrated by Su Liang. Chunbaijiu watches, mesmerized, as the countless golden butterflies swarm closer, captivated by the magical scene Su Liang has orchestrated. Pouting, Chunbaijiu jokingly declares that she won't be sleeping with him until he reveals his secret. Her playful threat leaves Su Liang completely flustered, but even as they banter, the true purpose of his grand spectacle was quietly coming to fruition. A system notification appears before Su Liang, confirming that the signing process is complete. His system screen displays a success message listing his newly contracted beasts, which now include over 1,000 low-rank flash butterflies. Su Liang internally reflects on his accomplishment. By using the unlimited contracts cheat provided by the Lunar Tome, he was able to form contracts with more than 1,000 beasts simultaneously. Feeling the immense power flowing through him, he clenches his fists with determination, realizing he is still far from reaching his true limit. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he wonders if this spectacular miracle he orchestrated will be enough to attract the attention of the gods. Meanwhile, Chunbaijiu waits for him, crouching in a corner of the rooftop, looking thoroughly bored. The scene shifts, showing Chunbaijiu looking on thoughtfully. Elsewhere, someone is complaining about their current location. In another part of the academy, a group of warrior women known as Kikugetsu are surveying the area, with one complaining that they can't even find a decent 3-star beast master. The holy maiden of the 5 leaves of Kikugetsu, a blonde girl with twintles, angrily questions why the empress would send them to such a pathetic place, given that 3 stars is the minimum to even join their ranks. However, the more level-headed holy maiden of the plum moon, identifiable by her red hood, reminds her that their leader has her reasons, and that the Moonlight Beast Academy would be nothing without the Lunar King. The blonde holy maiden is not appeased, sighing that the whole assignment is a total drag. Suddenly, her complaining is cut short as she feels an overwhelming pressure, her eyes widening in shock as she sees a pair of powerful purple eyes glaring at her. Her face twists in terror as the sheer intensity of the aura washes over her. She realizes with dawning horror that an incredibly powerful being is staring directly at her. The pink-haired holy maiden of Peach Moon agrees, confirming that she can also feel the immense power, and warns that it belongs to an enemy far beyond their ability to handle. They identify the source of the overwhelming presence as the tallest tower belonging to the Twin Moon Order, and wisely decide not to look directly at it. Back on the tower, Chunbaijiu remains completely oblivious to the panic she is causing, still looking bored. She idly comments on the group below, noting that the Kang Yue sacred sect has brought many of its supreme beings with them. Su Liang scoffs at her observation, arrogantly stating that compared to a true emperor, the power of these so-called supreme beings is no better than that of a dog. Chunbaijiu chides him for his arrogance, telling him he's been reading too many novels and that a true battle of emperors is an incredibly rare event. Seeing that she is still pouting from their earlier conversation, Su Liang gently asks if she is still angry with him. He smiles warmly and suggests they make up, but she pointedly turns her back to him with a dismissive HMPH. As she begins to walk away, Su Liang watches her, a plan beginning to form in his mind. As she walks away, Su Liang's expression suddenly darkens with mischievous resolve. It's time, he decides, to resort to his ultimate trump card. The serious demeanor melts away, replaced by a goofy, overconfident smirk. He readies his secret weapon for handling a pouting woman. He strikes a pose straight out of a cheap romance novel and declares, "Heh, woman, you have succeeded in catching my interest." His cheesy line, far from amusing her, sends Chunbaijiu into a blushing rage. Su Liang's teasing hits the mark as he correctly guesses the reason for her outburst. She's embarrassed that he knows she reads those kinds of novels. Completely mortified at having her secret hobby exposed, she declares she would rather die than have him tell anyone. Su Liang strokes his chin, pondering her desperate reaction with a mischievous glint in his eye. He beckons her to come closer, but she is hesitant and confused by his sudden command. His playful expression turns into a sinister, teasing grin. He threatens to tell the entire academy about her romance novels unless she comes over and lets him tease her, leaving her utterly horrified. Defeated and thoroughly embarrassed, the pouting Chunbai-Jiu shyly makes her way over to him. She stands before him with her head bowed, face flushed red, unable to look him in the eye. Seeing her so genuinely flustered, Su Liang's teasing facade melts away. He smiles and pats her on the head, reassuring her that he was only kidding. However, his kindness is met with a sudden, aggressive movement as her hair whips through the air. Before he can react, she lunges forward and tackles him, taking him completely by surprise. He hits the ground with her on top of him, her antlers glowing as she pins him down. Su Liang is left blushing and trapped beneath her. Instead of being angry, she buries her blushing face in his chest, hugging him tightly in an embrace that is both aggressive and affectionate. The scene opens with a tense moment as Chunbai-Jiu bites down hard on Su Liang's ear. Su Liang is thrown to the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment as Chunbai-Jiu, in her human form, looms over him. With a blush on her face, Chunbai-Jiu looks away in frustration, annoyed that he is always taking advantage of her weaknesses. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she declares that she's returning to the Moon Pavilion and quickly runs away, leaving a stunned Su Liang on the ground. As she leaps away, she yells back at him not to follow her. Su Liang watches her go, noting to himself how quickly she fled. He's left confused, wondering why she took his lame threat so seriously. Just as Su Liang is pondering Chunbai-Jiu's strange shyness, despite her lack of concern about clothing, a new figure suddenly appears behind him. It's a woman in a rabbit mask. She addresses Su Liang as Your Holiness, catching him by surprise. The woman, identified as Sister Bunny, the second seat of the Twin Moons Order, waits for his command. Su Liang, regaining his composure, tells her to speak. Internally, Su Liang is relieved at her timely arrival, admitting to himself that her appearance saved him from his own awkward predicament. Sister Bunny reports that they managed to seriously wound the Holy Son of the Black Moon, but he ultimately escaped. She mentions the upcoming battle of the emperors under the full moon. Su Liang calmly reassures her, stating that they just need to wait for the full moon. Sister Bunny acknowledges his command. After Sister Bunny departs, Su Liang reflects on his opponent's strength, noting that with the legacy of the Black Moon, they won't be defeated easily. Standing alone, Su Liang begins his next move, calling out the name of a skill, Moon in the Lake. In response to his call, a massive torrent of water rises into the sky, taking the form of a great serpent. From the swirling water, a magnificent green spear begins to materialize. Su Liang addresses the powerful entity he has summoned. Sinking Star Crescent Moon, let's make a deal. With a determined gaze, he states his terms. He requires her power for the night of the full moon. The spirit of the spear, Sinking Star Crescent Moon, appears in her human form. She makes a counteroffer. In exchange for her help, Su Liang must give her information about her lost sheath. Sinking Star Crescent Moon silently considers the proposition, her eyes closing for a moment before opening with a sharp, decisive look. A massive surge of energy erupts from the tower, signaling that an agreement has been reached between the two. Elsewhere, a group of women, including a pink-haired girl and a blonde girl, notice the blast of power. They wonder about the source of the disturbance. With the deal struck, Sinking Star Crescent Moon firmly grips the shaft of her newly materialized spear, signifying her acceptance and readiness. Now fully formed and clad in her battle attire, Sinking Star Crescent Moon prepares to uphold her end of the bargain, with her alliance now forged with Su Liang. Watching Sinking Star Crescent Moon float before him, wrapped in ethereal energy, Su Liang breathes a sigh of relief. He understands her gesture as a yes, confirming their alliance. To uphold his end of the bargain, Su Liang summons his lunar tome. He commands it to use 30 draws to find information on the supreme-level favored beast, her sheath known as Crescent Moon, Frost Blossom. The ancient book responds, its pages flipping rapidly as it searches for the requested information. However, a system window appears, notifying him that due to his insufficient authority, some of the information will be concealed. Su Liang is taken aback by this limitation. The tome reveals what it can. The location of the Crescent Moon Frost Blossom is known, but multiple pieces of crucial information about it are locked. Below the locked data, an image shows the spirit in a state of despair, kneeling among ruins, highlighting her vulnerability without her sheath. Suddenly, a blaring red warning sign flashes before Su Liang, startling him. The warning from the system is dire. It states that he is not qualified to fight the Eastern Region's overlord, the Ice Feather Celestial Forest Bureau. To even have a chance of survival in that region, he must first contract at least one emperor-ranked favored beast. The weight of the situation hits Su Liang. He is shocked to learn he must confront the overlord of the entire eastern region just to retrieve the sheath. Despite the daunting task ahead, Su Liang turns to Sinking Star Crescent Moon and informs her that the sheath, Frost Blossom, is located in the eastern region. Sinking Star Crescent Moon is visibly shocked by this revelation. Su Liang continues, explaining that to take it back, they will have to face a formidable foe. A look of dread crosses Sinking Star Crescent Moon's face as she names their opponent, the Icy Feather Celestial Forest Queen. The mere mention of the queen's name fills her with despair, her face clouding over with hopelessness. Sinking Star Crescent Moon turns her back on Su Liang, her posture conveying utter defeat. Su Liang watches her, a worried expression on his face. Her hand, which had been holding her spear with purpose, now trembles and falls limp. The sight troubles Su Liang, whose own face is cast in shadow as he comprehends her despair. Su Liang internally admits the truth. His twin moon order, in its current state, stands no chance against the might of the icy-feathered queen of the celestial forest. He envisions the terrifying power of their opponent, a shadowy figure far more dreadful than the Kang Yue emperor he is destined to face in 3 years. He looks at the back of the defeated spirit, seeing her completely consumed by her current state of despair. Seeing no other way and moved by her hopelessness, Su Liang's expression hardens with resolve. He makes a decision, murmuring to himself. As if sensing his resolve, Sinking Star Crescent Moon quietly reflects on her own dwindling time, thinking to herself about the 3 years she has left. Filled with newfound determination, Su Liang makes an audacious promise. He shouts, "Give me 3 years, and after that, I will defeat the Ice Feather Celestial Forest Queen." Sinking Star Crescent Moon is stunned into silence by his bold and seemingly impossible declaration. The moment the words leave his mouth, Su Liang immediately regrets his impulsive boast, his face twisting into a comical expression as he wonders what he just said. Instantly regretting his grandiose promise, Su Liang backpedals with a guilty conscience, sheepishly asking if she would actually believe such a wild statement. Sinking Star Crescent Moon doesn't answer immediately. An intense silence hangs in the air as she stands with her back to him, leaving Su Liang to nervously await her judgment on his impulsive vow. Sinking Star Crescent Moon finally speaks, revealing that in ancient times, her kind, the Seven Chords, and the moon goddess Butterfly were enemies, and she has always harbored hostility towards his lineage. This revelation shocks Su Liang, but her next words surprise him even more. She says, "But thank you." A faint, gentle smile graces her lips. She thanks him because, even if it's just for a moment, his impossible promise has allowed her to have a brief dream of hope. As she accepts his vow, Su Liang internally explodes with frustration, realizing that she could communicate clearly the entire time. He flashes back to her initial chaotic appearance, realizing her supposedly indiscriminate slashing was just an act to spite him. He fumes, thinking that if it weren't for his moon in the lake skill, her little performance would have chopped him to pieces. He sighs, deciding to let it go. What's done is done, and there's no point in dwelling on it. As they stand together on the rooftop, she tells him that no matter what, she will keep this dream of his alive for as long as she can. Seeing an opening, Su Liang smirks playfully and asks if she'll give herself to him if his impossible promise actually comes true. She calmly replies that the days of divine rivalry are over, and a true union isn't out of the question if he retrieves her sheath. However, she bluntly adds that she can't reproduce without it, which leaves Su Liang completely stunned. Su Liang is flabbergasted by her unexpectedly serious and direct response to his teasing. The scene then shifts to the Moonlight Beast Academy's welcoming hall, where the group of holy maidens have gathered. The unnamed blonde girl is enraged, shouting at someone off-screen, demanding they repeat what they just said. In the doorway stands the 7th princess of the Baiyue Empire. Coldly, she asks the blonde maiden if she's deaf and tells her to go back where she came from. The princess adds that since Emperor Kang Yue has already declared war on them, she sees no problem with scattering the ashes of the old farts right then and there. The blonde girl starts to curse back at the princess, but her mouth is suddenly covered before she can finish. It's the pink-haired holy maiden who stopped her. She tells her companion to shut up, saying that while killing the princess is fine, cursing at her is not. She warns her friend to be careful, revealing that the princess is a descendant of the Azure Sea Bode Moon, and offending her is something not even Emperor Kang Yue could save them from. The pink-haired holy maiden then addresses the 7th princess of the Baiyue Empire directly. She condescendingly remarks that while the princess may have a saint's body, she is still a decade too young to challenge them. The unnamed blonde girl looks on in shock, realizing that the young princess possesses the sacred moon body, a legendary physique that can draw out the full power of a lunar-favored beast. The princess smugly calls them aunties and points out that her empire sponsors the welcome building. With that, she declares they can't stay and tells them to go sleep on the streets. Pushed too far, the pink-haired holy maiden snaps. Her eyes glow with rage as she tells the brat not to push her luck. She unleashes a powerful beam of energy directly at the princess, who calmly stands her ground and raises her hands to meet the attack. The powerful attack dissipates into a cloud of smoke, revealing the princess completely unharmed within. The holy maidens look on in disbelief as a voice warns them that if the 5 leaves strike again before the tournament, they will be disqualified. Just as tensions reach their peak, Sister Bunny appears amidst the dissipating smoke. She calmly addresses the 7th princess, telling her to let the holy maidens in, as it is the Lunar King's wish. Momo Xiaojiu, a girl with vibrant pink hair, identifies someone as a member of the 12 Moon Disciples of the Twin Moon Order, her expression serious. From behind, a woman with a bunny-like appearance addresses the 7th princess, a new character with long, dark hair, telling her to permit entry to Momo Xiaojiu and her companion. The 7th princess looks on with a silent, unimpressed gaze, her blue eyes conveying a hint of annoyance. Suddenly, the 7th princess's demeanor shifts entirely. She puts on a bright, cheerful smile and sweetly calls out to the other woman, "Okay, Sister Bunny Tilda." The scene shifts to a different location, where 3 cloaked figures make their way into what appears to be a tavern or inn. Inside, several members of the Twin Moon Order are gathered. Their faces are obscured, but their distinct silhouettes, including Sister Bunny's mask and Momo Xiaojiu's pink hair, are visible. The 7th princess, with a deceptively innocent look, turns to the masked Sister Bunny and asks about her specific rank among the 12 Moon Disciples. Sister Bunny, wearing her distinctive rabbit mask with a single red eye, coolly replies that she holds the 2nd seat. Hearing this, the 7th princess internally scoffs, thinking that the 2nd seat's level isn't much to be impressed by and that even the 12th seat is only slightly better than her. She ambitiously plots that if she becomes the 1st seat in 3 years, she'll be qualified to challenge the 4th moon phase. Sister Bunny looks on with a puzzled and slightly suspicious expression, as if sensing the princess's arrogant thought. The 7th princess gets lost in a blissful daydream, imagining that if she hadn't been born a few years late, she could have created the world's strongest bloodline with the Lunar King. Sister Bunny looks down at the fawning princess with an awkward, slightly mocking smile, sarcastically saying she'll wait for the day they can fight alongside each other. Despite her outward pleasantries, Sister Bunny inwardly dismisses the 7th princess as an arrogant little brat. However, Sister Bunny's thoughts turn serious as she considers the contest happening the day after tomorrow. She knows it will be the stage to reveal the true strength of the 7th princess's sacred moon body. The scene transitions to the night before the full moon. 2 figures in white cloaks are seen patrolling the quiet streets below. Hidden in the shadows, the 6-tailed moon fox, an emperor rank operative, scoffs at how weak the guards are, completely unable to sense his presence. A blonde, fox-eared woman suddenly appears, playfully asking if the Yellow Springs Road guy is also there to join in on the fun. Her companion, Waveless Thousand Autumns, a unique, glowing blue slime creature of the emperor rank, materializes on a leaf, cautioning her that they are in the northern region and might be under surveillance. The blonde, fox-eared woman sits casually, retorting that he must have also taken the Black Moon Cult's commission out of curiosity. She looks up at the castle in the distance, wondering aloud who will win in the end and what the Lunar King's favored beast could possibly look like. With a sly grin, she questions whether a mere 1-star beast master can truly handle an emperor-level threat. Getting no response, she looks back with an annoyed expression, demanding to know why her companion is being so quiet. Waveless Thousand Autumns finally speaks, offering a chilling opinion. The fact that the Lunar King is only a 1-star beast master is precisely what makes him so terrifying. Waveless Thousand Autumns then poses a profound question, asking the fox-eared woman if she understands the difference between a vessel and an apostle, leaving her looking back with a question mark. The fox-eared woman offers her own theory about these divine agents. She posits that apostles are those who can never lose, while vessels are those who are defeated, because a single failure means they are no longer worthy of the god's attention. The conversation is illustrated by a powerful metaphor, a pair of watching eyes and a large hand manipulating a marionette, symbolizing the gods controlling their mortal agents from the shadows. Waveless Thousand Autumns corrects the fox-eared woman's theory. It concedes that apostles are more powerful, but their worth isn't judged by winning or losing. According to ancient records, the key difference is that vessels merely believe they receive divine guidance, much like getting a main quest in a game. This concept is visualized as a divine hand giving a quest card to a small wooden mannequin, which represents a vessel receiving its orders. Waveless Thousand Autumns continues, explaining that most divine agents are vessels. The rare apostles, however, have seen the gods in their dreams, as if they have become a part of the gods themselves, symbolized by the mannequin now sprouting divine butterfly wings. A look of dawning horror crosses the fox-eared woman's face as she recalls something ominous the Lunar King once said. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing the Lunar King, Su Liang, standing alone on a castle wall under a full moon. The fox-eared woman's voiceover confesses that even today, she shudders every time she remembers his words. The memory focuses on a close-up of Su Liang's determined face as the fox-eared woman recalls what he said. In the flashback, a sudden, blinding flash of light erupts from the town square below. A woman with large black horns, Black Whale, looks on with wide, shocked eyes. A powerful beam of energy streaks through the night sky, aimed directly at the central tower where the Lunar King is presumed to be. The attack connects, resulting in a massive, fiery explosion at the top of the tower. As smoke billows from the damaged tower, Black Whale pants heavily, recovering from her exertion. Kneeling beside her masked beast, Black Whale, also known as Lady Antelope Seat, feels a triumphant exhaustion. She's confident that the blow, which drained some of her own lifespan, was too powerful for the Lunar King to have blocked. Her unnamed companion with purple hair emerges from behind a tree, congratulating her and noting that her attack allowed him to get close to the Lunar King. The companion, however, looks around nervously, his face filled with despair as he asks Lady Antelope Seat how they are supposed to escape now. Black Whale looks back with a smug, arrogant grin, questioning why they would need to get out. In her mind, she has already won by defeating the Lunar King. She leaps into the air, basking in a radiant purple glow, euphorically declaring that from now on, the gods and the moon will be watching over her, believing she has ascended to the status of an apostle. Her celebration is cut short as a sudden realization dawns on her, her eye widening in pure shock and disbelief. The smoke clears from the tower, revealing it to be completely pristine and undamaged. Her ultimate attack had absolutely no effect. Su Liang, the Lunar King, stands calmly amidst swirling streams of water, his eyes hidden by shadows. He looks down and commends his summon. Well done, Moon in the Lake. Su Liang's eyes flash with power as he unleashes his favored beast's ability, calling out its name, Sinking Star Crescent Moon. From the swirling water, his powerful summon, Moon in the Lake, fully materializes, a serene woman with long green hair, wielding a massive, ornate spear. Following her master's command, Moon in the Lake opens her sharp, determined green eyes. She strikes a powerful stance, and her spear becomes charged with crackling green energy, ready to unleash a devastating attack. Black Whale can only stare, her face a mask of pure terror, as she realizes the true, overwhelming power she has just provoked. Seeing the overwhelming power she faces, Black Whale wastes no time. She activates a red escape portal and dives through, beginning her desperate flight. In a cowardly move, Black Whale flees through the portal, completely abandoning her favored beast and her companion to face the wrath of the Lunar King's summon. Her companion screams after her in fury and disbelief, cursing Lady Antelope Seat for daring to leave him and her own beasts behind to die. His cry of betrayal echoes as she disappears. Back in the present, the flashback concludes. The blonde, fox-eared woman trembles as she reveals what the Lunar King said that terrified her so much. How many seconds can you last? Waveless Thousand Autumns dryly asks if she's scared. She quickly denies it, but her shivering hands betray her fear, and her companion calls her out on the lie. The Lunar King, Su Liang, stands with his hand raised, calmly commanding the immense power swirling around him. He drops his hand, and the immense power of Moon in the Lake is finally unleashed from the tower. A colossal beam of crackling green energy erupts from the tower, streaking across the sky toward the spot where Black Whale and her allies were. Having successfully escaped, Black Whale catches her breath hundreds of kilometers away. Leaning against a tree, she looks back at the distant city, believing she is finally safe. She turns, but her relief is short-lived, as she is enveloped in the same ominous green glow from the attack she just fled. Her face is illuminated by the terrifying light, her eyes wide with horror. She begins to stammer an apology to a holiness, realizing her failure has not gone unnoticed by the very powers she sought to impress. The scene abruptly shifts back to the present day. Momo Xiaojiu, now acting as a live streamer, cheerfully waves to her audience, announcing the start of the elimination tournament. With boundless energy, she takes a selfie video in front of some less than enthusiastic onlookers, telling her fans to follow and witness the whole event. She looks at her phone, her expression shifting to one of manic glee, as she realizes she has tens of millions of viewers online, hundreds of times more than her usual audience. The reason for the massive audience is simple. Today, the Lunar King's mysterious and highly anticipated lineup of favored beasts will finally be revealed in the tournament arena. Meanwhile, in the stands, other members of the Twin Moon Order discuss the event. One questions why the tournament is starting early, well before the full moon, while another agrees, wondering how they're supposed to unleash their full potential without it. The pink-haired observer girl responds with a cynical and serious tone, stating that for them, winning or losing this preliminary contest is completely irrelevant to the greater Moon God Festival. Her expression is grim as she concludes that as long as they get to witness the foretold Battle of Emperors and get back alive, that will be enough. The camera pans over the massive crowd that has gathered in the arena, emphasizing that this match is merely a prelude to the main event. Elsewhere in the audience, the seventh princess watches with a sweet, innocent smile, but her thoughts are malicious. It would be nice if this brat was eliminated here. The pink-haired observer girl glances over, her expression hardening. She silently considers the princess's ambition, worrying that letting her continue to grow may threaten the outcome of the entire Moon God Festival. Down in the arena, under a crescent moon, the tournament officially begins with an announcer thanking everyone for attending the elimination contest. A woman in white robes, identified as Yue Quill of the Bu Empire royal family and Twin Moon Order, steps forward to go over the rules. As Yue Quill announces the first rule, that all contestants must be younger than the age of 20, the seventh princess listens with a confident, knowing smirk. The second rule is stated: contestants must summon their favored beast asterisk before the battle begins and may not summon anything new once it has started. A group of spectators, including a blonde woman and the pink-haired observer, listens intently. Yue Quill continues with the rules. Third, both parties in a match can withdraw without penalty, and it will not affect their eligibility for the main Moon God Festival. Fourth, and most importantly, it is forbidden to attack the audience or the beast masters themselves. From her streaming spot, Momo Zioju listens with a mischievous grin. With the rules explained, Yue Quill, a small bird perched on her shoulder, officially declares the tournament open and invites participants to challenge anyone they wish. The seventh princess excitedly rushes toward Yue Quill, calling her auntie, and eagerly asking if she is ready to go on stage. Yue Quill gently stops the princess, patting her head and telling her no, as the full moon is not out yet. She reminds the seventh princess of her true purpose. She is the one destined to help the Lunar King defeat the powerful Kang Yue Emperor, making her smile with pride. Far away, Su Liang, the Lunar King, watches over the city as an explosion marks the first battle in the distant arena. Su Liang acknowledges that the battle has begun, but his expression is serious as he notes that the real threat is not here yet. He senses several powerful, ominous red auras approaching, identifying them as the Emperor-rank favored beasts. With a hardened gaze, Su Liang realizes they are here to witness the true main event, his battle of emperors against the Black Moon cult. His powerful summon, Moon in the Lake, appears beside him, asking if he can feel it. Su Liang looks at her, assuming she's referring to the emperors that have just arrived. Moon in the Lake closes her eyes and clarifies that she means something far greater. As the moon hangs in the sky, she reveals the chilling truth. The gods themselves are already watching over him. Back in the arena, a favored beast is instantly defeated in a bright flash of energy, signaling the brutal start of a new match. A fierce, red dinosaur-like beast, glowing with power, stands triumphantly over the remains of its opponent. The defeated beast's master falls to his knees in despair, crying out as his creature disintegrates before his eyes. In the audience, the Plum Moon Holy Maiden, a new character with distinctive blonde hair, gives a huge yawn, clearly bored by the proceedings. Another spectator informs the bored Holy Maiden that this is already the fifth match featuring high-ranking favored beasts. Stretching lazily, the Plum Moon Holy Maiden declares the matches a waste of time and decides it's about time she got her turn. She looks down toward the arena with a smug, mischievous grin, noting that the stinking brat with the royal bloodline, referring to the seventh princess, won't make a move. With a graceful leap, the Plum Moon Holy Maiden jumps from the stands and descends into the tournament arena. Landing confidently, she smirks and says that while she waits for the main event, there's no harm in taking out a few other brats from the Bu Empire. Hearing this blatant challenge, the seventh princess grits her teeth, her expression shifting from confidence to pure fury. The enraged princess tries to rush forward, calling out to her auntie, but Bai Yue Quill holds her back, insisting that it's not yet the right time for her to fight. Before the seventh princess can act, an elderly gentleman with a large mustache steps forward, telling Bai Yue Quill to leave the matter to him. He confidently states that since the Plum Moon Holy Maiden is only ranked 4th among the 5 leaves, it's a waste of time for the 7th princess to deal with her. With a determined gaze, he steps toward the arena, declaring once more that he will handle the challenger. 5 minutes later, both the 7th princess and Bai Yue Quill are left completely speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The elderly gentleman lies defeated on the ground, crying out in despair amidst his 3 unconscious favored beasts, a snake, a rabbit, and a bird. The Plum Moon Holy Maiden stands over him triumphantly, flanked by her 2 6-star, supreme rank favored beasts, the monstrous lunar pot and the elegant lunar beauty. She mockingly asks her defeated opponent, "Hey, is this the best you got?" She scoffs, dismissing the reward for winning as a meager amount of beast power that isn't even as much as she gains from a few days of meditation. Suddenly, Bai Yue Quill looks up in alarm as a streak of light flashes across the sky, sensing something is wrong. She cries out in a panic, realizing there's still a bit of time left before a critical moment. Ignoring her aunt's protests, the 7th princess finally makes her move, leaping into the arena and declaring that it's okay, she'll just stall for a little bit. Landing in the arena, she reveals her true motive. She's afraid that if she waits any longer, the Black Moon Holy Sun will arrive, confirming her connection to the enemy. The Plum Moon Holy Maiden looks down on the princess with a condescending smirk, asking if the brat is serious about wanting to fight her. The 7th princess's sweet facade completely disappears. She pulls her bonnet down over her eyes, stating that since the full moon is just around the corner, there won't be time for this later. Her eyes snap open, glowing with a cold, malicious blue light. With a wicked grin, she declares she can't miss the chance to shut the mouths of the southern scum. The Plum Moon Holy Maiden's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a dark, furious expression as she glares at the princess. Just as the two are about to clash, the pink-haired observer girl from the Twin Moon Order appears between them in a flash, commanding a switch. The Holy Maiden is confused, asking the observer why she is taking it upon herself to deal with a mere 3-star kid. Her confusion turns to shock as a chilling realization dawns on her. She looks at the observer with wide, fearful eyes. The Holy Maiden realizes the observer girl's true, terrifying intention. She wants to kill the 7th princess here in the arena, by accident, so that she'll no longer be a problem. The observer's eyes glow with murderous intent, confirming the horrifying thought. A girl with blonde pigtails complains to her companion, the pink-haired head of the 5 leaves, about their opponent's arrogance. The head of the 5 leaves gives a menacing glare, a dark aura washing over her as her blonde friend shrinks back in fear. Watching her opponent, she thinks to herself that something is off about this brat. Across the arena, the user of the sacred moon body stands firm, determined to personally ensure the 5 leaves are eliminated before the Moon God Festival. She smirks, thinking that she could have easily defeated the weakling if they had chosen not to fight. The blonde girl erupts in anger at the taunt, held back by her blue-haired, horned companion. The head of the 5 leaves looks on with a confident smile, telling her opponent that a fight with her might be fun and last a little longer. An information panel displays the favored beast of the sacred moon body user, Moonlit Floating Water, a supreme rank lunar spirit. Another panel introduces the favored beast of the head of the 5 leaves, 6-leaf Peach Sky, a tiny, supreme rank plant spirit. Moonlit Floating Water hovers in the air, taunting her opponents, asking if they're too scared to summon their own beasts and intend to withdraw. Her master, the sacred moon body user, gives a sweet but mischievous smile, claiming her companion is a bit constipated and needs a moment. The opposing team, including the pink-haired leader, the blue-haired girl, the blonde, and a girl in a red hood, are all baffled by the bizarre excuse. The head of the 5 leaves closes her eyes, calmly agreeing to let her opponent stall for as long as she wants. A hush falls over the massive arena as the crowd watches the 2 opponents face each other in silence. The sacred moon body user holds out a small, round pill in her hand. With a slight awe, she pops the pill into her mouth. The blonde girl immediately objects, pointing an accusing finger and shouting that using drugs is a foul. The head of the 5 leaves calmly explains that the pill isn't for enhancement, but a weak one that merely aids in cultivation. Her blue-haired companion wonders if their opponent is stuck in her realm and trying to force a breakthrough before the battle begins. A close-up on the eye of the sacred moon body user shows a flash of light, indicating a change is occurring. A surge of power erupts around her, as she successfully achieves a realm breakthrough to 4 stars. The blue-haired girl notes that reaching 4 stars allows full use of a supreme-ranked beast, but believes it's still not enough to defeat the 6-star Peach Blossom Saintess. The Sacred Moon Body user smirks, declaring that this level of power is enough. The Sacred Moon Body user begins her assault, channeling her newfound 4-star power into 2 streams of brilliant energy that surge across the arena floor. The energy coalesces, revealing the evolved form of her favored beast. The once ethereal moonlit floating water has transformed into the radiant moon soul, a formidable, battle-ready spirit, marking the first stage of her attack. The user of the Sacred Moon Body summons her second favored beast, a supreme rank entity called the Song of the Crescent Moon, a large, harp-like instrument. The head of the 5 leaves remains unimpressed, taunting her opponent by suggesting that someone powerful from the Bu Empire would just intervene to save her if she were about to be defeated. Her opponent seems momentarily surprised by the comment, then lets out a small laugh. She bursts into a fit of maniacal laughter, doubling over at the absurdity of the taunt. The head of the 5 leaves narrows her eyes, thinking to herself that these people from the southern region are clueless about the true power of the Sacred Moon Body. Standing proudly with her 2 summoned beasts, she tells her opponent not to worry, as she will soon understand the gap in their power. With an intense, crazed expression, she declares she will demonstrate the difference between them. She begins to play the Crescent Moon Harp, unleashing its sonic power. Empowered by the music, the radiant moon's soul lunges forward, charging directly at the head of the 5 leaves. The beast slashes with its twin crescent blades, forming a massive X-shaped energy wave aimed at its target. The powerful attack strikes its mark, causing a huge explosion that shatters the arena floor. On the sidelines, the blonde teammate shouts in disbelief, questioning how a 4-star supreme rank could possess such devastating strength. The blue-haired girl remains calm, telling her friend not to worry since their opponent hasn't even begun to use her actual battle techniques yet. As the smoke billows from the crater, the voice of the head of the 5 leaves echoes out, stating that this is only the beginning. The smoke clears, revealing her standing completely unscathed, with her tiny beast, 6-leaf Peach Sky, perched calmly on her head. The radiant moon soul is shocked and enraged that its powerful attack had no effect. In a fury, it unleashes a barrage of slashes, tearing up the ground around its opponent in a desperate attempt to land a hit. The sound of the onslaught is deafening, forcing the spectating teammates to cover their ears as the blonde girl complains that she's going deaf. The head of the 5 leaves looks up from the barrage, her expression unimpressed as she asks if the beast's tantrum is over. The radiant moon soul prepares to launch another attack, this time channeling energy from the lunar spirit bead, creating a massive, swirling red orb. Suddenly, the orb's attack is reflected. A powerful red beam shoots out, striking the unsuspecting radiant moon soul and sending it hurtling downwards. The beast crashes into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. It lies defeated amongst the rubble as the lunar spirit bead, the source of the attack, rolls to a stop nearby. Enraged by its own reflected power, the armored radiant moon soul struggles to its feet and angrily smacks the lunar spirit bead away, cracking the orb in its frustration. As the armored form stews in its defeat, the original unarmored version of the beast, moonlit floating water, appears behind it, floating serenely as if reborn under the moonlight. The defeated armored beast, radiant moon soul, lets out a roar of frustration. The unarmored moonlit floating water smirks, creating a small bubble that contains the image of the roaring, defeated beast. With a casual flick of her finger, she pops the bubble, shattering the image within. As the bubble bursts, the real radiant moon soul roars in pain as it suddenly explodes and disintegrates. Moonlit floating water floats serenely above the destroyed arena as an eclipse begins to cover the moon. The crowd looks on in shock, with one spectator commenting on the brutality of the match and another asking if it's finally over. The blonde teammate scoffs, stating that their leader is the Peach Moon Saintess at the peak of 6 stars, and the Sacred Moon Body can't possibly overcome such a large realm gap. The user of the Sacred Moon Body stands alone, dejectedly saying that the match is over as a mysterious bubble floats by. The bubble drifts in front of her face, and she watches it with a vacant expression. Moonlit floating water reappears and pops the second bubble. As the second bubble bursts, the Peach Moon Saintess is suddenly struck by an invisible force, causing her to cough up blood in shock. She cries out in pain as she's thrown backward by the powerful, delayed attack. Her blonde teammate screams in disbelief, unable to comprehend how her leader was hit. The Peach Moon Saintess lies injured in the rubble, her ribbons torn, wondering what just happened. Clutching her bleeding shoulder, she grits her teeth, wondering how moonlit floating water managed to land an attack after its initial assault was reflected. Her tiny favored beast, Six-Leaf Peach Sky, panics and rushes towards its injured master. The little beast flies to her side and begins to heal her. The bloody wound on her chest is shown closing and disappearing completely. A pink aura surrounds the Peach Moon Saintess, and in an instant, her wounds are completely healed and her torn clothes are restored. The crowd murmurs in awe at the beast's power, noting that it's both a healer and a defender, while the blonde teammate sighs in relief. The user of the sacred moon body notes that moonlit floating water is temporarily out of commission and decides to send in the lunar spirit bead to test her opponent. The healed Peach Moon Saintess narrows her eyes, aware that the lunar spirit bead's power is extremely explosive and difficult to stop. Just then, the disintegrated radiant moon soul roars as it instantly revives, its body reforming from nothing. The Peach Moon Saintess stares in shock, unable to believe that the beast could regenerate so quickly. The revived radiant moon soul immediately charges toward the lunar spirit bead, its crescent blade ready to strike. It brings its blade down hard, shattering the explosive lunar spirit bead before it can be used. The Peach Moon Saintess grits her teeth in frustration, finding it nonsensical that a dead, favored beast could revive so quickly. Even the user of the sacred moon body is surprised, wondering if her own power is capable of such a feat. Her surprise turns into a confident smile as she realizes the true battle is only just beginning. Looking down on her opponent from across the shattered arena, she declares that the game is about to end. As the eclipse passes, a brilliant full moon illuminates the night sky. Bathed in its light, the revived radiant moon soul lets out a triumphant roar. Under the full moon's glow, the beast begins to evolve, growing larger and more powerful as its form changes. The blonde teammate panics, shouting that while a full moon is known to boost a lunar beast's power, this level of enhancement is ridiculous. The Peach Moon Saintess looks on grimly, wondering if it's possible for the sacred moon body to grant her opponent the power to transcend a whole 3 stars on a full moon night. Watching from a distant rooftop, the lunar king, Su Liang, observes that it is indeed possible for someone in the 4-star realm to challenge a 7-star supreme, noting how extraordinary the sacred moon body is. Su Liang continues his analysis from afar, noting that his opponent didn't summon any beasts other than her supreme ranks. With a shadowy rabbit-like beast appearing behind him, he explains that unlike the waning lunar body, the beasts of the sacred lunar physique don't have the ability to fight across different ranks. Back in the arena, the fully evolved radiant moon soul now looms over the battlefield, having summoned several other spirit allies to its side. It attacks with its powerful tail, slamming it into the ground and sending a shockwave across the arena. The Peach Moon Saintess cries out as she is knocked off her feet by the force of the impact. She slumps to the ground in defeat as the evolved radiant moon soul hovers over her, victorious. From the sidelines, Momo Xiaojiu watches the battle with suspicion. She doesn't understand why the mermaid-like beast isn't attacking her directly, wondering what its true plan is. The Bu Empire's beast, a creature resembling a mermaid, launches a powerful attack, creating a swirling vortex of water and energy. The attack engulfs a mysterious hooded figure, but he remains standing, completely unfazed by the torrent of power. The hooded figure from the Black Moon cult looks down on the beast. He mocks its power, sneering that its arrogance comes from possessing a sacred moon body from the Bu Empire. With a condescending smirk, he tells the creature that at its current level, it is far from qualified to intervene in this battle. He slowly raises his hand, preparing to unleash his own devastating counterattack. A massive bolt of lightning strikes the mermaid beast from above, forcing it to its knees under the immense pressure. The powerful blast not only causes the beast to disintegrate into dust, but its energy pulse also fries all nearby electronic devices, causing a nearby spectator's phone to die. Momo Xiaojiu panics as her livestream cuts out at the most exciting part. Her dreams of internet fame are ruined in an instant. She looks around and realizes it wasn't just her. The cloaked man's attack destroyed everyone's devices. Suddenly, her attention is caught by a new presence, and she looks up in shock and confusion. A small, white lunar rabbit has appeared on the battlefield. It looks up at the cloaked figure floating in the sky and wonders, what the hell is that? Without hesitation, the tiny white rabbit, Sister Bunny, launches an attack, using its long ears to strike. The cloaked man cries out in alarm as the rabbit's attack summons a dark, sinister power. Ink, he yells, recognizing the nature of the technique. A pillar of dark energy erupts from the ground, summoned by the white rabbit's power. From this energy, a new creature is born, a A status window reveals its identity, a supreme rank beast called the moon-embracing jade maze ink-dyed lunar rabbit. This new black ink rabbit turns to the original white one. It notes their similar appearance and curiously asks if it's male or female and if it can talk. The little white rabbit, Sister Bunny, can only respond with an angry, silent pout. The ink-dyed rabbit shrugs, disappointed. I guess we can't communicate, that's not fun. Suddenly, the ink pattern on the black rabbit's stomach begins to split open. It reaches into the void in its own body and pulls out two massive, spiked maces, revealing its terrifying weapons. Sister Bunny's eyes glow red with shock and terror at the sight. Despite the obvious difference in power, the brave little rabbit charges forward, rushing headfirst towards the menacing black rabbit and its weapons. It dashes across the broken ground, a streak of white fury against the encroaching darkness, closing the distance in an instant. Its brave charge ends in a brutal collision, as the ink-dyed rabbit's spiked mace meets it head-on with crushing force. The mace strikes the ground with the force of a bomb, sending a massive explosion across the battlefield. Watching from a distance, the cloaked figure from the Black Moon cult smirks, sensing that the true powers of the festival are beginning to emerge. The scene shifts to a high tower, where Su Liang stands, surrounded by glowing butterflies. His followers call out to him, the Lunar King. His companions, the antlered Chunbai Jiu and the green-haired Ariana, look to him for guidance, asking what they should do now. Su Liang smiles calmly. He tells them not to worry, explaining that the lunar rabbit's waning moon body has a regeneration ability even more outrageous than that of the sacred moon body. Suddenly, Chunbai Jiu's calm expression breaks as she senses a massive surge of power from afar. Ariana also pauses, turning her attention to the new threat that has just appeared. A new figure emerges, gathering immense energy. It is the Thunder Moon Princess of the Amrita clan, and she is charging up a devastating lightning attack. From high above, the Thunder Moon Princess unleashes her power, targeting the entire fourth forbidden zone of the arena with a storm of lightning. The lightning crashes down, shattering the buildings and landscape below in a display of overwhelming force. However, a massive, spherical energy shield activates, protecting the central Colosseum from the destructive barrage. A spectator from the Twin Moon Order sighs in relief, noting that their imperial ranks had fortunately set up a shield in advance. But her relief turns to shock as she looks towards the tower where the Lunar King is, wondering how they could possibly survive the onslaught. She stares, speechless, at the impossible sight before her. Amidst the raging storm, the single tower where Su Liang and his companions stand remains completely untouched and safe from harm. Watching this, a high-ranking member of the Black Moon cult stares in disbelief, muttering, "No, that's impossible." She can't believe that even an attack of such magnitude couldn't force the Emperor of the Lunar King to make a move, as Su Liang and his party remain unharmed. However, the camera zooms in on Su Liang, who has dropped his cool demeanor entirely. He's sweating bullets, admitting to himself, "Holy shit, that scared the hell out of me." He thinks back on his defensive skill, the protection of the moon in the lake, which was strong enough to defend against even the indiscriminate attacks of the sinking star crescent moon. He's in shock that this powerful shield was completely shattered by a single blow from the Thunder Moon Princess, leaving him with almost no HP. Seeing that Su Liang is in a tight spot, his companion Ariana steps forward and volunteers to take care of the threat. Ariana leaps into the air, her body glowing with power as she transforms under the light of the full moon, preparing to unleash her true strength. She gathers scintillating green crystals of energy in her hands, converging them for a powerful attack. Seeing Ariana gather power, one of the cloaked Black Moon cultists urgently warns his leader, telling her to be careful. He looks up at the tower and shouts in alarm that their target is launching a counterattack. The Void Moonwalker, leader of the Black Moon cultists, readies her weapon, a double-bladed polearm, to intercept the incoming attack. As she does, two more identical polearms fly through the air to join the defense. They belong to a pair of powerful new fighters, the supreme rank beasts known as the Twin Moons. They declare that they will be the opponents for the sinking star crescent moon. The pink-haired twin charges forward, eager to challenge the legendary power of an antique weapon that has survived from ancient times. Together, the Twin Moons rush into battle, lamenting they were born too late to be a part of that ancient era, and are determined to prove their strength now. But before they can even reach their target, Ariana's attack flashes across the battlefield in an instant. The air is filled with green light as her energy slashes cut through and pulverize everything in their path. On the sidelines, the spectators are stunned. Just a few moments into the battle, and it appears a supreme being has already been defeated. The victim is one of the Black Moon cultists, who grunts in pain as the green energy slices through him. He clutches his chest and curses, having been grievously wounded by just the opening salvo of Ariana's attack. He looks up with wide, shocked eyes at the true attack that is now descending upon them. His leader, the Void Moonwalker, panics as she sees the rain of green energy crystals about to hit them, screaming for a defense to be put up quickly. She takes matters into her own hands, revealing her identity as a supreme rank Void Moonwalker and summoning a massive, hexagonal energy shield. But it's no use. The spears of green light rain down, piercing through their defenses as if they were nothing. The attack hits the ground with cataclysmic force, triggering a series of massive explosions. Momo Zio-jiu and the other spectators cover their eyes, screaming in terror at the blinding light and overwhelming destruction. When the smoke clears, the entire area around the Colosseum has been turned into a desolate, smoking crater. But the attack isn't over. The scattered shards of green energy begin to halt and converge once more in the sky. The energy forms a comet of light that returns to its master, flying back towards the top of the tower. The light flows back into Ariana, restoring her energy as she stands calmly on the tower's edge. Su Liang watches this, impressed. He muses that her skills aren't limited to swordsmanship, and wonders if her true form, after merging with her sheath, isn't a sword at all. From the arena stands, a pink-haired combatant stares in awe. She can't believe that just one slash from Ariana was enough to seriously injure 3 supreme beings of the Black Moon Holy Sun. She remarks that it's no wonder this is a power even the great Kang Yue Emperor couldn't subdue. This is the true power of the Lunar King's lineage. In the foreground, the dark-haired girl who was defeated earlier is carried off on a stretcher, a smug smile on her face despite her loss. After recalling her power, Ariana gives Su Liang a serious warning. She tells him not to get complacent, as her ultimate attack can only be used one more time, even with the full moon's aid. Su Liang, however, just gives a confident smirk. Only one more time, he says, that's more than enough. His gaze then shifts, already planning his next move. Su Liang then turns to his other companion, the white-haired Chunbai-jiu. He tells her that it's her turn to take the stage, giving her the monumental task of stalling the entire enemy team by herself. Chunbai-jiu gives him a deadpan look. With a sigh, she complains that he really knows how to make unreasonable requests. With his pieces in place, Su Liang stands with Ariana and Chunbai-jiu on the tower, surrounded by glowing butterflies as the storm rages. He looks out over the battlefield and declares that it is time to start preparing for the upcoming Battle of Emperors. Amidst a swirl of dark energy and lightning, the Void Moonwalker, a companion of the Holy Sun, coughs weakly, clearly injured from a previous battle. Beside her, another cloaked figure stands in the shadows. The scene shifts to the Holy Sun of the Black Moon cult, wiping a trickle of blood from his lips. His face is pale with fury as he recalls the pain of having his favored beast defeated, a humiliation he hasn't felt in a long time. His memory flashes back to a specific night, the last time he felt this sting of defeat. A brilliant full moon hangs in the sky, marking the moment it all happened, 3 years ago. The flashback reveals the full memory, the Holy Sun, a shadowed figure, looking up at a young, cold-blooded, white-haired boy standing victorious atop a pile of rubble. He remembers kneeling before him like a disgraced dog. A close-up on the face of the young white-haired boy, Su Liang, shows his determined expression from that fateful night. The Holy Sun's voice echoes, wondering if this time the outcome will be different. Snapping back to the present, the Holy Sun's face twists into a demented grin, and he breaks into a wild, unsettling laugh, the memory of his past failure fueling his current madness. With glowing eyes full of insanity, the Holy Sun taunts Su Liang, calling him the Lunar King. He venomously points out that Su Liang is so sick, so broken, that he's forgotten everything important. Su Liang stands there, looking utterly confused by the Holy Sun's accusations, a blank expression on his face. Trying to piece things together, Su Liang begins to question the past. He asks why the Holy Sun spared him back then, and what exactly happened after he was knocked unconscious. The Holy Sun continues his psychological assault, asking how the northern region lost a third of its territory, and why one of Su Liang's companions is missing. He suggests the gods have forsaken him, causing Su Liang to clutch his head as a sudden, sharp pain strikes him. Struggling with the pain and confusion, Su Liang admits that he has no memory of what the Holy Sun is talking about, nor does he have any memories from his predecessor, confirming his amnesia. Despite the memory loss, Su Liang's resolve hardens. He calms himself, declaring that with the enemy right in front of him, there's no time to waste energy on pointless distractions. Suddenly, Su Liang's attention is caught by something off-panel, a new presence entering the battlefield, which leaves him surprised. His focus shifts as he wonders aloud what she will look like during the full moon, hinting at a transformation or a specific power related to the lunar cycle. As if on cue, a figure emerges from a dense cloud of smoke. Su Liang notes that if they can manage a 3-on-1 fight, it would be great, suggesting he's expecting allies. The mysterious figure walks forward, its silhouette obscured by the lingering smoke and the dark of the night. A close-up reveals a menacing detail, a heavy, spiked ball chained to the figure's leg, a clear and dangerous weapon. The figure is fully revealed to be a black, rabbit-like creature with long ears and piercing, glowing white eyes. It stands alert, ready for a fight. The black rabbit faces off against a large, white, cloud-like creature. Despite an apparent attack, the white monster seems to be regenerating its form from a cloud of dust. The white creature reforms completely, showing no visible damage from the initial assault, its glowing red eyes fixed on its opponent. The black rabbit doesn't seem intimidated. Instead, a sinister smile spreads across its face as it finds the creature's rapid regeneration amusing, anticipating a fun challenge. Enraged, the white rabbit-like monster, now with its fur standing on end, charges forward with ferocious speed, kicking up dust and rocks. The black rabbit watches the clumsy charge with a condescending smirk, completely unfazed by the incoming attack. In response, the black rabbit unleashes its own special move, the Black Moon Dance Chaotic Jade, whipping its powerful ears around in a spinning attack. The attack shoots forward, a blur of energy aimed directly at the white creature, which continues its charge, seemingly oblivious to the deadly assault. The white rabbit dodges the black rabbit's spinning ear attack and immediately counters, swinging its own ear like a blade in a powerful downward slash. Although the attack lands, the damage is instantly undone as the white rabbit's ear rapidly regenerates, glowing with a restorative light. The black rabbit is shocked, crying out in disbelief at the impossible speed of its opponent's regeneration. Undeterred by the black rabbit's shock, the white rabbit presses its advantage, unleashing a frantic flurry of slashes with its ears. The white rabbit's body heals from the barrage of attacks in a flash of light. The black rabbit is exasperated, questioning if this creature grew up eating supreme meat, comically noting that it thought rabbits were herbivores. Frustrated, the black rabbit slams its heavy, spiked earweights into the stone ground, cracking the arena floor with a powerful impact. Panting with exertion, the black rabbit tries to regain its composure, dismissing its opponent as a mere lowly creature, though it's clearly being pushed to its limit. Suddenly, a new strategy dawns on the black rabbit. It realizes it doesn't need to destroy the creature, just incapacitate it by trapping it in a deep hole. With renewed purpose, the black rabbit lets out a mighty roar, channeling immense energy as it raises its long ears high into the air for a devastating final attack. Down below, the white rabbit looks up with a blank, questioning expression, completely oblivious to the massive power being gathered above it. The black rabbit brings its ears down in a colossal slam, unleashing a blinding explosion of energy that completely engulfs the white rabbit. The aftermath of the attack is a massive, shimmering, bowl-shaped crater embedded deep into the arena floor, the energy still crackling. Watching from the stands, a pink-haired girl gasps in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looks down at the ravaged arena. The full extent of the damage is revealed. A massive crater now dominates the center of the arena, confirming that the very ground has sunk from the force of the blow. Hovering confidently over the abyss it created, the black rabbit muses that its opponent should now be pounded into a pancake and buried thousands of kilometers underground. From a high vantage point overlooking the arena, Su Liang watches with a serious expression, admitting to himself that he didn't realize the rabbit possessed such power. Su Liang turns to his companion, the green-haired sinking star Crescent Moon, and declares that given the rabbit's unexpected strength, he'll have to send her to deal with it. Just as he makes his decision, the entire structure begins to shake violently. Su Liang is caught off guard by the powerful tremor. The black rabbit is also shocked by the earthquake, its cocky demeanor vanishing as it looks down into the crater with alarm. Deep within the pit, the rubble begins to stir as something powerful starts to push its way up from the darkness. In a burst of energy, a figure leaps out from the crater. It's the rabbit, but it has evolved into a new, more menacing form with purple fur and glowing red eyes. The black rabbit stares in utter disbelief, questioning how its opponent could have possibly evolved into a mid-level jade-tailed rabbit in the middle of their fight. A sudden, terrifying thought strikes the black rabbit as it processes the impossible evolution that just occurred. Staring at the fierce, red-eyed jade-tailed rabbit, the black rabbit questions in horror if this powerful creature was truly just a low-ranking moonlight rabbit only moments ago. The The scene cuts to an entry in a book of beasts, providing an official explanation for this shocking event. The creature has indeed evolved into a lunar system intermediate jade rabbit in its full moon form. The entry details its enhanced abilities, including super regeneration, and critically notes that the evolution process is accelerated by prolonged exposure to moonlight and significant emotional fluctuations. Su Liang, looking at a book of lunar beasts, confirms the evolution. He notes with surprise that the rabbit's waning moon constitution really does allow it to get stronger over time. The black rabbit is in utter denial, infuriated that a creature that was once a mere lunar rabbit could now stand on equal footing with it. It screams that such a thing is absolutely impossible. Enraged by this challenge to its supremacy, the black rabbit lunges forward in a furious attack, accusing the jade rabbit of being an arrogant fool for trying to surpass the boundaries of the supreme. The attack hits, but the evolved jade rabbit stands amidst the dust and debris completely unscathed, its glowing red eyes fixed on its opponent. The black rabbit is shocked into silence. The jade rabbit then speaks, its voice echoing as it asks a simple question. I just need the full moon, is that too much to ask? Its bladed ear gleams in the moonlight as it continues to lament, saying that waiting one night each month feels so long, revealing an intense craving for the moon's power. The black rabbit, ignoring the strange monologue, powers up for one last, desperate attack, roaring the name of its ultimate move, Twin Hammer King Great Crescent Moon. As the final attack descends, a single drop of liquid, a tear of frustration and defeat, falls from the black rabbit's eye. Before the attack can land, the jade rabbit appears directly in front of it, its own bladed ear aimed at the black rabbit's face. Terrified, the black rabbit can only stammer, "You, what are you?" Without hesitation, the jade rabbit unleashes a massive, point-blank energy blast called Jade Star, completely engulfing its opponent. Far away from the fight, the Holy Sun cries out, clutching his chest. He feels the painful backlash of his favored beast being destroyed, his own power draining away. His pain is quickly replaced by shock as he looks up, sensing a new, overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly appear on the battlefield. A figure descends from the sky, a woman with long white hair and majestic purple antlers, surrounded by a divine aura. The Holy Sun's companions, including the cloaked Thunder Moon Princess, can only watch in awe. The Holy Sun sweats, intimidated by the immense power radiating from the newcomer. He wonders aloud if she is a humanoid beast. The woman, Chunbai-jiu, looks down on him with cold eyes. She recognizes him, stating that he is the one who defeated the heavy tyrant, a so-called descendant of an emperor. The Holy Sun stands with his three supreme-rank companions, the Thunder Moon Princess, the scroll-like Autumn Night Sky, and the cloaked Void Moonwalker, ready for a confrontation. A wicked grin spreads across the Holy Sun's face as he regains his confidence. He taunts Chunbai-jiu, boasting that she can't beat him while he's surrounded by his powerful companions. Chunbai-jiu is completely unimpressed, cutting off his speech by bluntly calling it nonsense. She looks down on them with contempt, saying she doesn't want to waste her time on these three losers, and demands that the Holy Sun bring out the last guy inside him. Taking the insult personally, the scroll companion, Autumn Night Sky, unfurls an angry face on its surface and shouts, "Arrogant fool." The scroll boasts that the battle techniques of every supreme being it defeats become its own to use, displaying silhouettes of its previous conquests, a dragon and a butterfly. The audience is stunned by this revelation. A blonde nobleman explains to his worried companion that fighting the scroll is akin to fighting 10 supreme beings at the same time. Chunbai-jiu lets out a bored sigh, finding the scroll's threats to be so noisy. She taunts it back, saying that after she defeats it, she'll see if it's even qualified to replace one of the shadows on its list. Done with the empty threats, Chunbai-jiu closes her eyes and begins to gather her power, ready to unleash her true strength. "Well then," she says, "let me show you what I've got." She stretches her arms towards the sky, drawing power from the full moon. Purple ribbons of energy swirl around her as she declares that she is about to use a move that can only be executed on a full moon night. As Chunbai-jiu powers up, the intense light and pressure cause one of the Holy Sun's companions, the Thunder Moon Princess, to cry out in pain and shield her eyes. She stammers in disbelief, shocked by the overwhelming power being unleashed before her. The transformation is complete. A title card reveals her new state, Zero Form, Cloudy Princess. She now wields two elegant blades, her power fully unlocked under the full moon. The Thunder Moon Princess finishes her thought in terror, recognizing the twin blades as imperial-ranked weapons, the highest class of armament. Chunbai-jiu lets out a calm, steadying breath, her eyes sharp with focus. The air crackles around her as she prepares to strike. In an instant, she vanishes, moving with impossible speed towards the Holy Sun's companions. She unleashes a devastating, lightning-fast assault, her twin blades cutting through all three of the Holy Sun's companions at once. Their defenses are shattered, and their bodies are instantly disintegrated by the overwhelming force of the attack, leaving nothing but trails of light. Watching from the stands, the pink-haired spectator is left speechless, stammering that the entire confrontation was surprisingly over in a flash. She breathes out the title of the victor in awe, finally recognizing the legendary warrior, the Imperial Cloud Princess. The last remnants of the companions' defensive shields glow brightly, before shattering into countless pieces and fading away. However, the Void Moonwalker and her scroll companion reappear, seemingly regenerating from the attack, though she looks pained and weakened. Chunbai Jiu observes this with a calculating gaze, correctly identifying their ability. "Oh," she remarks, "the type that sacrifices oneself to negate damage." Having survived the initial onslaught, the scroll, Autumn Night Sky, unfurls its angry face once more and shouts, "Don't get too cocky." The scroll unleashes one of its copied abilities, projecting a massive, glowing butterfly silhouette as it summons the power of the radiant King of Life, Glimmering Wings. A mysterious woman with white hair and purple horns appears, looking around in confusion. Suddenly, beams of light rain down on her from above. She swiftly dodges the relentless assault, but the barrage of attacks continues, giving her no room to breathe. One of the beams appears to graze her, causing a corrosive effect. She stands firm, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught, a look of cool determination on her face. The attacks culminate in a massive explosion in the distance. An enchanted scroll with a furious face materializes and taunts her, claiming her collection of battle techniques is mediocre and the reason for her defeat. The master of the scroll is shown with a look of utter shock and disbelief. The woman with horns draws her own blade, questioning why one would rely on the power of a being weaker than oneself. With a powerful slash, she slices the talking scroll in two. In an instant, the battle is decided. A hooded figure, the holy son of the Black Moon cult, clutches his chest and admits his loss. The woman with horns floats above him, stating that he wouldn't be in such a sorry state if he had followed her instructions from the start. The defeated holy son grits his teeth, admitting he was too overconfident to think he could defeat the Lunar King. He then pulls out a burning contract. He raises the contract to the sky, yelling for the Lunar Palace to sign the transfer contract. Meanwhile, a fox-eared girl who has been secretly watching the fight yawns, finding the outcome boring and predictable. A small water spirit next to her comments on that child. "Perhaps will become the next Snow Queen," the spirit muses, looking down at the victorious woman with horns. The fox-eared girl scoffs at the idea, questioning how someone of the Ice Queen's caliber could be challenged by a mere supreme-level fighter. Her smugness vanishes in an instant as a powerful tremor shakes her to the core. A colossal pillar of red energy descends upon the battlefield. The aftermath leaves the entire area in smoldering ruins. From the sky, Su Liang descends, floating peacefully amidst a swarm of golden butterflies. The woman with horns launches a desperate attack, but Su Liang, who has just appeared, effortlessly repels it, demonstrating a clear difference in their power levels. Looking down on his opponent, Su Liang senses her aura and questions if she is an emperor-level being. The woman with horns, now on the ground, can only look away in shock, weakly denying it. Picking herself up, Yunji stares at Su Liang, noting that there's something different about this guy. With a grimace, she realizes the truth of his power. He has already stepped halfway through the threshold of becoming an emperor. Her thoughts are interrupted as a glowing green orb appears in the night sky, heralding the arrival of another powerful foe. A woman with wild green hair and a tail emerges from the light. This is 9 Transformations Jade Forest, a being of immense power. The crowd of onlookers is stunned. Momo Zioju, a girl with pink hair, cries out in disbelief. The fox-eared girl is furious, recognizing the newcomer. "Foul play, isn't this the Moon God Palace's supreme champion?" she yells. Even Su Liang is confused. He checks his book, wondering how the champion of the Moon God Palace was summoned by the holy son of the Black Moon. A system window provides details on the new arrival. She possesses a highly concentrated Imperial-class bloodline, and her combat power is infinitely close to that of an emperor. She is officially identified, Lunar Supreme Rank 9 Transformations Jade Forest. Elsewhere, a dark-haired girl throws a tantrum, furious at the Moon God Palace's brazen interference in the battle. However, her companion explains that since the Holy Sun signed a contract with Jade Forest, it isn't against the rules. She is now legally his favored beast. On the battlefield, Jade Forest lets out a weary sigh, seemingly unimpressed by the situation. But then she notices something is off. Her expression instantly shifts to one of alarm as she senses an anomaly. The Holy Sun asks her what's wrong. She looks up and states that the moonlight concentration in the area is abnormal. She explains that the distribution of flash butterflies is also extremely strange, noting it's impossible for half of the entire North region's butterflies to be gathered here. The Holy Sun is stunned to hear this, realizing the true extent of the power he's up against. Jade Forest sighs again. She decides to ignore the anomaly, stating it's none of her business what happens next. She turns her focus back to the immediate threat, squaring up against Yoonji. "Let's deal with the opponent in front of us first," she says. Jade Forest smirks as she identifies her opponent, Yoonji, Cloud Maiden, so that's it. Yoonji stares back, her resolve unbroken. Jade Forest begins to power up, gathering crackling green energy into her hands. She unleashes her power, transforming as green lightning arcs around her body. Not to be outdone, Yoonji takes her stance, crossing her dual swords as they glow with intense purple energy. Yoonji dashes forward, becoming a streak of purple light as she closes the distance in an instant. Their powers collide in a massive explosion of green and purple energy, the sheer force of the impact shaking the heavens and stunning all who watch. The observers are in awe. One notes that the fighters are too fast to see, while Momo Xiaojiu is stunned that the Lunar King's favored beast can match a half-step emperor like Jade Forest. Su Liang watches with intense focus, realizing this is the first time he's ever seen Yoonji fight with her full might since he's known her. As the two warriors clash in a blinding explosion of energy, Su Liang admits to himself that this is the first time he's ever witnessed a battle between supreme beings of this magnitude. Yoonji strains against the powerful assault, realizing that at this level of combat, it's impossible for anyone else to intervene. Jade Forest prepares another attack, a battle technique called Jade Wind, concentrating a huge orb of green energy in her hands. She launches the orb, which spins like a devastating cyclone. Yoonji is shocked as her own attack is seemingly torn apart by the powerful technique. The silhouette of a great beast forms within the Jade Wind, cutting a swath of destruction across the battlefield. Yoonji is sent flying, crashing hard into the ground below. Observing from the side, Su Liang is surprised to see a jade-tailed rabbit was also badly wounded in the blast, a testament to the astonishing strength of the attack. Su Liang recalls that the waning lunar body gets stronger with time and emotional fluctuations. Just then, the rabbit's eyes glow red as it's overcome with rage. The enraged rabbit digs its claws into the devastated landscape, preparing to strike. It launches itself forward, tearing a massive fissure in the earth as it goes. Meanwhile, the high-speed aerial battle continues, with Yoonji now pressing the attack against Jade Forest. Jade Forest looks on in shock, not expecting such a powerful counter from her opponent. Suddenly, the enraged rabbit appears behind Jade Forest and grabs her in a surprise attack. Jade Forest cries out as the rabbit's long ears, acting like hands, grip her tightly. Having captured its target, the rabbit declares its successful sneak attack. With incredible force, the rabbit smashes Jade Forest headfirst into the ground. Yoonji hovers above the massive crater, watching as the dust from the impact settles. With her eyes narrowed in focus, she prepares to deliver a finishing blow. She unleashes a devastating downward slash of pure energy. Seeing this, the Holy Sun panics, shouting, "Not good, Thunder Moon Princess, quickly." The Thunder Moon Princess appears, gathering dark energy to unleash her own ultimate attack, the Roaring Thunder Lightning Celestial Moonbreaker. The other Holy Sun, who had been watching calmly, now looks on with a hint of surprise. Amidst the chaos, Jade Forest walks calmly through the ruined battlefield. A close-up on her eyes reveals a sharp, determined gaze, indicating that the fight is far from over. A member of the Black Moon cult is shocked by the sudden appearance of an enemy, crying out, "The sinking star, when did she get here?" Immediately, she channels her energy, determined to cast a protective spell. Her priority is clear, must protect the Holy Sun first. However, the attacker, Sinking Star, completely ignores her and continues walking forward, leaving the cultists stunned and disregarded. A massive explosion erupts, the ground shattering from the force of Sinking Star's powerful attack. Caught in the blast are Chunbai-jiu and her companion, Sister Bunny, who are thrown back by the sudden assault. Sinking Star lands amidst the rubble, her form now monstrous and enraged. "How dare you sneak attack?" she snarls, looking down on her opponents, lowly, ants. With a furious cry, she gathers a ball of crackling green energy in her clawed hand, preparing to unleash another devastating blow. Her face contorts into a terrifying mask of rage as she screams at her foes, demanding that they feel the terror. She unleashes her power, sending out a barrage of sharp, crescent-shaped energy waves across the battlefield. The energy blades slam into the rocky terrain, carving deep gouges into the ground with immense force. Chunbai-jiu narrowly dodges the onslaught, weaving through the deadly projectiles as they fly past her. Sister Bunny is not as fortunate, getting caught in the storm of energy as the attacks close in from all sides. One of the energy crescents strikes Sister Bunny directly, causing a burst of impact. Panting, Chunbai-jiu lets out a sigh of relief. That was close, she thinks. My mist form was barely able to keep up with the moon rings, and I was almost cut up. Seeing no other choice against the relentless assault, she decides, I can only hide behind the rabbit for now. She finds some comfort in her companion's resilience. Luckily, no matter how injured it is, it can always heal itself. But as Sinking Star continues her attack, Chunbai-jiu realizes this defensive strategy won't last. But this isn't going to end. If only I could stall her for even a minute. As if noticing something, a flicker of understanding or an idea crosses Chunbai-jiu's face. Suddenly, Sister Bunny retaliates, launching its own counterattack of glowing projectiles. The barrage of light energy tears through the air, flying directly towards the surprised Sinking Star. Sinking Star is taken aback by the unexpected counteroffensive, her eyes wide with shock. In her non-transformed state, she looks on with fury and disbelief, exclaiming, "Damn it, is that Sinking Star?" Back in her monstrous form, her rage intensifies. This is really annoying, I was almost done with them. Sensing a shift in the battle, Chunbai-jiu's expression hardens with resolve. Her antlers begin to glow with immense purple energy as she prepares to make her move, declaring, "The time has come. Let's end this once and for all." She stands defensively in front of Sister Bunny, gathering her power into an intricate pose as she prepares to unleash her ultimate technique. Chunbai-jiu strikes a graceful, determined pose, crossing her hands above her head as she prepares to unleash her technique. Watching from the sidelines, Su Liang deadpans, "What kind of embarrassing pose is this?" Undeterred, she channels her energy, creating a swirling vortex of brilliant pink and white light that envelops her completely. The energy continues to condense, gathering into a spiraling torrent of immense power. Sensing the overwhelming power, Sinking Star looks on in disbelief, a chill running down her spine. Sister Bunny also seems to brace itself, as the vortex of energy swirls around it, indicating it is part of the powerful technique. As Chunbai-jiu's attack combines with Sister Bunny's, Sinking Star stares in shock, unable to comprehend what she is witnessing. "What the hell are you?" she wonders. Floating elegantly within the eye of the storm, Chunbai-jiu demands, "Tell me your name." She proudly announces her own identity, Tanyan Zhuyu, treading clouds chasing moon. With an air of superiority, she makes an offer to her opponent. "If you can survive this attack, I can consider taking you under my wing." Sinking Star responds not with fear, but with a deranged, mocking laugh. Enraged by the offer, she hurls an insult back, screaming, "And I'm your mother." Done with words, Sinking Star begins to gather her own dark green energy, preparing to unleash her ultimate technique. A pink-haired spectator in the crowd recognizes the fearsome attack. That's the strongest battle technique of the 9 transformations Jade Forest. She explains the terrifying nature of the attack to those around her, stating, "Anything that touches that black hole will be annihilated immediately." Unfazed by the creation of a black hole, Chunbai-jiu continues to channel her swirling mist-like energy. Her power coalesces, taking the form of a majestic, spectral deer that stands defiantly before the encroaching darkness. The celestial beast paws the ground, ready to charge into battle against the void. With a powerful surge, the spectral deer lunges forward, crashing directly into Sinking Star's black hole. The two ultimate techniques collide, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of light and darkness. The crowd, including the vice president and a blonde-haired man, flinches and recoils from the sheer force of the impact. Watching from a hidden location, the Holy Sun begins to laugh. "To think that I would be completely outmatched. What a shameful battle of supremes." He looks up at the moon with a sinister smile. "That's enough. I'm sure the gods must have enjoyed it, right?" His form is shrouded in an ominous aura as he declares, "Now, the real event shall begin," signaling a new, more dangerous phase. As if on cue, the sky abruptly darkens, plunging the arena into blackness. A blonde girl in the crowd panics. "Holy shit, I can't see anything." Her pink-haired friend tries to reassure her, explaining, "Calm down, it's the moon." It's suddenly getting darker. Elsewhere, Su Liang reflects amidst a swirl of glowing butterflies. "To tell the truth," he thinks, "my heart has been pounding the whole time during the Battle of Supremes." His expression hardens with newfound resolve. "Yet, now when I'm about to confront an emperor, all my nervousness has vanished." Seeing him float upwards, surrounded by the swarm of butterflies, a worried Chunbaiju calls out, "I'm not sure about this. Do you really think you can do it?" He turns to her with a confident smirk, his eyes glinting with power. "I'm confident of victory." His absolute certainty leaves her speechless and concerned. "Really?" she asks, unable to share his confidence. Su Liang looks away, admitting to himself, "Yeah, it sounds very arrogant, just like the former Moon King." He clutches his head as a wave of insight hits him. Those words of the Black Moon Holy Child earlier brought some memories that I didn't have to surface in my mind. He clarifies the sensation, his eyes wide with realization. "No, it's more like a vision than a memory. For example," he recalls, "I saw in them my predecessor, who grew up in a branch of the Moon God Palace in the northern region." The visions continue, showing him a tender moment from his forgotten past. "I also saw images of Mother." He then remembers his earliest days. "And when I was young, I wrote a journal in English to verify my memories," he realizes, recalling his past life on Earth. The memory darkens as a hand reaches for his younger self's head. But one day, all of those memories were erased by some being. He finally understands the truth of his existence. "So, in fact, I never possessed his body, but we are both one and the same." The pieces of his past click into place. "So I was born with memories of my past life on Earth, but then I was made to forget everything. That's why I was so different 3 years ago." His eyes show the shock of this recent revelation. "It wasn't until 2 months ago that part of my memories were finally restored." Staring at the darkened moon, he grasps the gravity of his situation. "And if all that's true, then that being must be beyond my current ability." He connects the final dots as the butterflies swarm around him. "And as Black Moon Holy Child said, I truly forgot a very important favored beast I had 3 years ago. That's the reason I became a divine apostle." As if summoned by the Holy Sun's declaration, a colossal, monstrous form begins to descend from the sky amidst crackling lightning. The creature reveals itself to be Lord Dark Antelope, a gigantic, ram-like beast with a terrifying mask and glowing eyes, its presence alone warping the landscape. It towers over the arena, its immense size striking fear into the hearts of the spectators below. In response to its arrival, a massive protective shield flickers into existence around the stadium. Su Liang clenches his fist, watching the straining barrier with concern. The shields are barely holding up. Let's hope it doesn't slaughter the innocent. Lord Dark Antelope looks down upon the world with disdain. "I don't know what era it is, but the Black Moon sect has fallen so low." The Holy Sun stands proudly atop its head as the beast's voice booms. "Who is my opponent?" The Holy Sun addresses his resurrected champion, Lord Dark Antelope. "I've spent 20 years of my life to bring you back to this world in order to defeat an apostle of the gods." Lord Dark Antelope's glowing eyes narrow, repeating the Holy Sun's words with intrigue and contempt. "Divine apostle." From an unknown location, a new player observes the Black Moon sect's emblem lying defeated on the ground. "It seems like the Black Moon sect is finished in the north," the voice notes. Looking out over the chaotic scene, the voice decides, "So let's make one last grand spectacle before it's all over." The scene focuses on Su Liang, who stands calmly amidst his glowing butterflies, seemingly preparing to confront the Holy Sun on the distant peak. Chunbai-Jiu recognizes the object in Su Liang's hands with shock. Is that the bottle with the Himura pink pupil essence?" she asks. With a sly smile hidden by his hair, Su Liang uncorks the bottle, ready to do something unthinkable. He then proceeds to casually pour the incredibly rare and precious pink liquid onto the ground. Both Chunbai-Jiu and her recent rival, Sinking Star, stare in absolute disbelief at his wasteful act. Chunbai-Jiu can't contain her outrage and yells at him, "Hey, that's the precious essence from a powerful emperor, and you just dumped it like that." Su Liang looks down with a cryptic grin. He mimics her question, "What the hell are you doing?" before explaining, "This, I think, will probably make it easier for them to find their way around." His nonsensical answer leaves Chunbai-Jiu utterly baffled. "What?" she mouths, trying to comprehend his strategy. She turns away, completely perplexed by his strange and seemingly nonsensical actions. The crowd below looks up, their faces a mixture of confusion and awe as they witness the strange events unfolding in the sky. The pink-haired spectator, who had been explaining the battle, is now just as lost as everyone else, wondering aloud, "What's this?" In the darkened sky, the countless yellow butterflies begin to converge, forming a massive, glowing swarm high above the arena, hinting at the true beginning of Su Liang's grand plan. Su Liang begins his grand declaration, his eyes closed as he focuses his power. He starts by announcing his authority as the owner of the lunar tome. He continues his speech, proclaiming himself the Apostle of the Moon, much to the shock and confusion of the onlookers below. As golden butterflies begin to fill the air, Su Liang calls upon all the flash butterflies of the northern region, startling even the great Lord Dark Antelope. A woman with horns looks on in disbelief as the butterflies swarm around her. Su Liang's voice echoes, stating his intention to sign a pact with them. With a determined gaze, Su Liang concludes his powerful declaration, stating his intent to form a pact with each and every one of the butterflies. The scene flashes back, revealing that Su Liang had sent this message out to the flash butterflies a couple of days prior, setting his grand plan in motion. At the central Iron Moon God Palace, attendants cry out in alarm as they witness the flash butterflies escaping in massive droves, answering Su Liang's call. Similarly, at the southern region's sacred Blue Moon sect, a member watches in fury and confusion, wondering how their contracted flash butterfly could sever its pact without permission. A green-haired beast woman is surrounded by the escaping butterflies. She realizes Su Liang's strategy. He had hidden them all over the north to keep a low profile. Su Liang watches as the countless golden butterflies swarm towards him. He had kept them hidden, but now, with the War of Emperors starting, he has called them all back to his side. The massive swarm of flash butterflies converges, flying directly into the pages of Su Liang's lunar tome, pouring their energy into the ancient artifact. Two women watch the spectacle unfold. One asks her companion if the Emperor of the Lunar King is about to make his move. Elsewhere, two other girls look on in shock, pointing out that even the Lunar King's favored beasts are suddenly straying from him, drawn to Su Liang's power. Su Liang levitates high in the sky, a beacon commanding a sea of golden light, while below, the Lunar King's forces, including his favored beasts, begin to fall back. A woman with antlers confirms what they're seeing. It's not a charge, it's a retreat. The enemy is pulling back in the face of this overwhelming display. The onlookers realize why the beasts are retreating. A massive, radiant butterfly begins to manifest, signaling that something far more powerful is about to emerge. With magnificent butterfly wings of pure energy unfurling behind him, Su Liang declares that this place will now become a battleground for emperors. He looks up towards the heavens, addressing the moon goddess herself, asking if she is watching the events he has set into motion. Under the light of the full moon, his voiceover continues, expressing his curiosity about whether she is enjoying the start of the Moon Goddess Festival. A confident smirk plays on Su Liang's face. He challenges the now awakened goddess to witness the miracle he is about to perform. The mighty Lord Dark Antelope looks on, annoyed. It remarks that even though the butterflies aren't individually a threat, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. The beast contemplates its options. It admits that while it's tempting to just slap Su Liang down, it cannot interfere directly. The reason for its hesitation becomes clear. One cannot spoil the god's fun. It can only watch as Su Liang's power continues to grow. A satisfied smile appears on Su Liang's face as the swarm of butterflies intensifies. Everything is falling into place. Almost there, he thinks, sensing the culmination of his power, the final step before his true authority is revealed. Confirmation floods his senses as system messages declare the pact's complete. Billions of flash butterflies have now sworn their allegiance, and as the last one signs, their collective energy surges, ready to be unleashed. With the pact signed, the lunar tome flips open violently, its blank pages glowing with immense power as it prepares to reveal a new truth. The book lands on a page titled The Emperor's Rank List, but Su Liang finds himself unable to turn it, feeling a powerful resistance. He strains with all his might, realizing this must be the most difficult page to turn in the tome's history. With gritted teeth, he pushes on, thinking, just a little bit more. The page finally turns, revealing a beautiful, blue, butterfly-like entity. Su Liang reflects that he once believed this tome held all the secrets of the gods. As a larger spirit of the butterfly entity manifests behind him, Su Liang has an epiphany. The tome's inability to contain certain information reminds him that it is merely a tool, not the source of ultimate power. He comes to a startling conclusion. His own original, forgotten power should far surpass that of the Moon Tome itself. Suddenly, a look of shock crosses Su Liang's face as an unexpected presence makes itself known. The pages of the tome begin to flip once more, reacting to a new, immense power that has just entered the battlefield. A colossal beam of light erupts, signifying an event of immense scale that rocks the entire continent. A fox-eared girl looks up in shock as a droplet of pure energy materializes before her, a remnant of the immense power being displayed. She stares in awe and terror, wondering what in the world could create a pressure so mighty that it could make even emperors afraid. She realizes the sheer scale of the event, understanding now why even the distant southern region was disturbed. How frightening, she exclaims. Suddenly, a new figure appears, the powerful Kangyu Emperor, holding a parasol, materializing behind the fox-eared girl without a sound. With a confident smirk, the Kangyu Emperor addresses the Lunar King, stating that regardless of his status, he will be accompanying her to the end of the Moon Festival. Her decision made, she smiles serenely under her parasol and declares, "And now, there's no need to watch any further." Following her declaration, the great Lord Dark Antelope begins to peacefully dissipate, its physical form dissolving into particles of light. The fox-eared girl whips around, terrified. She yells, "Crap, when did the Kangyu Emperor get behind us? She scared the hell out of me." Her internal monologue finishes with a shriek, comparing the Emperor's silent, sudden appearance to that of a terrifying female ghost. The golden particles that were once the Lord Dark Antelope begin to float and drift through the air, their purpose fulfilled. The particles of light begin to converge again, reforming and reshaping into a new existence under Su Liang's command. Under the immense pressure of Su Liang's released power, onlookers across the battlefield are forced to their knees in awe and fear. No one is exempt. Even the members of the various holy sects are brought to their knees, unable to resist the overwhelming spiritual pressure. But for the Star Guardian, this is a moment of pure joy. With tears streaming down her face, she confesses that her lifelong wish was to witness this very miracle. In the midst of the chaos, the terrified holy son of the Black Moon cult is confronted, being asked if he can handle the consequences of his actions. He sweats, completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the Lord Dark Antelope stands silently for a final moment, its back turned as it prepares to face its own fate, having witnessed a power far beyond its comprehension. The great Lord Dark Antelope lets out a dismissive scoff, completely unimpressed by the Holy Son who summoned it. The Holy Son of the Black Moon cult is forced to his knees by an overwhelming power, utterly terrified and confused. The antelope turns to the boy and laughs maniacally, mocking him. "Hey kid, you want me to deal with this one right there?" it asks, knowing they are both completely outmatched. Its tone then shifts to one of solemn finality. It accepts its fate, stating that though its resurrected life was short, its mission for the Black Moon sect is now over. "That's the end of the line," the antelope declares, as the terrified Holy Son falls helplessly before the immense power. A fellow cult member catches the falling Holy Son, telling him to behold the final stage, as this is no longer their time to act. The Holy Son looks up in shock, recognizing the senior member of the cult who has come to his side. Looking upon Su Liang's true form, the Lord Dark Antelope is stunned. "Divine Apostle," it questions, "in all my long life I've never heard of." The thought is completed with a close-up of Su Liang's radiant eyes, as the antelope realizes it has never encountered a divine apostle of this caliber. Su Liang stands calmly, his expression neutral as he fully embodies the immense power he has just unleashed. The grand reveal is complete. Su Liang is the heart of a colossal, celestial being, the eight-winged moon monarch. With a bitter smile, the Holy Son finally understands. "Ha, I see," he says. "This is no battle of emperors, is it?" He realizes it's a one-sided annihilation. The massive wings of the moon monarch fan gently, gathering an incredible amount of energy. With a slight movement, the monarch releases a wave of pure golden energy that washes over the entire battlefield. The crowd of onlookers is completely incapacitated by the pressure. Some have passed out, foaming at the mouth, while others clutch their heads in agony. Even trained warriors and assassins are helpless, forced to their knees and trembling before the divine might of the monarch. Across the broken landscape, all have been subdued. Powerful beasts and their masters lie defeated, completely overwhelmed by the spiritual pressure. The fox-eared girl struggles to her feet, shouting in disbelief, "What kind of power is this, to be able to shake a continent with its pressure alone?" She is sent tumbling through the air, realizing that a power of this magnitude is unheard of, even in the powerful central region. The Lord Dark Antelope gazes up at the magnificent eight-winged moon monarch, fully accepting its final moments. A sense of peace comes over the ancient beast. "It's a great honor. I have no more regrets." It declares its duty done. Its voice echoes as its physical form begins to disintegrate into light. "After my death, the column of light ascends to the heavens. I hope to become part of the moonlight." The antelope's form dissolves completely, fulfilling its final wish, to become eternal and vast. The battlefield is left silent and empty, bathed in a soft, holy glow, marking the absolute and decisive end of the conflict. The night sky is calm, with a crescent moon hanging overhead, a stark contrast to the chaos that just unfolded below. On the fractured ground lie Chunbai Jiu and another companion, knocked unconscious but seemingly unharmed from the devastating battle. Floating above the destruction, Su Liang, the Lunar King, looks down upon the desolate wasteland his power has created. A sense of grim familiarity washes over Su Liang. He thinks to himself, "It's like this again," hinting at a recurring, forgotten past. His mind flashes back 3 years, to a moment he was similarly alone amidst a desolate, empty landscape, a memory shrouded in mystery. He recalls how, at that time, the world had inexplicably started calling him the Lunar King, a title he didn't understand, while surrounded by his devoted followers. But this time is different. Su Liang realizes with a start that he hasn't lost his memory, meaning this incident had nothing to do with the powerful being known as Bei Yuyuang. That said, he looks at his hand, a sense of unease washing over him as he tries to piece together the fragments of his past. He looks around at the ruins, confirming his suspicion. The protective shield that once stood here has been completely shattered. He notices the bodies of his allies scattered on the ground. He surmises that there were no casualties because their fall was intercepted by someone named Bihai Zhegongyu. As he walks past one of the fallen, he reflects that she likely doesn't know about his amnesia, which is why she was so concerned for him during the battle. He continues on, thinking to himself that in order to become himself again, to reclaim the memories he had on Earth, he must start from the beginning. With renewed determination, he steps past another unconscious ally, deciding that he needs to recover all his memories, even from his earliest days. His attention then turns to the defeated Saint Son of the Black Moon cult, lying powerless on the rocky ground. Su Liang understands the truth of the situation. The Black Moon cult's summoning ritual required the sacrifice of 20 years of the user's life. He looks down with a somber expression, realizing that win or lose, the Saint Son was fated to die today. The fight was ultimately pointless for him. The Saint Son, however, manages a weak, crooked smile. "As I expected," he rasps, "the gods aren't looking out for me." Su Liang looks at him with genuine confusion. "You risked your life fighting me," he asks. "Were you hoping the reward from the Moon God Festival would save you?" The Saint Son is silent for a moment, then lets out a dry chuckle. Heth, the Lunar King, asking such a ridiculous question. Under the pale moonlight, the Saint Son reveals his true motive. As a member of the lunar lineage, is it a mistake to want to surpass the most powerful being of your generation? Su Liang stands over him as the dying man confesses his ultimate ambition. "If it means I can defeat you, even life isn't something I can't give up." A bitter laugh escapes the Saint Son's lips. "It's a pity that the gap is so huge," he laments. "Perhaps even the gods would think that it's just a silly charade." Su Liang asks a simple question that cuts through the man's ambition, stunning him into silence. "Why do you have to please the gods?" Su Liang looks away, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. "At least I enjoyed myself today," he says softly. "Isn't that enough?" The Saint Son is utterly stunned by this simple, personal reason. The idea that the fight itself was the reward leaves him speechless. "Is that so?" he whispers, a new light flickering in his dying eyes. "You enjoyed it." A glimmer of hope appears in the Saint Son's eyes. "So have I finally become strong enough to give you a bit of trouble?" he asks, shaking. Su Liang looks at him with a somber expression, offering a final piece of respect to his foe. "Yes," he concedes, "you were definitely a tough one." He closes his eyes, thinking to himself that it's all over now, so there's no reason to humiliate the defeated man any further. The Saint Son lets out a dry laugh. "Hee, thank you. To hear such a comforting lie in the end," he says before his tone turns serious. "Lunar King, remember what I'm about to say. It might have something to do with your memory loss." At the mention of his amnesia, Su Liang's eyes fly open in shock and alarm. With his dying breath, the Saint Son reveals a crucial clue, although the one I faced back then was most likely Bei Yuyuang. The name triggers something in Su Liang. A vision of a colossal, godlike entity flashes in his mind as he recalls that even when past events repeated, a feeling of deep dissonance never subsided. His thoughts drift to a lingering mystery, a question no one dares to ask. A third of the North's territory disappeared, and yet no one talks about it. Where did all those people who disappeared go? The question hangs heavy in his mind, a piece of his own forgotten history. Did they simply vanish into nothingness? The Saint Son's voice pulls him back to the present. "Lunar King, there's more to the story of what happened back then, from now on." His hand falls limp, his body starting to fade, but he manages to utter one final, chilling warning. "Be very careful." Su Liang watches as the Saint Son's body disintegrates into particles of blue light, his form dissipating into the night sky. He stands alone in the wasteland, the man's final words about his past and the dangers ahead echoing in his mind. With the death of its last member, the once threatening Black Moon sect had finally come to an end. But Su Liang wasn't the least bit happy about it. His fist clenches as the grim reality sets in. He's still missing his memories, and the Black Moon cult had nothing to do with it. He reaches out as if trying to grasp a shattered memory. The existence that made a third of the North vanish is still beyond his reach. His hand clenches into a fist, then slowly relaxes, a sign of his profound frustration and helplessness against this unknown, greater mystery. He stands alone in the vast, cold landscape and lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of his forgotten past pressing down on him. He runs a hand through his hair, trying to shake off the melancholy. Why am I so down? He thinks. At least the immediate threat has passed. Deciding to put the heavy thoughts aside, he tries to reassure himself. Regardless of what the future holds, I can at least relax a bit for now. The perspective shifts, revealing that everyone, including Su Liang, is lying unconscious on a large circular platform, suggesting the previous encounter was not entirely physical. A couple of hours later, as the dust settles in the celestial realm, a voice speaks up. Phew, looks like it's all over. A fox-eared warrior, now awake, stretches her body. The aftershocks of that mighty force alone stunned us for a few hours, she says, then adds with certainty, that's Bei Yuyuang, you know. Her companion, a small ice spirit, observes that any spectators should have fled by now. The fox-eared warrior turns to look, but her eyes suddenly widen in absolute shock at what she sees. She stares, sweating in disbelief, as a celestial, sparkling white deer appears in the sky. It's Chunbai Jiyu, a being of immense power, whose presence signals that events are far from over. The celestial deer, Chunbai Jiyu, stands majestically among the clouds, her form radiating a serene and ancient power. Suddenly, a small white rabbit with crimson eyes playfully hops across the celestial plain, leaving a trail of sparkles in its wake. The rabbit, Princess Tai Yin, strikes a cute pose and addresses the onlookers below. How is it, creature of the mist sea Tilda? She boasts proudly to Chunbai Jiyu, wasn't the grand opening of my festival spectacular? The moonlit pieces are about to reunite Tilda, she sing-songs, before complaining. Yet the seven chords and the White Deer clan still haven't made a move. What shall we do, Tilda? Chunbai Jiyu cuts her off with a stern warning. Reigning moon god, give it up. Stop interfering with the moon god festival. Her eyes glowing with power, she asserts her authority over the region. From now on, I won't let you cause any more trouble in the northern region. Princess Tai Yin freezes, momentarily silenced by the deer's powerful declaration. But she quickly recovers her playful demeanor, putting on a cute face and cooing, "Whoa, how fierce Tilda. But you've got it all wrong," she says, hopping around playfully. I didn't interfere with the moon god festival. She then drops a bombshell revelation with a mischievous look. Instead, it was some brat who stole the lunar book and actually won this battle of emperors. She gives a cheerful wink, declaring that this mysterious winner deserves a great reward. As Chunbai Jiyu tells her not to worry about finding the right candidate, Princess Tai Yin simply hops away, ignoring the advice. She makes a final, provocative face, sticking her tongue out and calling, Chunbai Jiyu Tilda BFF. With a final flash, Princess Tai Yin's essence rapidly disappears, leaving Chunbai Jiyu alone in the celestial realm. Chunbai Jiyu remains silent, watching where her rival vanished, before turning her head with a contemplative, serious look. The scene shifts back down to the rocky ground, where the unconscious forms of Su Liang and Chunbai Jiyu's human self lie amidst the rubble. Having concluded her business, Chunbai Jiyu's celestial form departs, fading away into the cosmic dust. Half an hour passes in the mortal realm. The fox-eared warrior is still processing the divine encounter, sweating and utterly speechless at what she just witnessed. She looks at her companion, the ice spirit, a wave of unbelievable relief washing over her. We are alive. The narrator confirms the identity of the divine beings they just saw. Chunbai Jiyu, the creator of the seven chords and divine ruler of the White Deer clan, and Imperial Tai Yin, the current moon goddess. The ice spirit floats in awe, providing context to the magnitude of the event. Chunbai Jiyu hasn't appeared in 20,000 years, even missed the lunar festival in the last era. The fox-eared warrior looks on with a grim expression, having understood the celestial politics at play. Judging from the conversation, the two deities are still at odds with each other. The ice spirit, dripping with cynical resignation, delivers the harsh truth of their reality. The gods, the deities, they simply don't care about our existence. The ice spirit, utterly terrified, makes a pact with the fox-eared warrior. Let's just pretend it never happened, and never speak a word about it to anyone. The warrior frantically nods in agreement. But just as they try to calm their nerves, another powerful presence suddenly appears, making them both jump out of their skins. The fox-eared warrior whips around, completely on edge. What is it this time? To their horror, another figure has appeared out of thin air, a calm woman in a white robe holding a small bird. "So there was really a god here, huh?" the warrior exclaims. The fox-eared warrior and the ice spirit are completely baffled. How could a human feel the presence of a deity? And how did she get here without them even noticing? The woman speaks, her voice ancient and wise, seemingly coming from the small bird she holds. "Yes, but they're gone, so there's no need to be concerned." The fox-eared warrior, fed up with all the powerful beings appearing and disappearing, loses her temper. "That's enough, no more fooling around. Who the hell are you?" The woman smiles serenely and introduces herself with immense authority. "The two esteemed emperors of the 9 hells. I am Biu-Fei, a worthless mortal who is the keeper of the twin moon, sex-favored beasts." Stunned by her title, the fox-eared warrior and the ice spirit can only listen as Biu-Fei apologizes on behalf of the Biu Empire for the tardy welcome to the northern region. "Now then," Biu-Fei continues with a pleasant smile, "the great being I'm holding in my hands seems to have something to say to you both." A close-up on the tiny bird, Jindigong, reveals an eye that glows with the terrifying pressure of an ancient and overwhelmingly powerful being. A flash of immense power erupts from the bird's gaze, striking the fox-eared warrior with incredible force. The sheer pressure from that single look is so immense that it forces the powerful warrior down onto her knees. She trembles uncontrollably, her eyes wide with terror, completely dominated by the great being's single glance. Having delivered its silent, powerful message, the bird, Jindigong, is released. With a flap of its wings, it flies off into the night, leaving a trail of sparkles and stunned silence in its wake. In the sky, a bird-like symbol glows brightly, capturing the attention of a woman with long hair and a young girl with fox-like ears. Suddenly, a new figure appears, her light blue hair flowing. She thinks to herself how the other woman didn't even say hello and is just as annoying as she used to be. The figure reveals herself to be Behaijexu, the 7th palace of the 12 lunar palaces and overlord of the twin moons. The young fox-eared girl looks up at her in awe and terror. Behaijexu looks down coldly, informing the girl that since she has entered the north without permission, she has violated the rules. As a punishment, she is forbidden to leave for a year and cannot pass on any information. The fox-eared girl trembles on her knees as Behaijexu adds a chilling threat. If she disobeys, the Starry Night and the Yellow Springs Road will suffer. Behaijexu closes her eyes, stating that while she cannot interfere with the outcome of the Moon Goddess Festival at its beginning, she can still punish the Moon God Palace. Her eyes snap open as she declares she will punish them for violating the rules in the first place, her hand gesturing with immense power. With a determined expression, Behaijexu prepares to unleash her attack. High above in the cosmos, the stars of the Sagittarius constellation begin to shine brightly. The constellation forms the shape of a centaur archer, mirroring Behaijexu's powerful stance below. Dark portals suddenly rip open across the starry sky, signaling the arrival of something immense. From these portals, a massive, futuristic cannon descends, summoned by her power. With a cold, focused gaze, Behaijexu gives the command to release the attack. The weapon's turrets whir to life, charging up with destructive energy. A massive beam of pure energy erupts from the cannon, streaking across the sky. The beam speeds towards a distant mountain range, its destination clear. The target is revealed to be the grand and ornate Moon God Palace. The energy beam strikes its target, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfs the entire area. Amidst the smoldering ruins, a group of women in white cloaks stands completely unscathed, looking around in confusion and shock. From the dust, a powerful new figure emerges, the guardian overlord of the Moon God Palace, her expression stern and questioning. Another blast of energy strikes the ground, a final punctuation to the devastating attack. The guardian overlord bows her head respectfully, pleading with the overlord of the moon, Behaijexu, to calm her anger as the Moon God Palace had no intention of provoking her. Behaijexu is unmoved by the plea, her fury focused on a specific transgression. She demands to know who dared to send out the Jiaojuan Yulin without permission. As the question hangs in the air, a royal figure with elegantly styled blue hair and a small crown steps forward from the crowd to face the overlord's wrath, her expression somber and resolve. Effective immediately, Behaijexu declares that the 4th princess is stripped of her title and must leave the Moon God Palace within 3 days. The princess calmly accepts her fate. Later, under the light of the crescent moon, the disgraced 4th princess stands alone in the ruins, looking at a photograph. She holds a picture of herself and her smiling, white-haired sister, wondering why it said the northern branch of the Moon God Palace never existed when her sister was meant to be its master. Looking at the photo, she desperately asks her absent sister what really happened 3 years ago. Her thoughts then drift to the person she hopes can give her answers, Lunar King Su Liang, my nephew. Meanwhile, the protagonist of our story, Su Liang, is in a state of deep unconsciousness. He suddenly wakes with a start, his eyes snapping open. He finds himself in a bewildering place, surrounded by nothing but clouds and mist, and wonders where he is. As he looks around, he spots a small, bouncing figure in the distance. The figure reveals itself to be an extremely cute, fluffy white rabbit with big red eyes. Su Liang is completely bewildered by the sudden appearance of the rabbit. A jolt of recognition hits him, and he shouts in disbelief, "Lunar rabbit." He sits amidst the clouds, completely confused as to why a mythical lunar rabbit would be in this strange place. Overcome by its cuteness, Su Liang instinctively reaches out a hand to touch the rabbit. The rabbit suddenly jumps back, blushing and yelling, "Pervert, what are you trying to do?" Su Liang is left utterly speechless and baffled by the rabbit's reaction. His shock quickly turns to disbelief as he realizes the rabbit can talk. The rabbit smugly puffs out its chest, explaining that the ability to speak is extremely rare even for high-ranking beasts, let alone lower-ranking ones. Su Liang, losing his patience, tells the rabbit to stop pretending and demands to know who it is and where they are. The rabbit puts on a wronged expression, claiming it was rude of him to ask when it only came to give him a gift. A gift? Su Liang is skeptical, but the rabbit excitedly clarifies that it's the reward from the Moon God Festival. It hops around, listing off incredible potential rewards: pages of the lunar book, a supreme favored beast, a beautiful half-breed companion, or even immortality. The rabbit gets close, its eye filling the frame as it slyly asks, "So, Su Liang, what is it that you want?" Then with a look of mock surprise, the rabbit says, "Oops, I forgot. You took my lunar book away from me long ago." Su Liang is stunned. He realizes that if the lunar book belongs to the rabbit, then it must be the current moon goddess. The rabbit confirms this, introducing herself as Princess Taeyin of the tear-dripping moon and the winner of the last Moon God Festival. Su Liang becomes alert, realizing he's in a state of dream guidance. He's confused, as this is something that should only happen to the moon god's representative, which he is not. Princess Taeyin drops the playful act. She gets straight to the point, addressing Su Liang as the host of the Golden Butterfly Palace. Looking at him over her long ears, she makes her offer clear: "Join me and win the Moon Festival for me." Su Liang is stunned by her audacity. He angrily asks what she's talking about, reminding her that he is an apostle of the Lunar Yao and that their factions are on completely opposite sides. Princess Taeyin isn't deterred. She condescendingly asks if he doesn't get it, stating plainly that she wants him to defect to her side and bring the Golden Butterfly Palace with him. Before Su Liang can respond, a new, seductive voice cuts in. A beautiful woman with long pink hair appears, introducing herself as the apostle of Lunar Yao. She tempts Su Liang, asking if he desires to defeat the Kang Yue Emperor. Su Liang looks up at the imposing figure. She promises that whether it's the Kang Yue Emperor or an even more powerful being, she can make it easy for him to achieve victory. She leans in close, her voice a poisonous whisper as she belittles his friends, asking, "Your feeble companions can't do that, can they?" The apostle of Lunar Yao continues her assault on his loyalty, claiming that the lunar rabbit he cherishes possesses nothing more than a deluded remnant of her own superior bloodline. She looms over him, an embodiment of power and temptation, preparing to make her final offer. She gently touches his face, promising to give him the power to trample over anything and a perfect bloodline with the world's most beautiful favored beast, but only if he discards his current companions. For a moment, Su Liang's eyes widen as he processes her tempting offer. An image flashes in his mind: his loyal companions, the white-haired deer woman, the crying rabbit, the green-haired warrior, and the small blue spirit, all waiting for him. His hesitation vanishes. With a swift motion, Su Liang decisively slaps her hand away. His eyes filled with a newfound fire, he looks directly at her and states with unshakable resolve, "I refuse." The apostle is taken aback. "Why?" she asks, her confident smirk faltering slightly. "I can give you everything you want." She tries a different tactic, attempting to flatter him by comparing him to another who joined her. "You remind me of the young one from the Fei Tu Palace. They too followed their heart and joined me." She condescendingly pats his head, dismissing his defiance. "Though your existence is much more important to me, so it's okay for you to throw a tantrum for now." But Su Liang is done being patronized. He forcefully grabs her wrist, shouting, "No, you are wrong." He challenges her directly, his voice ringing with power. Is the moon god who can grant all wishes, unable to predict the final winner of the Moon God Festival. His eyes narrow with cold fury. He accuses her, Now you're trying to win me over, because you're afraid that I, the apostle of the lunar Yao, will take the final throne, right? He leans in, his voice dropping to a low, menacing tone. You're in no position to criticize my companions. Su Liang makes a powerful declaration, his loyalty unwavering. Soon, I'll take those you call weaklings and I will defeat all the apostles under your command and take the final throne of the Moon Festival. The apostle's face contorts with rage. She retreats, spitting a curse. Until the lunar Yao is victorious, you shall suffer in torment and despair. Her eye, filled with a swirling cosmos of fury and humiliation, glares at him one last time before she vanishes. Instead of anger, a slow, knowing smirk spreads across the apostle of lunar Yao's face. Her smirk erupts into a wild, maniacal laugh, echoing through the dreamscape. She wasn't defeated, she was entertained. As her form begins to dissipate into light, she mockingly praises Su Liang's spirited defiance, calling him a bravo apostle of lunar Yao. With her final disappearing words, she tells him that since he is so confident, she will patiently wait and see if he can live up to his bold claims. As the apostle vanishes, Princess Taeyeon's eyes glow with a menacing red light. She declares that the Fei Tu Palace is about to rise again, and her perfect descendants will soon grace the world. The entire dream world begins to rumble violently, the clouds swirling into a vortex as the realm is on the verge of collapse. As Princess Taeyeon sinks into the chaotic dreamscape, she delivers one last, chilling warning. The invincible Shi Yue, she will be waiting for you in the near future. Su Liang stands alone amidst the swirling chaos as a disembodied voice makes a grand proclamation about his new fate. The voice declares that from this point on, the lunar king, Su Liang, will battle to the death against the faction of the current moon goddess. Su Liang can only stare in shock. The dream world is violently torn apart by massive slashes of energy, breaking down into nothingness. With the destruction of the dreamscape, Su Liang is left to fall through the empty, dark void. His consciousness finally dissipates from the dream world. He jolts awake, shouting the name of the one responsible for the entire ordeal, Princess Taeyeon. 10 days have passed since the great battle of emperors. The city is still in a state of reconstruction, with beasts of burden clearing the debris under a hazy sun. High above the desolate, snowy landscape, a mysterious figure in high heels surveys the area and asks, "How's it going?" The question is directed at two robed figures, a man and a woman, who are also investigating the area. The man, an apostle of the moon, turns to his companion and asks, "Do you feel anything?" The female apostle shivers, replying that the terrifying aura of the two overlords from the battle still hasn't vanished even after 10 days. The male apostle looks out with a sense of urgency, stating they must finish their investigation and leave before the Moon God Festival reaches its peak. A dark vision of a monstrous rabbit with glowing red eyes appears. It seems half of the 10 pillars of the Moon God Palace have fallen, and the Fei Tu Palace's Shi Yue are rising. It's truly a time of monsters. Returning to the present, the male apostle asks his companion for her calculation on the odds for the lunar king, Su Liang. The female apostle remains silent for a moment before giving a precise and seemingly grim answer, 0.08%. The man is shocked not by how low the number is, but by how high it is, exclaiming, "What? How did it become so high?" The source of her information is revealed as she turns a page in an ancient-looking book. The book lists the odds for several powerful figures, with Su Liang's 0.08% being significantly higher than others, like the Holy Maiden of Shining Moon, who has nearly zero chance. Despite his shock, the male apostle puts his full trust in her assessment, stating that since it's her judgment, there must be no errors. He elaborates on their mission's background. 3 years ago, a full moon crossed the sky for 30 days, and ever since, their gods have been in a deep slumber. Though the odds are slim, they believe the culprit must be among the apostles of the moon, a group of shadowy figures silhouetted against the full moon. A close-up on a character's determined eyes reveals the true meaning of the odds. They are the chances of the apostles defeating the gods themselves. The two apostles stand together, vowing that whoever the culprit is, they will pursue them to the very end. Without fail, they declare, their voices echoing across the desolate, snow-covered mountains. The scene shifts, and the two apostles of the moon approach a large tent, where two other robed figures stand guard. Inside the tent, the subject of their discussion, Su Liang, is sound asleep. A voice calls out, "Wake up," as Su Liang's eye, reflecting the moon, begins to open. He opens his eyes to see a beautiful woman with silver hair and purple antlers, Beiyu, looking down at him. It's revealed that Su Liang has been resting his head on her lap while he slept. In a cute, chibi form, Beiyu complains, telling him to get out of bed because he's been sleeping for days. Su Liang, drawn in an equally simplified chibi style, just stares back at her with a completely deadpan expression. Then, completely ignoring her protests, he closes his eyes and immediately drifts back to sleep, letting out a soft snore. As Su Liang sleeps, the lunar book materializes, floating near his head. An updated status panel appears, detailing his favored beasts. It notes that Bei Yuyuang is sealed due to his own low realm. It also lists his other low, mid, and high-rank beasts. Su Liang, still half asleep, thinks to himself that he expected the lunar book to be taken away if he fell out with Beiyu, but it seems she doesn't have the authority to do so. Annoyed by his lack of response, Beiyu flicks Su Liang on the head and asks, "Hey, are you listening?" He opens his eyes slightly, still looking completely out of it. Instead of getting up, Su Liang just buries his face in her lap. Beiyu is left speechless by his childish action. Finally stirring, Su Liang rubs against her as he mumbles, tilde how long have I been asleep? Suddenly, a new voice cuts in. Tianyun Zhuyu, another of his companions, stands with her arms crossed and bluntly informs him, 10 days. Su Liang is shocked. Su Liang jolts upright, coughing in surprise, as Beiyu looks on with an unamused expression. He panics internally, realizing that Tianyun Zhuyu, Shengxing Yunyu, was there the whole time. He feels socially dead from embarrassment, and both Beiyu and Tianyun blush. Trying to play it cool and cover up his embarrassment, Su Liang sits up on the bed and quickly changes the subject. So anyway, what's the current situation? Beiyu begins to explain that the academy is being rebuilt and the northern region is quiet, but she hesitates when she gets to the central region. Tianyun Zhuyu takes over, explaining the dire news. The 7 stars of the moon have emerged in the central region and are attacking the 10-pillar princess. The moon god palace can only hold out for half a month at most. Once the 10 pillars are defeated, the fabled guardian of the Fei 2 palace will rise again. Su Liang listens intently, his expression growing serious as he takes in the gravity of the situation. Tianyun Zhuyu concludes her report, stating that at that time, the true moon god festival will finally begin to unfold. A confused Su Liang asks, "The guardian of the Fei 2 palace, who is that?" Tianyun Zhuyu explains that this guardian was the ultimate champion who once led the 7 stars of the moon and swept across the moon god festival of the previous era. An image appears of a graceful and powerful woman, identified as Bai Yujing, who is the head of the Shiyue Shi. The explanation continues, revealing this person was also the former master of the Jade White Flicker, the lunar king of the previous era. Su Liang's eyes widen in shock as the realization hits him. They're talking about the winner of the previous era's moon god festival. His mind races. If they won the festival, wouldn't they be the strongest being in the entire lunar lineage? An image of defeated bodies on the steps to a throne flashes through his mind. He wonders out loud, how could such a being betray their own lunar Yao faction and join Princess Tai Yin's team, who is represented by a rabbit sitting on a throne? He voices another inconsistency. Wait, if they won the last moon festival, why do they need to be revived? He turns to Tianyun Zhuyu, directly asking the most important question. Why was she sealed? Tianyun is startled by his directness, unable to answer immediately. Tianyun Zhuyu looks away, embarrassed. She claims she doesn't know, as she isn't clear on what happened after she fell into a deep slumber herself. Su Liang watches her, his suspicion growing. Her strong reaction makes it seem like she's trying to hide something. He gazes intently at the two of them, while a Chibai-style Beiyu glares back, sensing the awkward silence. Beiyu wonders why they aren't talking, suspecting something happened while she wasn't paying attention. Su Liang's suspicion solidifies, thinking they must be keeping secrets from him. Meanwhile, Beiyu has a jealous vision of Su Liang being intimate with Tianyun Zhuyu. Overcome with jealousy, Beiyu clenches her fists hard. With a loud thwack, the scene transitions outside the tent. Su Liang comes limping out from behind the tent, clutching a tree for support. Hiss, what the hell did I do to piss her off? He grumbles. He glares back towards the tent, fuming. That was a really powerful blow. I'll definitely teach her a lesson for this later. His anger is cut short as he notices something and stops, confused. He sees a group of robed figures escorting a woman with wild green hair, bound in red ropes. He recognizes her with a start. That's Jiajuan Yulin. It is indeed a past version of Tianyun Zhuyu, looking defiant even as a captive. Su Liang watches as the robed figures lead the captured Jiajuan Yulin through a desolate, snowy landscape. One of the guards shoves her forward. Su Liang observes from a distance. Watching this scene from his past, Su Liang comes to a realization. The contract was a temporary one, he thinks. That's why she didn't die together with the holy son of the Black Moon. A woman with brown braided hair and feather-like ear accessories, named Holiness, approaches him. Addressing him respectfully, she says, "Your Holiness, we're about to leave for the Bu Empire." They stand on a rocky outcrop overlooking the landscape. Holiness asks him, "So, Your Holiness, what's your plan for the future?" Su Liang looks off into the distance, contemplating her question. "My plans," he murmurs. He reflects on his past. Before, his only thought was surviving the chaotic battle of emperors, and he hadn't made any plans for what would come next. But now he thinks, having declared war on the current moon goddess, symbolized by the rabbit on the throne, his next goal is very clear. He knows he must strengthen his side and become stronger himself. Then, he'll defeat all his opponents, a montage of powerful female figures, and reach the end of the moon god festival. His eyes gleam with conviction as he declares his ultimate goal, in order to confront that arrogant deity and bring her down from her throne. Holiness is taken aback by his sudden intensity, calling out to him tentatively. His serious demeanor vanishes in an instant. He turns to her with a sly smile and asks, "Why don't you take me along with you?" Holiness is surprised by the sudden shift. He puts on a bright, innocent smile and adds, "I've never been to the Bu Empire before tilde." Holiness's eyes widen in shock at his sudden request. She becomes flustered but happily agrees, waving her hands and saying, "Yeah, yes." Su Liang turns pensive. He recalls that the Bu Empire is located near the devastated area from 3 years ago. A spark of hope ignites within him. Could I find the truth about the past if I went back there again? He wonders. As he walks away, lost in thought, Holiness watches him. "Your Holiness, you seem to have changed," she thinks to herself. She reflects on his past self, a cold and scary apostle who followed in the footsteps of the gods, his eyes glowing with an unnerving light. She blushes, contrasting that fearsome image with the smiling, more human person he is now. The journey begins. They take to the skies on the back of a giant, elegant crane, one of Su Liang's favored beasts, soaring towards the edge of the northern region. They arrive at a large structure also carried by the beast. Holiness politely apologizes for troubling 2 new figures, Su Liang's bodyguards. She tells the 2 bodyguards, Sister Bunny and the maid, that although His Holiness doesn't need their protection, they should still attend to him. The maid replies that it is their duty to make sure he isn't annoyed during the journey. Sister Bunny agrees, telling her to stay vigilant. The 3 women, Holiness, Sister Bunny, and the maid, stand together on the back of the flying crane as it glides through the clouds. Suddenly, Su Liang's eyes go wide with disbelief. "Wait, what? You can do that with favored beasts?" he exclaims. His shock is caused by the discovery of an entire, fully functional hot spring built on the beast's back. He yells, "Aside from restaurants and hotels, you can even build hot springs on their backs." And there, already enjoying the luxurious amenity, is Tanyan Zhuyu, relaxing on a deck chair by the steaming water, fast asleep. In a tranquil hot spring, Beiyu, one of Su Liang's favored beasts, is relaxing in a cute, chibai form, completely at ease. Just as Su Liang arrives, his other favored beast, the deer Tanyan Zhuyu, delivers a swift kick, knocking the unsuspecting Beiyu out cold in the water. With Beiyu floating face down, Tanyan Zhuyu turns her attention to Su Liang, welcoming him as if nothing just happened. Su Liang, unfazed, looks at Tanyan Zhuyu and briefly wonders about the possibility of building something on her back, confirming her identity. Suddenly, a voice belonging to Tanyan Zhuyu invites him to take off his clothes and join her in the hot spring, catching Su Liang by surprise. Su Liang hesitates, looking uncertain and a bit awkward about the unexpected invitation. His eyes widen in shock as a sudden realization hits him. Even though they are his favored beasts, they are all female. After a moment of contemplation, he dismisses his concerns, thinking there shouldn't be secrets between a beastmaster and his favored beasts, and decides to get in. With his decision made, Su Liang begins to undo the clasp of his cloak. His elaborate cloak falls away, dropping to the ground as he prepares to enter the spring. Now in the water, Su Liang lets out a sigh of relief, finding the hot spring incredibly comfortable and relaxing. From her spot in the spring, Tanyan Zhuyu quietly observes him, a thoughtful expression on her face. Feeling her gaze, Su Liang turns to her with a look of surprise and asks what's on her mind. Tanyan Zhuyu moves closer, touching his cheek with her hoof. She teases him, asking why he isn't blushing like men in novels do when bathing with a woman. She playfully squishes his face with her hooves, leaving Su Liang speechless at her forwardness. Internally, Su Liang can only think to himself what a silly dear she is being. Su Liang retorts, pointing out her hypocrisy by reminding her that she runs around naked all the time in her beast form, so there's no difference. Unconvinced by his logic, Tanyan Zhuyu narrows her eyes, insisting that he must be faking his composure. With a determined look, she declares that she must examine him very thoroughly to get to the bottom of it. She resolves not to miss this opportunity to find his secrets, vowing to make sure he can't use his smooth lines on anyone else. But in that moment, a strange light envelops her. Tanyan Zhuyu is shocked as she spontaneously transforms from her deer form into her human one. Losing her balance during the sudden transformation, the now human Tanyan Zhuyu falls helplessly towards Su Liang. Su Liang instinctively catches her, his face flushing with a deep blush as he's suddenly holding his naked, human-form favored beast in his arms. Completely overwhelmed by the turn of events, Su Liang's mind goes blank. His face is a dizzy, panicked mess as her horn seems to get stuck on his head. Meanwhile, a wave of drowsiness washes over Tanyan Zhuyu as she leans against him. She weakly wonders about the strange, forced transformation just as she begins to regain her focus. Coming to her senses, Tanyan Zhuyu slowly opens her eyes, still processing the sudden transformation and her current situation. She looks up to see a betrayed Su Liang. Becoming aware of their intimate proximity and her horn poking his head, she asks, "What's this?" Su Liang is too mortified to even show his face, while Tanyan Zhuyu looks at him, a dawning realization in her eyes. Her initial shock quickly turns into a smug grin. Reclaiming her composure, she leans in and playfully demands an explanation for their compromising position, much to Su Liang's horror. Enjoying his embarrassment, she thinks to herself that this development is exactly the kind of romantic scene she's read about in novels. She continues her teasing, pointing out that his flustered reaction proves even the legendary Lunar King is not so different from an ordinary human. Blushing furiously, Su Liang argues back that regardless of the legends, he is, for all intents and purposes, just an ordinary human being. Tanyan Zhuyu pouts, annoyed by his defensiveness. She complains about his attitude, especially since she just caught him being flustered. Leaning over him aggressively, she says that his reaction should be a little more enthusiastic. Panicking at her advances, Su Liang tries to push her away, yelling at her to stop. As he pushes, his hand slips on her wet shoulder, losing its grip. Tanyan Zhuyu's eyes widen in surprise as she feels his hand slide to an unintended location. Su Liang freezes, his expression turning to one of pure shock as he realizes his hand has accidentally landed on her breast. The tables have turned. Now it is Tanyan Zhuyu who is completely mortified, blushing and stammering incoherently as her smug demeanor vanishes. In a fluster of embarrassment, she instinctively pulls Su Liang into a tight hug, burying her face against him to hide her burning cheeks. In the hot spring, Su Liang holds Beiyu close, his face flushed as he scolds her, "Stop acting so recklessly." Beiyu's eyes widen, her cheeks blushing. She's flustered, thinking to herself that he should be the one who knows most about the attractiveness of her Sanmei clan. Su Liang, still blushing, glares at her angrily. He asks if she really thought she could get away with doing something so brazen without his permission. Overwhelmed and speechless, Beiyu can only let out a pained gasp, her hand clutching his shoulder. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, Beiyu bites down hard on Su Liang's shoulder. A moment later, a loud scream echoes from the building, startling the peaceful day. The sound reaches Tanyan Zhuyu, who is nearby. She blinks, wondering what the commotion is. At the hot spring, Tanyan Zhuyu relaxes on a lounge chair while Su Liang stands awkwardly, trying to compose himself after the chaotic encounter. When Tanyan Zhuyu presumably asks about the red mark on his neck, Su Liang sweats and quickly makes an excuse. It's a mosquito bite. Without another word, Su Liang turns and walks away as Tanyan Zhuyu watches him with a suspicious gaze. Tanyan Zhuyu looks annoyed, thinking to herself that Su Liang was just using the excuse of playing around to establish a playboy feel, but he was really just fooling around. Meanwhile, Su Liang is deep in thought. He considers making a contract with Beiyu right away to establish the proper hierarchy between a beastmaster and their favored beast. However, he remembers Beiyu's true, powerful form. He realizes that with his current one-star realm, making a contract with a supreme-rank beast like her would mean he wouldn't be able to summon her again. He concludes with a blush that intimate and awkward moments like the one they just had would also become impossible, making him reconsider. The scene transitions, showing a modern cityscape, the Beiyu Empire of the northern region. Large, white, swan-like beasts are seen gracefully landing atop the skyscrapers of the empire. Having arrived in the empire, Su Liang, now in a white cloak, looks around in awe with his follower, Holiness. He remarks, "The Beiyu Empire, it's really bustling." From behind, his bodyguards, Lady Rabbit and Lady Maid, whisper to each other, wondering why His Holiness keeps pulling at his collar, trying to hide the bite mark. Holiness explains to Su Liang that the Beiyu Empire only developed into its current state in recent years, all thanks to a decree from Lady Archer. She adds that Lady Sagittarius once claimed their technology was centuries ahead of its time, 10,000 years ago. She continues the story, revealing that a single full-scale battle between two overlords destroyed all electronic devices worldwide, setting technology back by tens of thousands of years. Su Liang is shocked by this revelation, his eyes wide as he asks in disbelief, all the world's electronics. Holiness confirms, adding that the battle also resulted in the deaths of billions of people, and that both overlords were severely punished for their actions. Watching them from a distance, Tanyan Zhuyu scoffs internally, thinking, "This idiot, he doesn't even know who the two overlords are, yet he says he wants to help me retrieve the sheep." Tanyan Zhuyu's thoughts drift to the larger conflict, recalling how the Ice Queen is now breaking her own rules to attend the Moon God Festival. Her goal is to finally defeat the Fei Tu Palace, after suppressing her rage for tens of thousands of years. Her expression becomes grim as she watches the oblivious boy. She thinks to herself, "Su Liang, make sure you don't get caught up in this and die." Su Liang cheerfully waves goodbye to Holiness, saying, "All right, we'll travel on our own from here, thanks for the ride." He then leaps onto the back of Beiyu, now in her majestic, deer-like beast form, and they soar into the sky. Holiness wipes a tear from her eye as she, Lady Rabbit, and Lady Maid wave farewell to their lord. They watch as Su Liang vanishes into the distance, leaving only a fading wisp of cloud behind. Once he is gone, Lady Rabbit turns to the others and asks, "Speaking of which, do you guys remember how the Lunar King was back then?" Lady Maid immediately understands, asking if she means the day the abyss appeared. Holiness somberly adds, "How could we possibly forget?" Lady Rabbit finds it hard to believe that His Holiness would go sightseeing, commenting that she used to think he was devoid of even the most basic human emotions. The memory is clearly painful for Holiness, who snaps at them with a shocked expression, "Enough, stop talking about it." A flashback begins, showing a desolate, ruined landscape, as a thought bubble explains that it's not outsiders who fear the Lunar King the most. Rather, it's his own followers, the ones who have witnessed the miracle. The panel shows a glimpse of a cold, powerful, and emotionless Su Liang from the past. The scene changes to a vast, desolate wasteland split open by a massive canyon, the northern region, the heavenly abyss. Su Liang now stands at the edge of the abyss with Beiyu and Tanyan Zhuyu, finally understanding. "I see, that's why it's called the Order of the Twin Moons." He turns to two new cloaked figures, the Apostles of the Moon, and commands them, "I'm going in, don't let anyone else get through." They immediately affirm, "Yes, sir." As they watch him descend, one apostle wonders why the Lunar King would suddenly return to the territory of the old Moon God Palace, while the other notes that something feels wrong. The female apostle reveals her senses are tingling. "I can faintly detect a divine aura," she says. "He's more dangerous than Princess Yun." She quickly forms a strategy. "Here's the plan. I'll go in and check things out, while you stay here to prevent a total annihilation." The other apostle is shocked as she gives a grave order. "If I die, escape immediately and increase the Lunar King's percentage to 100%. Her final command is to notify the other dreamscapes to kill the Lunar King. Below, Su Liang walks into the abyss, completely unaware that his own supposed followers are now plotting his death. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories.